Chapter 973, Cultivating Sword Skills and Taking on Disciples. Yi Qing's visit to the eastern wilderness this time has truly broadened his horizons. Whether it's Beiyuan City, where housing prices are higher than he imagined, Huazhen Immortal City, which focuses solely on weapon crafting, or Wanhua Immortal City, which specializes in alchemy, all of them are completely different from the planning of the eastern land. Even the moral sect Immortal City, renowned throughout the heavenly river realm for its alchemy, didn't have such a singular focus, solely dedicated to alchemy. This is because, according to the experience of the major holy lands, a single function makes it easily vulnerable to attack when a large formation needs to be activated during wartime. Therefore, even if it means operating at a loss, the immortal cities in the east must ensure that all industries are represented. The main reason is that my eastern wilderness is located in a remote area, and the threat of war has long been eliminated by me, so I can try to break down various industries and plan this kind of specialized immortal city. Chen Mobai gave a brief introduction, and with Yi Qing's intelligence, she quickly understood. This can only be implemented in a unified place. As they spoke, led by Zhu Ting, the two passed through the bustling streets and arrived at a spacious courtyard in the city. Inside, there was a pool with rippling blue water. It was the sword washing pool. Previously, when Zidian Qingshuang was nurturing herself in the sword washing pool, she would fly up to the 9 heavens during the day to condense the Daoshuai fire, and then fly down to the pool at night to cleanse and cultivate herself. This is a secret technique passed down from the longevity sect, but each time it is activated, it requires many precious spiritual herbs. Chen Mobai pointed to the sword washing pool, which was filled with medicinal vapors and sparkling with spiritual light, and gave a brief introduction to its functions. Then he asked Yi Qing to take out his natal flying sword. There really is such a miraculous method for nurturing a sword. Yi Qing was greatly surprised to hear that flying swords entering the sword cleansing pool would not only be refined and purified over time, but might even develop spirituality. Chen Mobai took a flying sword that had been broken but barely pieced back together. He felt the faint sword intent lingering on it, ran his hand over each crack, and while feeling the sword intent, he also sensed the progress of the sword's repair. This was repaired by Elder Shang Kanjian of my sect, but because the damage was too severe, it can only be restored to this extent in a short time. Shang Kanjian was the 5th-tier weapon refiner of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. During the war between the righteous and the demonic forces, he was taken to the front line by Yuan Kink and was responsible for the supply and repair of various magical artifacts, which kept him very busy. It was only because Yi Qing had a special identity that Shang Kanjian rushed back from the front lines to help Yi Qing repair his natal flying sword. Even so, according to Shang Kanjian, the only way to repair this sword is to overhaul it, replacing all the materials on the blade. However, this would also cause the spiritual energy that had been cultivated to disappear, and Yi Qing, as the sword's master, would suffer a significant loss of vitality for a period of time. If it's not completely repaired and is just patched up like this, although the spiritual essence in the sword will be damaged, some of it will still be preserved. In the future, as Yi Qing's cultivation level improves, it may still advance, but it will be much less efficient. Based on the consistent experience of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, in order to achieve a better future, they can only endure the pain and completely repair the damage. However, since it is currently a critical period in the war between good and evil, Yi Qing, as a Dao child, must go to the battlefield as soon as possible, so he temporarily repaired the body in this way. It can be fixed. After examining Yi Qing, Chen Mobai gave a conclusion that made Yi Qing's brows relax. "Brother Chen, how long will it take?" Yi Qing can wait at most 1 or 2 years. If it takes longer, he can only wait until the war ends before asking Chen Mobai for help with the repairs. I will put in my best effort and spend some time and energy, and I should be able to fix it within a year. This took much longer than when Chen Mobai helped Zhou Yi forge the 5-direction shield, but repairing it would definitely be more troublesome and difficult than rebuilding it from scratch. Yi Qing understood this as well, and was overjoyed upon hearing it. "Then I'll trouble you, Brother Chen. Please accept these. If they're not enough, I'll make up for it next time I come." As they spoke, Yi Qing took out 10 top-grade spirit stones. When Chen Mobai introduced the sword cleansing pool earlier, he mentioned that it requires the smelting of many spiritual herbs into a juice to achieve the best sword nurturing effect. Given Yi Qing's status, he naturally wants the best possible result. Upon seeing these 10 top-grade spirit stones, Zhu Ting, who had been standing nearby, couldn't help but gape in astonishment at Yi Qing's extravagance. Even Chen Mobai, though his expression remained normal, still had a slight twitch in his eyelids. Of course, I will definitely do my best to help Brother Yi." Chen Mobai quickly spoke up, then immediately wrote down a list of added ingredients and handed it to Zhu Ting beside him, asking her to fetch these medicinal herbs to activate the full power of the sword cleansing pool. "Brother Chen, to be honest, although I experienced a life-or-death crisis this time, I also benefited from it. I not only comprehended the principle of one sword can break all laws, but I also sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. As long as my natal flying sword is restored, I can achieve oneness with the sword and advance to the late stage of the nascent soul realm." When they were alone, Yi Qing told Chen Mobai the truth, explaining how important this matter was to him. With Yuan King's help, his physical injuries had almost completely healed, and his understanding of sword techniques had also improved significantly. However, because his natal flying sword was damaged, a flaw appeared in his mental state, preventing him from achieving full spiritual energy. If his natal flying sword cannot be repaired, he can only wait until after the great war between good and evil to solve this problem. This is also the drawback of one's natal magic weapon. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already carefully examined the sword using the Kantanki and found that the internal structure of the sword had been severely damaged, with a vast and soaring sword intent remaining within it. This sword intent is different from the one surrounding the sword. It is clearly the sword intent of a Dao fruit cultivator. During the repair, Chen Mobai could try to fuse the two sword intents of the same origin, which would allow Yi Qing to have a more proficient grasp of the power of the Dao fruit. However, after thinking for a moment, Yi Qing shook his head and refused. "I urge Brother Chen to maintain my own sword intent as the primary focus." Yi Qing clearly still wanted to retain a glimmer of hope for his future path, and Chen Mobai would definitely follow the client's opinion. "I'll try to nurture it in the sword cleansing pool first, to see if I can awaken the faint spirituality of your sword. If the sword spirit can awaken, the repair process will be much more efficient and faster with its cooperation." As Chen Mobai spoke, he gently placed the flying sword into the sword-washing pool. The pool water immediately rippled, and streams of spiritual energy surged from the bottom of the pool, slowly enveloping the flying sword. "Sect leader, these are the medicinal herbs you ordered." At this moment, Zhu Ting also returned and handed a storage bag to Chen Mobai. After taking it, the latter took out all the thousands of medicinal herbs inside, refined their essence with the Du Shui fire, and put them into the sword cleansing pool in order. Yi Qing was even more amazed to see this scene. Refining flying swords with precious medicinal herbs to enhance their spirituality is a secret technique among sword cultivators. However, even the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect has only found a few hundred kinds of medicinal herbs. This was the first time Yi Qing had ever seen so many people like Chen Mobai. However, Yi Qing didn't know that only about 100 kinds of medicinal herbs were actually needed. But Chen Mobai didn't want Yi Qing to feel that the 10 top-grade spirit stones were a waste, so he asked Zhu Ting to find 10 times more medicinal herbs. Moreover, if this skill were to spread in the future, many sword cultivators would definitely come knocking on his door. Chen Mobai set up a threshold first to prevent all sorts of poor sword cultivators from coming to him. As various medicinal herbs were incorporated, Chen Mobai also used his weapon refining technique, casting exquisite hand seals into the pool water to guide the spiritual liquid in the sword-washing pool to fuse with the damaged parts of the flying sword. Yi Qing, however, turned her head away consciously and did not watch, which was a pity as it ruined Chen Mobai's smooth and effortless operation. Time passed slowly, and the flying sword in the pool gradually emitted a brighter light. Some tiny cracks that could only be detected by divine sense were gradually healing, and the originally scattered sword intent began to condense continuously. 3 hours later, Chen Mobai let out a long breath and reached out to summon his flying sword from the sword-washing pool. He reached out and touched the sword's blade, sensing the faint, dormant spiritual energy within it beginning to awaken. This meant that his previous efforts had not been in vain. With perseverance, the flying sword would eventually be restored to its original state, perhaps even sharper and more refined than before. Yi Qing took the flying sword, and as he became one with the sword, he immediately sensed the flaw in his mind and spirit, as if it was beginning to heal. Overjoyed, he repeatedly thanked Chen Mobai. "Brother Chen, I owe you another great favor," Yi Qing said sincerely. "There's no need for such formalities between us." When Yi Qing left, he asked Chen Mobai if he needed any precious medicinal herbs, such as the golden light grass from the Big Dipper tournament. In the medicinal field of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, there are still more than a dozen fifth-order golden light grass plants. Yi Qing used this to help Yuan Zhen exchange for a bottle of Three Lights Divine Water. Given his status, taking one or two more plants wouldn't be a problem. The faint spirituality of Yi Qing's natal flying sword was cultivated using this. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't refuse. After this pool of medicinal liquid repaired Yi Qing's natal flying sword, it could then be used to soak Mo Duguang's longevity sword, which might even help upgrade his sword as well. After placing the flying sword back into the sword-washing pool, Yi Qing took his leave. As the Taoist disciple of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, he still has many things to deal with. Chen Mobai personally escorted him to Baiyuan City. Myriad Transformations Immortal City. After instructing Qing Nu to go into seclusion to cultivate her sword, Chen Mobai took Yi Qing's natal flying sword out of the sword-washing pool. This flying sword was named Floating Cloud and was considered to be of near fifth-tier quality. The damage to the Floating Cloud sword could only be repaired by Chen Mobai. To achieve perfection, Chen Mobai naturally needed to thoroughly experience all aspects of the sword. As the sword intent of the heaven-severing line of immortality circulated, an invisible force surged from his fingertips and entered the floating cloud sword suspended in his palm. Gradually, the sword began to tremble slightly, emitting a faint light, as if the remaining, weak spiritual energy had been awakened. Under Chen Mobai's skillful manipulation, he quickly resonated with this wisp of spirituality. Images flashed through his mind. Yi Qing wielding this sword, cultivating sword intent from scratch. Yi Qing's unprepared sword technique naturally evolved from this, and its sword intent was also named Floating Clouds. It was a sharp yet pure sword intent, like the first ray of sunlight in the mountains at dawn, bright but not dazzling. Chen Mobai began to slowly absorb this sword intent. Because he already possessed a considerable level of swordsmanship, he understood it very quickly. After learning everything about the flying sword, he began to repair it. The light of the floating cloud sword grew brighter and brighter, and its faint spirituality began to revive in the most suitable environment. The medicinal liquid in the sword cleansing pool transformed into wisps of rich seven-colored essence, which merged into the cracks in the sword to help it heal. Gradually, the spirituality within the floating cloud sword began to become active, like a gem covered in dust that was gradually polished to shine. During this process, the surface cracks of the floating cloud sword disappeared, but the cracks inside remained motionless because another powerful sword intent resided within them. This is the sword intent of the Dao fruit. Although it is only at the 5th level after being filtered by Yi Qing's main body, it is still something that the floating cloud sword cannot withstand. Chen Mobai knew that this was the reason why the other weapon refiners in the eastern continent were unable to repair this sword. And he happens to have the means to restrain himself. The sword intent of the heaven-severing line of longevity was activated, preparing to intercept this sword intent. Chen Mobai was very careful during this process, even if it was a little slow, and he had to intercept the parts little by little to ensure safety. After all, if this Tay sword intent explodes, he might only damage the longevity sword intent, but the floating cloud sword would definitely be completely beyond saving. His eyes were slightly closed, his mind was focused, and the sword intent of the heaven-severing line of longevity, like an invisible thread, slowly penetrated the sword and came into contact with the sword intent of Tay. However, Chen Mobai discovered that his fourth level, fully developed longevity sword intent was slowly weakening and disappearing during the interception process. This situation is very similar to when Dao Mai was extracted from the finger profound sword, which represents the power of the Tay sword intent. Because of the great Dao tree, Chen Mobai didn't need to worry about the damage to the longevity sword intent, so he didn't pay attention to these things and continued to try to make contact. After a considerable period of testing, he finally succeeded in extracting the first wisp of Tay sword intent. Compared to Yi Qing's floating cloud sword intent, the Tay sword intent has a more unrestrained and carefree spirit, as well as a soaring and proud spirit that cuts through all obstacles. After Chen Mobai comprehended the reflection, the myriad sword's Dharma body appeared behind him, merging the intercepted elements into it, transforming it into a seed of sword intent. After his first success, Chen Mobai completely grasped this subtle process. From then on, every cut he made was just right, neither too much nor too little. As time went by, the Tay sword intent was gradually extracted, and the damage inside the floating cloud sword began to show signs of healing. During this process, the spirit of the floating cloud sword also noticed this and took the initiative to assist Chen Mobai in intercepting the Tay sword intent. 20 days later, Chen Mobai extracted all the Tay sword intent into his myriad sword's body and gently exhaled. He knew that the most difficult hurdle had been overcome. Next, he began to carefully repair the damage to the floating cloud sword using the essence of the medicinal liquid in the sword cleansing pool. Under his exquisite weapon forging skills, the medicinal liquid gradually nourished the sword, causing every crack to heal. After the last crack was perfectly repaired, the floating cloud sword emitted a clear sword cry, as if the sword spirit was expressing its gratitude. Chen Mobai gently stroked the sword. The blade was smooth and new, without any gaps or nicks, and the sword intent had become even more refined. After confirming that the main repairs were complete, he nodded and put the floating cloud sword back into the sword washing pool. Streams of spiritual liquid gushed out from the pool, surrounding the flying sword and beginning to nourish it. This process is also very important, much like the recovery and recuperation process after a major surgery. If the recovery is not thorough, all the previous repair work will be in vain. As the essence of the medicinal herbs continued to flow into the sword through the sword washing pool, the floating cloud sword's light grew brighter and brighter. Chen Mobai turned around, rearranged a list of medicinal herbs, and handed it to Zhu Ting, who had been watching from the side. From now on, I'll have to trouble you. Remember the order on this list. Extract the herbs one by one and put them in the pool to maintain the efficacy of the medicinal liquid. Chen Mobai has too many things to do, so it's impossible for him to take care of something as small as raising a sword by himself. Zhu Ting is meticulous in her work and has prior experience taking care of Qing Shuang Jian, so he is very reassured. Yes, sect leader. After leaving the pass, Chen Mobai went to find Qing Nu. At the Beidou conference, she acquired many precious medicinal herbs through the channels of the moral sect. While Chen Mobai was cultivating his sword, she multitasked, simultaneously refining a batch of pure yang condensing true pills and a batch of golden liquid jade returning pills. Among these, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was refined for the Star Heaven Dao sect. When leaving Stone City, Star Extreme had already sent someone to give Chen Mobai the medicinal materials on the list. Both batches of pills, even with her eyes closed, yielded 10 top-grade pills, free of any toxicity. They are currently being nurtured, waiting only for the right time to be harvested. It may take many attempts to refine this purple spirit pill to the 4th rank. When Chen Mobai arrived, Qing Nu was processing the ingredients for another batch of pills. The purple spirit pill is specifically designed by the immortal sect to enhance spiritual sense. Its main ingredient is the essence blood of the dark purple scorpion that Chen Mobai killed in the desolate ruins. However, the immortal sect's pills are at most second tier, so after Qing Nu improved the formula, she still needs to test it in practice. Fortunately, the Eastern continent is rich in resources. After Qing Nu posted the task at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, many people quickly brought second-tier dark purple scorpion essence blood. Even when the Five Elements sect heard that it was her mission, Yue Zhudao made a special trip to the Eastern land and used the Five Elements Merchant Guild's channels to purchase the corpse of a third-tier dark purple scorpion. When Chen Mobai arrived, it was just the first batch that Qing Nu had tried. The two of them worked together and succeeded easily. However, not only was the toxicity of the pill excessive, but they also discovered that the scorpion venom in the pill had not been completely removed. There seems to be something wrong with these three medicinal herbs. We need to use alternatives. After personally taking the test drug and using the phoenix facing the sun painting to clear all the toxins from his body, Chen Mobai shared his experience. After King Nu wrote it down, she re-derived the elixir formula and instructed her subordinates to prepare the materials for the second batch. Oh right, I was at Golden Light Cliff before. At this moment, Chen Mobai thought of Jin Linger again. As a heavenly gold spiritual root, she was now at the critical moment of foundation establishment, and it was time to take her under his wing and carefully nurture her. Time flies so fast. More than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, King Nu's face also showed emotion. When she and Chen Mobai first met Shi Yuk at Jin Guang Cliff, she was still an infant. Since senior brother Mo won't accept me, then I'll take you under my wing. However, I don't know much about metal-based cultivation techniques. Qing Nu was naturally very willing to take on a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, but she also expressed her concerns to Chen Mobai. Let's call her over to meet us first. She's right next door. The snow county where Wanhua Immortal City is located borders the wind county of Golden Light Cliff. After Chen Mobai issued an edict, Ning Leshan quickly brought Shi Yuk here in person. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader's wife. After Ning Leshan and Shi Yuk bowed, they stepped aside. Did you choose between the two paths I gave you last time? Chen Mobai spoke first, and Shi Yuk nodded slightly before saying, this disciple wants them all. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good, that's ambitious. The White Emperor's military image scripture of the longevity sect is a method of combat that can condense the murderous aura between heaven and earth, transform it into the image of a military god, and add it to the war formation, thus multiplying its power. Conversely, with the support of a war formation, the power of the god of war's Dharma image can also increase dramatically. It was for this reason that when Duan Shuyu first entered the sect, Chen Mobai taught him the White Emperor's military elephant scripture. The latter was indeed worthy of being a golden spirit body. In addition, he had won every battle in the mortal world and had long cultivated an invincible aura on the battlefield. Although he was already quite old when he started cultivating, he was extremely compatible with this technique and easily established his foundation. The path to immortality is boundless. Even those with exceptional talent and celestial spiritual roots will find it difficult to reach the end. If you try to balance the White Emperor's military elephant scripture and the path of sword cultivation, it may take you a very long time, and you may even be unable to progress beyond the nascent soul stage. At this moment Qing Nu spoke. As a cultivator from a celestial sect, she naturally understood that specialization and uniqueness were essential to reaching the pinnacle, especially in the path of sword cultivation. This disciple would like to give it a try. After hearing this, Shi Yuk hesitated for a moment but finally spoke with a firm expression. With her talent, a delay of 10 or more years wouldn't be a big problem. In fact, if her talent is too outstanding, it's good to hone it a bit. Qing Nu looked at Chen Mobai, who then transmitted a message to her. To advance in the path of sword cultivation, Aside from those with extraordinary abilities like Chen Mobai who have a cheat-like Great Tao tree, most others need a pure and focused mind. Chen Mobai believed that once Shiyuk reached foundation establishment, she would soon discover that even with her talent, cultivating two paths simultaneously was impossible. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Hearing Chen Mobai say this, Qingnu stopped trying to persuade him and smiled as she asked Shiyuk a question. Disciple greets master. Shiyuk did not hesitate at all. On the way here, Ning Leshan had already told her about the circumstances of her birth, and she knew that the person she was to worship was the gentle and elegant headmaster's wife in front of her. Cultivating the White Emperor's military elephant scripture requires condensing a breath of chilling autumn air. I will first teach you the technique. As Qing knew, she had already read through the 5 elements immortal scripture. After accepting Shiyuki as her student, she had a rare opportunity to experience what it felt like to be a teacher. Chen Mobai took this opportunity to return to the immortal sect. The great war between the righteous and the demonic has already begun on the border of the eastern lands. According to Yi Qing's information, the eastern Wu region is also about to be attacked by the demonic path and the myriad demons of the desolate sea. He has also notified the major families of eastern Wu to set up defenses on the coast. If necessary, the 5 Elements sect will go to provide support. The most formidable opponent this time is the old demon of the Jade Mirror Demon sect. This person had reached the nascent soul stage 100 years ago and could even unleash the power of a divine transformation cultivator using secret techniques. Although Chen Mobai's Pure Yang scroll was a counter to it, he still hoped to enhance his own strength. My own cultivation level is definitely not going to improve in a short period of time. I can only see if I can use the innate turbid yin energy to take my Myriad Swords avatar to the next level. If the Myriad Swords Dharma body reaches the 4th stage of perfection, Chen Mobai feels that he can consider using this Dharma body to try to absorb and refine the heavenly venerable Tao fruit in the great Tao tree. Palace Master, this is a list of the top 10 evil energy companies in the immortal sect. Inside the Zhengfa Hall, Zhuang Jialan handed Chen Mobai a thick document as instructed. Chen Mobai's idea was to reduce the innate turbid yin energy and combine it with the acquired 5 elements essence to condense the 72 earthly evil energies. However, this process will definitely require continuous experimentation. Master Yuangsu is the best candidate, but Chen Mobai is not yet a nascent soul cultivator, so we dare not entrust this innate turbid yin energy to him. Aside from Master Yuangsu, there are these companies that generate evil energy. In pursuit of greater profits, they are constantly experimenting with different ratios of the 5 elements to save on the raw materials needed to artificially synthesize earthly evil energy. Among these, the top 2 companies in the energy sector, Zion Linghua and Zion Lingyu, are backed by the immortal sect and Bushan Daeyuan, which together hold 95% of the energy market share. The remaining 8 companies compete for the remaining 5%. Moreover, this list of 8 companies is easily changed and could be replaced by newly emerging companies at any time. For example, Yan Bingshuan's Xuanchuang Company is a rising star that has emerged in recent years. Chen Mobai's goal was to select several companies and have them test out the new formulas for the 72 types of earthly fiend qi. Among these, the 2 giants, Immortal Spirit Transformation and Immortal Spirit Oil, must be ruled out first, followed by those with backgrounds in other Taoist academies. As for the rest, given Chen Mobai's status, he could easily handle them. Just these few. Soon, Chen Mobai selected 5 companies, but to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he did not choose Xuanchuang Company. Yes, Lord, shall I be the one to negotiate with the representatives of these companies? After taking the documents, Zhuang Jialan asked a question. Let my cousin set up a company to handle things. If there are any situations she can't handle, then you can step in. Chen Mobai thought of Wang Xinying, who was now somewhat idle after successfully forming her core. I'd like to recommend Yan Shen's new book, Please Let the World Go to Death. The world has been in turmoil for over 300 years. Songs and dances never cease in the Central Plains. While foreign tribes prepare for war, sword immortals roam freely in the martial world, and famous generals suppress all directions. 5 years before the world descends into chaos, the young pharmacist Li Guan commits murder on a rainy night. Finally, I opened my eyes and saw this chaotic world. Beneath the hooves of horses lie countless white bones, famous generals, beauties, martial arts world, divine weapons, common people, and Buddhist figures. Throughout history, all that has been seen are white bones and yellow sand fields. Scholars crushed by iron hooves, Buddhas swept away by spears. Ali Guani begged this world to die. End of this chapter. Chapter 974, Gate Fluctuations. Chapter 974, Gate Fluctuations. After Wang Xinying achieved the Golden Core stage, she remained in the Wangwu Grotto heaven awaiting assignment. However, because Chen Mobai considered that Shi Wanyu's lifespan was not long, he let her stay and spend more time with her when he had nothing to do. Elder brother. Soon after, Wang Xinying arrived at the Zhengfa Hall. While the brother and sister were drinking tea, Zhuang Jialan recounted the whole story. Leave it to me, but if we want to keep this matter discreet, it's best not to do it here at Wangwu Cave. I can go back to Dangxia City and have someone register a new company specifically to handle this matter. After achieving the Golden Core stage, Wang Xinying became much more confident than before. After listening, she began to share her thoughts. You can arrange it as you see fit. Jialan will cooperate with you. Chen Mobai nodded. At his level, many things only needed one outcome. Then he pulled out a box from his own domain. Wang Xinying took it and opened it. Inside were 10 glass bottles containing the innate turbid yin energy that Chen Mobai had prepared long ago. Both Zhuang Jialan and Wang Xinying were very curious about the origin of this innate energy. But since Chen Mobai didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask. This is due to the difference in social status. This thing is extremely valuable. All the companies we work with have made them sign confidentiality agreements first. After listening to Chen Mobai's explanation, Wang Xinying solemnly closed the box and placed it into her own domain. After she formed her Golden Core, she also successfully opened her own Golden Core domain, and Chen Mobai personally helped her once. Soon Wang Xinying, the new counselor of Kaiyuan Hall, was assigned to her hometown Dangxia City as her residence. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai prepared to refine the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern into its complete form. According to the standards of the immortal sect, all materials should be of the 5th rank, and this lamp should at least be refined to the 5th rank. If it were Master Chengxuan who made the effort, Chen Mobai felt that he should be able to refine it into a mid-grade 5th rank Daoshui 8 scenery lamp. Unfortunately, the 5th tier white glass heavenly crystal and the 9 yang true fire stone are things that the immortal sect doesn't have. Even though he is now the #1 weapon master, he can't think of any excuse to explain the origin of these two materials. Surely we can't say that the departed white light ancestor sent it from the depths of the universe, can we? But if Chen Mobai were to do it himself, he felt that being able to refine the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern into a 5th-order item would already be quite good. It should be noted that, according to the records in the purple and green heavenly book, this magical artifact can be refined from 5th-order materials into a 6th-order one. However, in that case, one's weapon refining skills would need to be at least at the 6th level, or even at the level of a Dan Ding Taoist. Given Chen Mobai's talent, it would be impossible for him to learn and figure it out on his own. Fortunately, their lineage of dance equipment still has some resources. If Chen Mobai remembered correctly, there was a Dao fruit shaped like a lamp on the jade tree of pill cauldrons, and it had not yet been picked and refined by the younger generation. Although according to the rules of the Dan Ding sect, each disciple can only obtain one Dao fruit after advancing to the 5th level weapon refiner. But now that the Dan Ding sect is gone, Chen Mobai feels that the rules need to be changed. As the disciple most likely to lead the Dan Ding sect back to its peak, if he were to obtain another Dao fruit, the Dan Ding Taoist in heaven would surely agree. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately called Master Chengshuan. Although the Wookiee lineage has 3 nascent soul cultivators, after the White Light ancestor left, Chen Mobai basically had the final say. However, this matter was a bit rebellious and still required the approval of the Chengshuan Venerable. "Chunyang, what you're doing, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" After hearing this, Master Chengshuan politely declined. He was rather conservative and felt that since the ancestors had left this rule, the younger generation should follow it. The immortal sect is short of materials, but the 8 views of Daoshui lamp in my possession currently has 2 kinds of 5th-tier materials, plus the complete 9 Daoshui flames, so it is theoretically possible to refine it to the 5th tier. In that case, 100 years from now, we will be able to leave a 5th-tier foundation for the Dao Academy. Chen Mobai continued to persuade him, explaining that he had recently obtained the 3rd-tier white glass heavenly crystal and the 4th-tier 9 Yang True Fire Stone, treasured by the immortal sect, through proper procedures. The purpose is to allow the proper use of the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern in the future within the immortal sect. If one's crafting skills are excellent, these materials can also be crafted into 5th-tier magical artifacts. Of course, given Chen Mobai's skill level, it's probably a bit risky. "Chunyang, how about this? I'll go and beg Ancestor Kaingsing. The 2 of us can work together to help you refine this Daoshui 8 scenery lamp. I think we should be able to ensure that it reaches the 5th level." After listening to the suggestion, Venerable Chengshuan offered a very sincere advice. After he said that, Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed. "This is a bit too much trouble, and I intend to use this Duoluo 8 scenery lamp as my work to achieve the rank of 5th-level weapon refiner." Chen Mobai plans to collect higher-grade materials in the Tian realm to upgrade the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern, so he definitely needs to master the 6th-order refining method of this magic weapon himself. In that case, Chunyang, you can hone your skills on your own. With your talent, your weapon refining skills will eventually surpass mine, or even those of Ancestor Kaingsing. Master Chengshuan's words made it very clear that the rules are not to be broken. Moreover, the immortal sect has always prioritized frugality. Chen Mobai felt regretful, but he did not force the Dao fruit of the Pill Cauldron Jade Tree. "Okay, Headmaster, if I encounter any problems while refining weapons, I will come back to ask you for help." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai began to think about another method. That is to join forces with Master Chengshuan. First use the materials from the immortal sect to successfully refine the 8 scenery lantern of Duoluo, and then slowly use the Kantanki Ascension technique to replace the low-grade materials inside. However, the higher the grade of the magical artifact, the more difficult and time-consuming it becomes to upgrade it later. The great war between good and evil has already begun in the Heavenly River realm, and he's afraid he won't have the time. Moreover, if it is only refined to the 4th-tier quality, it may not be very effective against an old demon who might unleash the power of a nascent soul cultivator. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai realized how important the nascent soul realm was. If he were to become a nascent soul cultivator now, he would have no need to worry about anything in the immortal sects, whether it be the innate turbid yin energy or the Dao fruits of the alchemy cauldron and jade tree. As for slowly improving his weapon refining skills, Chen Mobai would definitely not waste his time on such a thing. After thinking about it for 2 days, he decided to use the materials from the immortal sect to refine the 8 views of the Duoluo mountain lamp first. Just as he was preparing to gather all the materials and head to Chicheng Mountain to utilize the best weapon refining equipment at the Wookiee Dao Academy, an invisible fluctuation in the void suddenly caused him to frown. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai landed in midair and looked toward the source of the void fluctuations. That's the direction of Wufeng Immortal Mountain and Jixian Peak. Qi Yuheng's Taoist Temple. A boundary gate. Chen Mobai quickly realized that after the war ended, the star-piercing ancestor had given the boundary gate to Qi Yuheng for safekeeping, so that he could comprehend and verify the 6 imperial scriptures. Why does the boundary gate fluctuate? Could it be that Qi Yuheng has mastered the Dharma realm? Chen Mobai looked puzzled but didn't think much of it. After all, there was a nascent soul cultivator overseeing the place, so it wasn't his place to interfere. Just as Chen Mobai was about to fly down and return to his cultivation room, he received a phone call. It actually belongs to Qi Yuheng. Chunyang, there's been an unexpected fluctuation at the boundary gate. Ancestor Kaingsing is in seclusion, so he can only send you over to take a look. After listening, Chen Mobai did not hesitate at all. He left a text message for Shi Wanyu and then used the void shift technique to arrive at Jixian Peak. As soon as he arrived, he saw that besides Qi Yuheng, even Shui Xian was there. "They're here." The two nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect greeted Chen Mobai very politely. After nodding in return, Chen Mobai immediately went to the gate and began to close his eyes to sense this supreme treasure of the immortal sect. Before leaving, Yu Beiguang had already told Chen Mobai about the method of refining the boundary gate, which can be considered as being passed down from generation to generation among the nascent soul cultivators. However, both Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian considered it perfectly natural for Chen Mobai to refine the boundary gate. After a long while, Chen Mobai suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of shock. "What's wrong?" Seeing his expression, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian also frowned. In fact, just now, the two of them had already refined the boundary gate and found the meaning represented by this void fluctuation from the ancient records of the immortal sect. A new world has been detected and is approaching Earth Star. Chen Mobai shared the answer he had obtained from comprehending the Gate of Realms, his expression not looking too good. The war to open up Dragon God Star has just ended. Logically speaking, it should take at least several hundred years before we encounter another war of world opening. But now, only 16 years have passed since Dragon God Star entered the Tianyang Galaxy. Yu Beiguang and Lingzhen had only been gone for a little over a year. Why did the portal suddenly capture a new world? Moreover, judging from Chen Mobai's perception, the planet located by the boundary gate was shrouded in dark clouds, which resembled a giant cloak covering the entire planet. It should be a world that had been completely corrupted by the demon lord's demonic thoughts, similar to Pluto. It seems that our judgment was not bad after all, and we were both right. After hearing what Chen Mobai said, Shuixian made a joke to ease the tension. She and Qi Yuheng also saw the approaching new world from the fluctuations of the boundary gate. When did the star-piercing ancestor go into seclusion? Chen Mobai asked, and at this moment he felt how fortunate it was to have someone supporting him. "A month ago, before he went into seclusion, he came to see me." Qi Yuheng hesitated for a moment before using a simple and easy-to-understand example. The current ancestor Kaingsing is in the same state as ancestor Beiguang before he started the war. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai and Shui Xian both looked enlightened. Although the two did not know how to subtract to seek emptiness, they understood that they could not rely on the star-pulling ancestor for at least the next 120 years. "I hope that ancestor Kaingsing can emerge from seclusion before the war begins, just like ancestor Beiguang." As Shui Xian finished speaking, a look of doubt suddenly appeared on her face. She wondered if it was precisely to time this moment that Kaienzing had suddenly gone into seclusion. It must just be a coincidence. In comparison, Qi Yuheng knew more. Before Kaingsing went into seclusion, he taught him the method of subtraction to seek emptiness and also left him the talisman for emergency awakening. If there is truly a crisis of earthly stars' extinction, it is still possible to forcibly awaken Kaingsing. That's good. We've obtained a lot of resources on Dragon God Star this time, and the number of core formation and foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect has increased significantly. In 100 years, there will definitely be 5 or 6 more nascent soul cultivators. Chunyang, you should be close to reaching the divine transformation stage. At that time, the immortal sect will be at its most prosperous peak. It would be best if this other world were Pluto, so we could avenge the ancestors of the immortal sect. Qi Yuheng spoke up, saying that he was a proponent of war, and that the 6 imperial scriptures, which used the body as a boundary, required a lot of resources to advance. If there were continuous wars, he might be able to find a path that no one in the Kunpeng Academy had ever succeeded in for the nascent soul stage. To reach the nascent soul stage in 100 years, that's a bit difficult, but I'll try my best. After listening, Chen Mobai thought for a moment and said this. On the side of the immortal sect, he still needs to maintain his public image. Just then, the war between the righteous and demonic forces in the eastern continent and the pioneering work should have ended. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to obtain a true spirit pill for sainthood. The immortal sect has accumulated quite a few Tao seeds of profound and wondrous sounds and techniques. We'll see how things go in the future and hold a concert of the divine melody. At this moment, Qi Yuheng spoke again. All the profound and wondrous Tao seeds of the immortal sect are within Yi Yun's department, so Qi Yuheng knows them best. 100 years from now, 2 core formation cultivators will be nearing the end of their lifespans, and they can use their final moments to perform these rituals, increasing the chances of a nascent soul cultivator being born within the immortal sect. When I opened the void blind box before, I got a secret technique called Usra Dharma form, which can help cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation to achieve an alternative nascent soul realm. Ancestor Kaingsing told me that Venerable Yuangsu has found a replacement key material. If we want to play the divine shock melody, in order to ensure the completion of this piece, I think we can train 1 or 2 mysterious sound technique cultivators to practice the Usra Dharma form. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, and then spoke up about the method he had thought of a long time ago. Previously, because the spiritual energy of the immortal sects was insufficient, they would never allow the nascent soul to share in the benefits. However, now that the earthly star has incorporated the reserves of the dragon god star, and given the possibility of the alien world being corrupted by the demon lord's demonic thoughts, this idea has become possible. Let's call Yuan Su over and ask him. We also need to inform the other nascent soul cultivators about the fluctuations at the boundary gate. As a proponent of war, Qi Yuheng certainly hoped that the immortal sects would have more nascent soul cultivators, and he agreed with Chen Mobai's idea. Moreover, in this way, the most likely person to benefit from the Usra Dharma form would be Yi Yun's husband, Jiang Yuyuan, which would also increase the strength and foundation of their Kunpeng lineage. As they spoke, Qi Yuheng made phone calls to the nascent soul cultivators in the 3 main halls and various academies and schools. The notification from the transformation god naturally caused everyone to put down what they were doing and rush over. 2 flashes of silver light appeared at the entrance of the property management office of Wufeng Immortal Mountain. The first to arrive were Master Chengxuan and Wenren Zuwei, who had mastered the great shift of the void. Then came Ying Guanghua and the others from the 3 main halls. Soon, the summit of Jixian Peak was bustling with unprecedented activity. When the nascent soul cultivators learned that the boundary gate was fluctuating again, and that another alien world had been captured and approached, they all frowned, but their eyes held a hint of anticipation. The war that opened up Dragon God Star previously caused Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian to become gods. Will this other world offer even more opportunity to achieve the divine transformation stage? Thinking of this, Chengxuan, Yunhai, and the others who were at the peak of the nascent soul stage quietly clenched their fists. Ying Guanghua and other nascent soul cultivators from the heaven-mending lineage gathered together. Although they were the largest in number, they were somewhat weaker because Ancestor Kaingsing was in seclusion. Yuangsu, come here for a moment. We have something to ask you. Yuangsu Shangren, who had just arrived at Jixian Peak and hadn't even had a chance to chat with Ying Guanghua and the others, was immediately called over by Qi Yuheng. Everyone watched as Yuan Su arrived in front of Chen Mobai and the other 2, and then Qi Yuheng cast a soundproof barrier. They were all very curious about what they were talking about. What Narcissus, don't you know? The substitute is a rare item from your sea area called Sea Soul Agate. When Yuangsu heard that it was about the Usra Dharma form, he looked at Shuixian with a strange expression. So it was this thing, no wonder. Upon hearing this, Narcissus was first surprised, then suddenly understood. The so-called Sea Soul Agate is an ancient creature from the sea. After it dies, It solidifies in the special environment of the sea and forms a crystal similar to agate after hundreds of millions of years. Consuming it can greatly enhance the soul, enlighten the intelligence of living beings, and help cultivators open up their purple mansion sea of consciousness and strengthen their divine sense and will. But this kind of spiritual object is already at the 5th level. Even in the sea, there aren't many. I'll go back and search the Spirit Lord's treasury, hoping it hasn't taken all the sea soul agate. After hearing this, Narcissus spoke up. After she became a nascent soul cultivator, she became even lazier, and she didn't even bother to search through the treasure vault left behind by the Spirit Lord. However, Narcissus knew that before the Spirit Lord left, he took away many treasures from the sea. I still have half a piece left from my experiment. If you find another half, it will be enough to give a Xuan Yin Dao seed the strength of an alternative nascent soul to play a divine melody. Yuan Su, who is usually rather aloof, became unusually proactive after hearing Chen Mobai's idea. After all, if the divine melody is successfully performed, all the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect will benefit. 100 years later, Yuangsu will surely have reached the nascent soul stage, and perhaps he will be able to take that step. For now, it's best for the 4 of us to know about the sea soul agate, so as to avoid any unforeseen complications. After speaking, Qi Yuheng gave Yuan Su a word of advice, since it concerned the opportunity to transform into a nascent soul cultivator. He was afraid that some cultivators in the immortal sect who had reached the peak of core formation might lose their minds in order to hear the divine melody. Chen Mobai nodded, but his mind was already on Meng Huinger, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Given her aptitude, she'll probably never reach the nascent soul stage in her lifetime. Chen Mobai is definitely inclined to let her get this opportunity. After all, she's his woman. However, in that case, I would have to compete with Jiang Yuyuan. Hopefully, she'll be able to prove herself then. With that in mind, Qi Yuheng canceled the soundproofing barrier, and the 4 of them walked together to the gate. Although Yu Yi, Yu Zio, and the others had not yet all arrived, they still sat down and began to talk. That's just like when Dragon God Star was captured by the boundary gate before. After much discussion, this conclusion was reached. Next, the entrance exams for new students at the various academies and schools of the immortal sects began to focus on combat skills, selecting combat geniuses like Chen Mobai. The Immortal Affairs Hall needs to recharge the spirit stones used up in this war, ensure logistical reserves, and mobilize major arsenals to repair and maintain the Lingxiao Palace, the 4 symbols Dao Palace, the 4 heavenly gates, starships, and so on, so that they can be deployed at any time when the war begins. Chen Mobai, who is in charge of the Zhengfa Hall, also needs to find out all kinds of war magic weapons of the immortal sect in the next 100 years, practice them until they are proficient, and even send people to cooperate with the armory for repairs. After the discussion was completed, everyone dispersed according to their respective groups. Chen Mobai led Master Chengshuan, Wenren Zuwei, and the others to Wangxian Peak next door. This place is actually filled with 6th-tier spiritual energy. Wenren Zuwei landed on Wangxian Peak, sensed the amount of spiritual energy at the center, and was slightly surprised. Ancestor Kaixing is sentimental and did not take it back. My daughter comes here to stay for a while when she has free time. Chen Mobai spoke up, but both Master Chengshuan and Wenren Zuwei looked like they understood. Chen Ziohe, a mere core formation cultivator, had no need for 6th-order spiritual energy. This was clearly the property left to Chen Mobai by the White Light ancestor before he left. This war may start a little faster than expected, and the other worlds that we sense through the boundary gate are most likely already corrupted by the demon lord's demonic thoughts. Wenren Zuwei, who was connected to the great Chun tree, knew about the demon lord's demonic thoughts earlier in greater detail and in more detail than Chen Mobai. If it is truly an alien world corrupted by demonic thoughts, its strength is definitely not to be underestimated. The Pluto clan, which the immortal sect encountered, is an example. Wenren Zuwei said with a worried expression, Although the immortal sect now has the Lingxiao Palace, the past fierce wars that led to its establishment still make me very worried. We will send an advance team to investigate the other world. If it is indeed as powerful as Pluto, the Kaiyuan Palace plans to play the divine shock song. Chen Mobai mentioned this matter, but Heihun Agate did not reveal it. Without a nascent soul cultivator presiding over it, the effectiveness of the divine song of shock is probably not very good. Wenren Zuwei said very tactfully, "In the history of the immortal sect, there have been core formation cultivators who have played amazing melodies, but even if they played them until their minds were exhausted, they only achieved a superficial effect. It's all the same path after all. Hopefully, before the next war begins, all three of us can successfully achieve godhood." Chen Mobai spoke. Master Chengxuan is already at the half-step nascent soul stage. With the help of the resources obtained from Dragon God Star and the Tao fruit of the Jade Tree and the Pill Cauldron, he has upgraded his Red Heart Treasure Mirror to the 5th grade upper level, and there are signs of further improvement. However, his lifespan is running out, and he is currently planning to join forces with the Three Absolutes Master to refine a batch of longevity pills. "You should be fine, but I might not have enough time." Wenren Zuwei said something like this. Everyone in the immortal sect had full confidence in Chen Mobai's transformation into a god, which put a lot of pressure on him. "I just hope that the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan of the Daoda sect is as effective as the legends say." With the addition of the divine melody of the immortal sect and his solid foundation, he should be able to successfully transform into a god in one go. With that in mind, Chen Mobai spoke again about his desire to refine the Duluo 8 scenery lamp. "Since the immortal sect is about to encounter a demon-infected other world, I should not adhere to the rules. The sooner you refine the 8 views lamp of Duluo, the more time you will have to advance in the future, and you will also be able to focus on cultivation and become a god as soon as possible." At this moment, Master Chengxuan did not object. After all, in the face of the life and death of the immortal sect, the Tao fruit of the mere Pill Cauldron Jade Tree seemed somewhat unimportant. Inheritance is something that must be preserved in order to be passed down indefinitely. "Thank you for your understanding, Principal." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face lit up with joy. The three then discussed ideas on cultivating younger disciples before starting the war, strengthening exchanges between the two academies, and ideally, gaining a few more nascent soul cultivators. According to Chen Mobai's plan, Zhongli Tianyu would have no problem forming his nascent soul 100 years from now. There's also a Pei Qingshuang at Jumeng Taoist Academy. However, compared to Bushan and Kunpeng, the number of nascent soul cultivators in their two families is still small. Hopefully, some other hidden gems will emerge. After Wenren Zuwei left, Chen Mobai and Master Chengxuan used the void shift to land above Mount Chicheng. The two flew into the Wanbao cave and entered the yupping small world with practiced ease. After obtaining the insights gained from refining the Tao fruit related to the form of the lamp, Chen Mobai went to the weapon refining department of the Dance Weapon Academy. This place possesses all the most advanced equipment in the entire immortal sect for refining magical artifacts. Accompanied by Master Chengxuan, Chen Mobai inquired about everything he needed according to the contents of the Tao fruit he had just refined. After confirming that there were no problems, he took out the semi-finished Daoshui 8 scenery lamp. "Chunyang, this supreme treasure for refining demons might have been created through your hands specifically for this war." When Master Chengxuan saw the half-lit lamp in Chen Mobai's hand, he suddenly spoke. "Maybe." Chen Mobai, not understanding why, casually replied. "Do you need my help?" Master Chengxuan asked another question, but Chen Mobai shook his head, indicating that he wanted to rely on himself to refine a fifth-order magic weapon. Unlike the Heavenly River realm, the immortal sect here doesn't offer opportunities to freeload. Soon Master Chengxuan left, leaving Chen Mobai alone. He stood in the center of the weapon refining room, and first set up an array to isolate himself from making too much noise when he was processing fifth-tier materials. Soon after, the temperature inside the weapon refining room suddenly rose, as if the entire space was trembling. Chen Mobai carefully placed the white glass heavenly crystal and the 9 yang true fire stone into the refining furnace. His hand seals changed constantly, and complex runes formed around him before flying into the furnace to fuse with the two precious materials. The fifth-order furnace fire suddenly ignited, and the temperature inside the refining chamber soared once again. Time ticked by, but Chen Mobai remained vigilant. The white crystal and the 9 yang true fire stone within the furnace began to change, gradually merging with the 8 views of the Tashida heavenly lamp. I'd like to recommend Gu Zhenren's new book, Xiangong Kai Wu *, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Within the volcano, a celestial palace, a relic of ancient sages and great beings, yearns for a successor. His mother risked her life to obtain the celestial palace seal, which she left to Ningzhu before she died. My Buddha's heart is seal of demons. One who saves himself becomes a Buddha, one who saves others becomes a demon. Holding this seal allows one to imprint their mind's imprint, commanding mechanisms and creations with minimal burden. For ordinary people, commanding mechanisms places an extremely heavy mental burden on them, yet Ningzhu can command thousands with ease. Ningzhu, Mother, your son will certainly live up to your expectations and obtain that celestial palace. It is precisely. The fairy puppet possesses a mysterious spiritual connection. Its craftsmanship is ingenious, yet perfectly aligned with the truth. Opening up new horizons, the beauty of nature rivals that of the heavens. Ancient bells convey the laws and regulations, and moonlight dances beneath their clear glow. Its true form possesses all manifestations. Who in the human world can rival it? End of this chapter. Chapter 975, The 8 Views of Tashida Heaven, The 5 Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant 8K. Chapter 975, The 8 Views of Tashida Heaven, The 5 Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant 8K. Chen Mobai intently observed the changes within the refining furnace, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Even for someone of his status, he had only managed to collect one set of these 5th-tier materials. If he failed, he would likely be heartbroken for the rest of his life. Only when he actually started crafting a 5th-tier magical artifact did he realize how difficult it was. Due to a lack of sufficient samples and trials, all sorts of unexpected situations arose during the process. Therefore, a wealth of experience is essential for mastering the art of weapon crafting. For example, Master Chengxuan has crafted at least tens of thousands of magical artifacts throughout his life. He is thoroughly familiar with the problems that may arise during the crafting process of each type of artifact, and even the solutions. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had refined the Dao fruit on the pill cauldron jade tree in advance, thus making up for his lack of experience and skill. As time went on, the furnace fire in the refining room grew increasingly intense, reaching a temperature that even core formation cultivators could not withstand. However, Chen Mobai, possessing a fire spirit body, thrived in this environment, finding it extremely comfortable. He constantly adjusted the hand seals, precisely controlling the heat and the input of true energy to ensure that the materials could fuse in the best possible condition. The white crystal began to shimmer with light, and the 9 yang true fire stone released dazzling flames. Catalyzed by the furnace fire, the two, along with the half-cup of the 8 views of the Tashida heaven lamp, formed a wondrous resonance, attracting each other and gradually merging into one. This was a sign of successful refining, and a sense of joy rose in Chen Mobai's heart. However, based on Dao Guo's experience, he did not let his guard down but instead became even more focused, so as not to fail at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, a flame of Daoshuai fire was ignited on the wick of the lamp. Compared to other magical artifacts that require the cultivation of spirituality, the most unique feature of the Tashida 8 Views lantern is that its spirit is the flame. Chen Mobai had long ago refined 9 Duluo flames into it, nurturing the spirit of the flames. As the Duluo fire burned, the various materials of this lamp began to release their Taoist essence under the control of this celestial fire, merging into the purple-blue divine flame. Gradually, the originally weak flame spirit, as if after thousands of years of baptism, gradually grew stronger. At this moment, Chen Mobai's divine sense entered and began to guide the spirit of the flame, making it the core of the Duo 8 scenery lamp. This process required extremely precise control. Any slight error could lead to a decline in the quality of the magical artifact. His divine sense, like fine threads, traversed the space, stabilizing the spiritual essence while guiding it to permeate every corner of the 8 views lamp of the Duo continent. At the same time, his divine sense, like a blade, inscribed the restrictions related to this magical artifact in the purple-azure demon refining heavenly book. These restrictions were precisely the channels through which the spirit of fire flowed. As the spirit of fire was infused into the entire artifact, the Tushita 8 views lamp began to emit a faint purple-blue light, and even became faintly transparent, as if it had been thoroughly illuminated. With a crisp sound, the white glass crystal and the 9 yang true fire stone completely disappeared, merging entirely into the 8 views of the Tushita heavenly lamp. At this moment, the fifth-order spiritual veins of the entire Chicheng mountain were activated, and a vast and pure stream of fire spiritual energy poured in, making the weapon refining workshop seem to be situated on magma. Fortunately, everyone here had already evacuated, with only Master Chengxuan and a few weapon refining teachers remaining to guard it. Seeing the gathering of fifth-order spiritual energy, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This means the magical artifact has been successfully crafted. Chen Mobai, however, was completely absorbed in the refining process. His mind merged with the newly refined 8 scenery lamp of Daoshui. As his true energy circulated, he could feel every wisp of flame and every strand of spiritual energy flowing within the lamp. His luck was pretty good. This magic weapon was just completed and was already at the mid-grade level of the 5th rank. In the end, it did not disappoint the materials of the 5th rank and the Dao fruits refined from it. The Tushita 8 views lamp has a long, round handle. The handle is purplish gold, and the rounded lampshade resembles blooming crystal petals, smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint, warm luster. At the very center, a purplish-blue flame burns on the wick. This is the Tushita fire, the flame spirit of the magical artifact, constantly leaping and dancing. Chen Mobai injected his pure yang true energy, and soon a purple-blue Daoshui fire ignited. Then, through the lampshade, its power was amplified tenfold. Under the influence of the magical artifact's restrictions, the Daoshui fire absorbed and transformed the surrounding fire spiritual energy, turning it into a thin layer of flame light that enveloped Chen Mobai's entire body. This is a purple-green barrier that can block and purify various negative energies such as demonic energy and yin energy. Moreover, as long as Chen Mobai uses a Daoshui fire, he doesn't need to operate it himself. The spirit of the flame will continuously transform the surrounding fire spirit energy to maintain it. After trying the purple-green barrier, Chen Mobai also tested the Daoshui demon refining array. Having personally forged this magical artifact, Chen Mobai gained even greater control over it. With the assistance of the flame spirit, he ignited an additional Duo flame in addition to the original 6. The 7 purple-blue flames formed a powerful, enclosed demon refining space. Within this enclosed space, the Duo fire can reduce anything within it to ashes. Chen Mobai, who was extremely sensitive to the void, even sensed that the sealed area of the Daoshui demon refining array was another realm. Each wave forms a realm, and it is already faintly at the 6th level. However, in this state, Chen Mobai felt that his pure yang true energy had been consumed by 30% to 40% in just a short time. He immediately stopped trying, and looking at the exquisite Tushita 8 views lantern in his hand, which resembled a work of art, he couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. When the 8 views of the Duo mountain lantern reaches the 6th level, it can combine the purple-green barrier and the Duo demon refining array into one, at which point it can activate the divine power called Duo Heaven. This Tushita Heaven is actually equivalent to the Dharmadhatu. This is also the most powerful aspect of the magic weapon that Chen Mobai comprehended from the purple and green demon refining heavenly book. However, that is only the understanding of Qing Shi and Qing Jing. Chen Mobai believes that there may be even more content above the Tashita heaven, or even the Dharma realm on the complete purple and green heavenly book. Hopefully, when my cultivation breaks through to the nascent soul stage, I can gain even more by studying the 7 heavenly books of the immortal sect. With that in mind, Chen Mobai put the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern back. If you want to enhance the power of this magical artifact in the future, besides accumulating power over time and elevating the Daoshui fire spirit, you will have to find a way to collect 6th-tier materials yourself. Chen Mobai felt that the latter path was more suitable for him. In the Xuanhu sect of Nanju, there might be 6th-order white glass heavenly crystals and 9 yang true fire stones, etc. Moreover, the corpse of the dragon god star mother queen should be able to be refined into 6th-order purple gold flame copper. Thinking about it this way, Chen Mobai felt that upgrading the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern to the 6th level in the future didn't seem so difficult. He slowly withdrew his true energy and divine sense. The furnace fire gradually went out. The entire weapon refining room returned to calm, and finally he got up and left the seclusion. Have you mastered pure yang? Outside the door, Venerable Chengshuan was waiting with several core formation cultivators from the weapon crafting department. Among them was Hong Mengqi, who looked much older. When he saw him come out, he asked with an expectant look, "I'm lucky. I've successfully crafted my first 5th-tier magic weapon." Chen Mobai smiled slightly, took out the 8 views lamp of Daoshui from the realm, and handed it to Master Chengshuan, who accepted it with a slight excitement. You should know that in the immortal sect, it may take hundreds or even thousands of years for a new 5th-order magic weapon to be born. That is precisely why 5th-tier weapon refiners are so rare. Master Chengshuan was truly afraid that one day after he passed away, the Wuki Dao Academy, as the ancestral home of the immortal sect's weapon refining tradition, would be without a 5th-tier weapon refiner to oversee it. Now that Chen Mobai has successfully refined it, he can finally put his mind at ease. This is actually a mid-grade 5th rank. After taking it and examining it carefully, Master Chengshuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Several core formation cultivators from the weapon refining department nearby looked shocked and all gathered around. Luck, I was in a good state during the refining. Chen Mobai appeared humble on the surface, but secretly he transmitted his voice to Master Chengshuan, saying, "It's all thanks to the jade tree Dao fruit in the pill cauldron. Our ancestral master is amazing." After listening, Master Chengshuan nodded, and then handed the 8 views lantern of Daoshui to Hong Mengqi and others for their appreciation. I also refined a Dao fruit, but even with 6th-tier materials, I only managed to upgrade my Crimson Heart mirror to a 5th-tier high grade. You were able to refine the 8 scenery lantern of the Duluo continent into a 5th-tier mid-grade, which shows that you also have exceptional talent in weapon crafting and can absorb and refine Dao fruits much better. Master Chengshuan was the most qualified to speak on this matter, and in his telepathic message to Chen Mobai, there was a sigh mixed with a hint of relief. Even if he leaves on the spot now, he has nothing to worry about. "Oh, not at all, I'm still far from good enough." Chen Mobai continued to be modest. He knew that this was because he had used 5th-tier materials. However, after the magic weapon was formed, all the materials had been integrated into one, and the whole thing had the aura of a 5th-tier magic weapon. Without high-end equipment to identify it, it would be impossible to tell. The pure Yang's weapon refining techniques were learned from me. Meanwhile, Hong Mengqi was already boasting to the other core formation cultivators in the weapon refining department, showing off that he had taught a 5th-level weapon refiner. Give me a break. With Chun Yang's talent, he'd be at the 5th rank no matter who taught him. What credit do you have for that? Deng Daoyun, the head of the weapon forging department, showed no respect to Hong Mengqi and said something that made the latter jump up in anger, but he couldn't refute it. Yes, but I haven't seen you train Jingchun to become a 5th-level weapon refiner." Bayan Jingchun, who had just received the news and flown over, immediately turned pale, but upon seeing who was speaking, she dared not say anything. Everyone present had taught her when she was at the Taoist Academy. Seeing Hong Mengqi arguing with Deng Daoyun and the others while holding the 8 views lantern of the Duluo continent, Bayan Jingchen silently walked up to Chen Mobai and the other person and bowed to them. "It's been a long time, senior sister." Chen Mobai happened to overhear the conversation of the old men and greeted Bayan Jingchen with a slightly teasing tone. When he was learning weapon crafting from Hong Mengqi, Bayan Jingchen immediately called him junior brother, but Chen Mobai had never called her senior sister. The shout immediately made Bayan Jingchen blush, feeling quite embarrassed. "Haha, all right. Let's go to 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain first and finalize your 5th-tier weapon refiner title." When Master Chengshuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh, but he still spoke up to help Bayan Jingchen out of the predicament. Deng Daoyun reluctantly handed the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp to Chen Mobai, who took advantage of the moment when Hong Mengqi was arguing with the others to get his hands on the magical artifact. Because Ancestor Kaingsing was in seclusion, and the 5th Order title required the personal approval of a nascent soul cultivator, the only option was to find Qi Yuheng. Qi Yuheng didn't understand weapon crafting, but he could sense that the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp was indeed a 5th-tier item, so he signed it immediately. Not long after, the news that the master of the Righteous Law Hall had crafted the 8 scenery lantern of the Duluo Mountain and become another 5th-order weapon refiner spread throughout the entire immortal sect. Although everyone already knew that Chen Mobai's talent was unparalleled in the history of the immortal sects, they were still shocked when they saw this announcement. His cultivation speed is the best in the immortal sect. His sword talent is the best in the immortal sect. His formation mastery was already at the 5th level a long time ago, and now even his weapon crafting is at the 5th level. How can the difference between people be so great? It should be noted that even the legendary ancestor of the immortal sects, Kaingsing, only managed to raise his skills in weapon crafting and other immortal arts to the 5th rank after reaching the nascent soul stage. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he only managed to pass the 5th rank exam as a formation master. Especially in the art of weapon crafting, it's not something that can be mastered just by talent. It requires experience and practical training, and it takes hundreds of attempts and the creation of tens of thousands of works to achieve mastery. But Chen Mobai still easily passed the 5th level exam. It can only be said that some people cannot be described as human. "He's a monster." Chen Mobai was very humble and low-key about this. After all, he knew that he was able to master the 8 views of the Tushita heaven entirely through refining the Tao fruit. Based on his actual skill level, he could probably only refine it to a 4th grade high quality. So after he mastered the 8 views of the Duluo Monastery, apart from having Master Chengshuan and Master Qi Yuheng assess his skills to confirm his 5th order level, he spent the rest of his time in seclusion under the pretext of consolidating his experience from this weapon forging session. After returning to the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai reassembled the 5 Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant in the 1 Yuan secret realm. This ritual implement was originally detachable, so it was easily reassembled after acquiring the purifying red string. However, even if this magical artifact is reconstructed, it is only a low-grade 5th-order artifact, which is rather uninteresting to Chen Mobai, who has just mastered the 8 views of the Duluo Temple. But after carefully refining it with the Kantonki, he discovered a pleasant surprise. The original Tianyuan Pearl only had a 5th-order defensive light shield and a 5th-order spiritual vein, but after being combined with the 5 Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant, it was able to use the 5 Directions Jade Pendant to unleash the 5 Elements Divine Light. This 5 Elements Divine Light is also at the 5th level, and is considered one of the most common combat techniques of the 5 Elements attribute. A round of 5 Elements Divine Light attack on an opponent may not be as effective as a single strike by Chen Mobai using the Myriad Swords avatar to wield the purple lightning sword, but for him, it can serve as a bridge between attacks and save time. When Zhao Yuli was a guest in Baiyuan City before, Chen Mobai learned from her how to cultivate the Hunyuan five elements extinction divine thunder, which is to condense the five elements 10 thunders with the five elements divine light. However, because Chen Mobai had many fighting methods, he was not so eager for the primordial five elements extinction divine lightning, so he did not waste time on it. Now that he has the five extremes heavenly heart pendant, Chen Mobai has essentially cultivated the five elements divine light to the 5th level. This instantly gave him a strong motivation to cultivate the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder. After all, the first half of the journey has already been completed, and it would feel like a waste not to continue cultivating. Moreover, the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder is even more powerful, becoming the most powerful, great five elements extinction divine ray of the One Yuan Dao Palace. According to Su Zilu, when the Mingzan went up the Five Emperors Mountain, his physical body was turned into dust by this move. If he hadn't possessed the ghost embryo reincarnation technique, the grass on his grave would have grown into a forest. The method for cultivating the great five elements extinction divine light ray is to use powerful divine sense, and the method of sword practice to condense the primordial five elements extinction divine light into a single strand. Chen Mobai already possessed these qualities. If one were to master this technique at the nascent soul stage, even if they were to encounter a Mingzan in the future, they might be able to frighten him into turning and running away. After mastering the five extremes heavenly heart pendant, Chen Mobai went to the divine tree secret realm again. He persistently used the devouring God technique to absorb the wandering spiritual consciousness of the great Tao tree, but after this refinement, he found that his spiritual consciousness had only been enhanced slightly. Since I still need to refine the lamp-burning technique, I did the math and found that it would be faster to meditate and cultivate under the jade phoenix tree. After realizing this, Chen Mobai sighed. After his spiritual consciousness broke through to the late nascent soul stage, the great Tao tree finally became useless to him. This made Chen Mobai, who was used to rapid advancement, feel somewhat uncomfortable. There is a heavenly venerable Tao fruit among the great Tao tree, but I dare not refine it. After replenishing the heaven-slaying sword intent, Chen Mobai left the divine tree secret realm. Myriad transformations, immortal city. After giving Yi Qing's floating cloud sword a second check and maintenance in the sword washing pool, Chen Mobai went to find Qing Nu. The formula for the purple spirit pill has been adjusted, but it's only for the 2nd tier. The refining of the 3rd and 4th tiers may need to be improved again. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu joined forces to refine 7 batches of purple spirit pills. After personally consuming them, they finally completed the improvement of the pill formula. I just need to improve the 3rd tier ones. As for the 4th tier ones, I'll be taking them anyway, so the poison doesn't matter to me. Chen Mobai said that the 3rd tier purple spirit pill could be taken by Qing Nu. Although she had some means to neutralize the poison of the pill, she had no way to deal with the poison in the raw materials of the purple spirit pill. If it can be completely improved, it would be better to improve it completely. The alchemists of the 5 elements sect in later generations certainly do not have this ability. Qing Nu spoke up, not because she looked down on the local alchemists, but because it was impossible for an alchemist like her to appear in the eastern wilderness again. It's a pity that Yan Shayan has left. He was quite skilled at improving the prescriptions and replacing the medicinal materials. Qing Nu said with a hint of regret. Being able to become a 4th-level alchemist in an environment like the eastern wilderness and independently complete the improvement of the infant nourishing pill is something even Qing Nu greatly admires about Yan Shayan's alchemy skills. If he were in a celestial sect, Yan Shayan might have formed his nascent soul or even become a 5th-order alchemist. Take your time. That was all Chen Mobai could say. After waiting for some time in the myriad transformations immortal city, Chen Mobai finally saw the batch of pure yang condensing true pills produced. When he was fighting against the demonic incarnation of the Mingzan, he used 2 drops of his essence blood, one of which was even his heart's blood, which damaged his vital essence. This batch of pure yang condensing true pills besides enhancing his cultivation, also replenished his vital energy and essence. In addition, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was also produced. Both yield 10 pills of the highest quality. After Chen Mobai took it, he went to Baiyuan City to inform the people of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce. Although they had made an agreement with Xingji, no one knew how far the war between the righteous and the demonic paths would develop. What if Xingxiandao sect was unlucky and became the primary target of the demonic path? Therefore, Chen Mobai still wanted to get his hands on the Three Lights divine water as soon as possible. At least the resources for King Nu's nascent soul formation should be prepared in advance. The Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce was in charge of the Baiyuan City area under the care of Xiuxian, an acquaintance of Chen Mobai. However, she was unaware of this transaction, which clearly indicated that she was of a lower status. Shortly after the news was relayed back to Dongyu, 3 nascent soul cultivators unexpectedly arrived from the Xingshan Dao sect. "Brother Xingshan, aren't you taking this a bit too seriously?" Chen Mobai looked at Xing Chen, who was leading the team, and Xing Huixingshuan behind him, and couldn't help but say something. "It's just a few pills of the core formation elixir. The eastern wilderness under sect leader Chen is a peaceful and prosperous place, but the outside world is not. It's better to be cautious." Master Xingchen, however, was not embarrassed at all. He smiled with his chubby face and squinted, and accepted the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill handed over by Chen Mobai with both hands. "Junior sister, please take a look too." Master Xingchen was highly skilled in alchemy and often assisted in refining the Three Lights divine water. After examining the 7 golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills in the bottle, he handed them to Xingxuan beside him with satisfaction. Xingxuan nodded. Not long ago, she had successfully refined a batch of Three Lights divine water on her own, making her a key alchemist being cultivated by the Xingshan Dao sect. These are all top-grade pills, truly worthy of being the work of Master Dangxia. Xingxuan carefully examined each golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill 3 times, and Yu Rong exclaimed in slight amazement. "Sect leader Chen, please accept this." After both of them checked and confirmed there were no problems, Xingchen took out a bottle of Three Lights divine water. Chen Mobai also inspected it in person. This would be considered impolite in the immortal sects, but it was common practice here. If a problem wasn't settled in person, they would never acknowledge it again once they stepped out of this door. After accepting the Three Lights divine water, Chen Mobai invited Xingchen and the other 2 to dinner, but they shook their heads, saying they were in a hurry to go back. "Hopefully, these pills will allow our sect to gain 1 or 2 more core formation cultivators." Chen Mobai personally escorted the 3 of them to the large teleportation array, and Xingchen Shangren spoke up. "Whether the 2 parties will continue to cooperate in the future depends on the effectiveness of this golden elixir. The 5 Element sect's large teleportation array is not connected to the Star Heaven Dao sect, so after Venerable Xingchen arrives in Dongyi, he still needs to fly to Golden Crow Immortal City. On this journey, he may encounter tribulation cultivators. Because we are currently in a period of great conflict between good and evil, many hidden old demons have come out of seclusion to plunder. They all wanted to take advantage of the time when the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect and most of the righteous cultivators in the eastern lands were tied up by the Mingzun and the ghost gods to plunder some small sects or kill some cultivators with abundant essence to refine demonic artifacts. For this reason, the Star Heaven Dao sect directly sent 3 nascent soul cultivators to this transaction. After returning to Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai also sensed the signs of an impending chaotic world. The already crowded city of Baiyuan was now flooded with even more people. "Sect leader, most of these are cultivators from Eastern Wu." Yi Yun explained that after the 5 Elements sect informed Dongwu of the news of the war between the righteous and the demonic forces, they originally wanted the local cultivation families to organize a defensive line to protect their homes. However, those powerful families were better off. Their foundations had been established in Eastern Wu for thousands of years, and spiritual veins were difficult to relocate. So they joined forces and sailed their treasure ship fleet to the sea, forming an alliance. However, the other small and medium-sized families basically packed up their businesses and fled to the eastern wilderness with most of their elite members. These were mostly foundation establishment or even core formation cultivators who personally led their teams. They had already purchased properties in various immortal cities in the eastern wilderness long ago, so Yun couldn't easily stop them. It wasn't just these cultivation families. The independent cultivators of Eastern Wu ran even faster. They had no estate. All their wealth was stored in their storage bags. The Wind and Rain Immortal City, which is connected to the Eastern Wu teleportation array, is now overcrowded. Because many independent cultivators from Eastern Wu do not have enough spirit stones to purchase property in the Eastern Wilderness, they are not approved to enter the country by the Five Elements sect and can only stay in Fengyu Immortal City, an open city with no entry visa. Several times, rogue cultivators from Eastern Wu caused trouble, and some cultivators, who were used to living wildly in Eastern Wu, even committed murder and robbery in secret. The Five Elements sect naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Coincidentally, Mo Duguang was currently in charge of Fengyu Immortal City. He personally killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from Eastern Wu and hung their heads at the city gate, immediately stabilizing the situation. This is outrageous. Eastern Wu is their homeland, yet they simply fled when faced with a foreign enemy. Chen Mobai was very dissatisfied after hearing this. If Eastern Wu is easily conquered, Eastern Wilderness will have to face the demonic path and the myriad demons of the Desolate Sea, which will definitely not be a good thing for their Five Elements sect. Fortunately, those large families were sensible. In fact, the largest families in Dongwu have also sent their core members to Baiyuan City. It's not just Dongwu, the same thing is happening in Dongyi. Most of them have flocked to my sect's Mingjing Immortal City. The 16 golden core forces have come to Baiyuan City to buy houses like crazy, preparing for their future, which has caused another surge in housing prices. Yun spoke again, and after hearing this, Chen Mobai felt deeply that the locals were all too lacking in integrity. The demonic path and the monster race haven't even landed yet, but they've already made arrangements for their retreat. Summon the heads of the major families from Dongwu in Baiyuan City. I will personally explain the pros and cons to them. Chen Mobai thought about it and felt that the Eastern Wu side might lack confidence in defending their territory. After all, they only had core formation cultivators at most, so he needed to give them some confidence. If necessary, the Five Elements sect may even personally lead a large army of cultivators into Eastern Wu to help them slay demons and protect their homeland. Sect leader Chen, we also want to protect our homeland, but we are not strong enough. This is not a war against the demonic beasts of Yunmeng Marsh, but against the demonic forces with nascent soul cultivators and the myriad demons of the Desolate Sea. Yes, my ancestor has led the family's elite forces and 10 ancestral treasure ships to patrol the coastline, but how long can they hold out? Although our major families in Dongwu are the most renowned, we only have tens of thousands of cultivators combined. Hundreds of thousands of Dongwu rogue cultivators have fled to Yunmeng Marsh, and even to your sect's Fengyu Immortal City, on the border. If these rogue cultivators join forces with us, we might be able to build an even more powerful war formation to resist nascent soul cultivators. Those cultivators from small families are even worse than humans. They run faster than rogue cultivators. After hearing what Chen Mobai said, the person in charge of the 8 major families of Dongwu and Baiyuan City was very happy that the Five Elements sect was willing to provide support, but he still had a lot of grievances to complain about. For them, even if they managed to escape to the eastern wilderness, all the spiritual veins, foundations, and mines they had accumulated over thousands of years would be reduced to ashes and become supplies for the enemy. So even knowing it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they still united and formed the most powerful treasure ship fleet on the coastline of the Desolate Sea, combining them into a war formation to defend it to the death. Is there no one left in the Sun family? After everyone had finished speaking, Chen Mobai noticed that there was no representative from the Sun family, whom he was most familiar with, and couldn't help but ask. Patriarch Sun Huanglong took the lead and rallied all our families through the alliance. The formation of the treasure ship fleet along the coastline was mainly due to his efforts. The Lu family leader who spoke had a complicated expression. Over the years, they had subtly replaced the Sun family as the leader of Eastern Wu, but in the face of this war, their Lu family had split into two factions. One faction wanted to stay and protect their homes, while the other wanted to take their family property and flee to the eastern wilderness. The Lu family patriarch was also caught in a dilemma, wanting to live but not wanting to give up his family's millennia-old legacy. It wasn't just him. The other major families were in a similar situation. But at this moment, Sun Huanglong, in his previous capacity as the leader of the Eastern Wu Alliance, issued an order, resolving to lead the Sun family members to live and die with Eastern Wu, and took the lead in leading the Sun family's treasure ship fleet to the desolate sea. With Sun Huanglong's lead and encouragement, the other 8 families gritted their teeth and decided to fight first. After all, they knew that the 5-element sect would not stand idly by and watch Eastern Wu fall. What if we manage to hold out with the support of the 5-element sect? Behind them lies their homeland and the legacy passed down from their ancestors, making it worth the struggle. However, in order to avoid total annihilation, they still sent people to Donghuang to purchase properties as a backup plan. These powerful families of Eastern Wu still had some backbone. Chen Mobai was very satisfied after listening. I understand. I will release a new policy shortly. After listening to the complaints of the leaders of the 8 major families, Chen Mobai decided to support them with practical actions. Soon, Yun announced the new entry regulations throughout the entire territory of the 5-element sect. The regulations stipulate that each household of foreigners owning property in Donghuang is limited to a maximum of 5 people residing there permanently. All others will be considered on tourist visas and will be deported if they stay more than 30 days. Tourist visas can only be applied for a maximum of 3 times. Applications exceeding this limit will be temporarily suspended. Starting today, visa-free entry and exit cities such as Fengyu Xiancheng and Mingjing Xiancheng will be abolished. Each foreign national will be allowed to stay for a maximum of 15 days. Those who exceed this period will be deported. End of this chapter. Chapter 976, The Great Battle of the God Transformation. Chapter 976, The Great Battle of the God Transformation. As soon as Chen Mobai issued his new decree, the entire eastern wilderness was in an uproar. The fleeing cultivators and members of small families from Eastern Wu had faces that alternated between pale and flushed. Some were angry, some were panicked, and others were pondering a solution. The 5-element sect is too ruthless. We fled here, and now they want to drive us away. A foundation establishment cultivator said indignantly that he was considered a powerful figure in Eastern Wu, and even when he went to the 8 great families, he was always treated as an honored guest. However, the housing prices in Baiyuan City, where they wanted to settle down, were too high, so they had been renting. Now, according to the new policy, these foreigners who rented houses would also be affected. The 5-element sect's move is clearly intended to force us to return and resist the demonic path and the demon race, but how can we, as rogue cultivators, be a match for them? Another female cultivator said anxiously. The meaning behind this newly issued order is quite clear. However, even with their fervent fervor, they were powerless to resist the policies of the 5-element sect, the overlord of the eastern wilderness. At night, leaders of many independent cultivators and patriarchs of small families in Baiyuan City of Eastern Wu held a secret gathering. I have received information that Immortal Chen has summoned the people of the 8 major families of Eastern Wu today. They must want to force us back to be cannon fodder. The 5-element sect certainly doesn't want us all to flee to the eastern wilderness. Once Eastern Wu falls, the 5-element sect will also find it difficult to remain unscathed. They need us to go back, even if it's just to buy us a little time. Damn it, is there no place for us in this vast world? Amid the clamor, some stepped forward, expressing their willingness to lead everyone back to Eastern Wu. Compared to being alone and isolated, they could at least negotiate with the powerful families by uniting together. This group mainly consists of people from small and medium-sized families who own businesses in Dongwu. Under pressure from the Five Elements sect, they are willing to leave a few core disciples in Baiyuan City and take the rest of their family cultivators back to try their luck. Leading the group was a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a blue robe. He was the head of the Shen family of Dongwu, with a cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment, and his name was Shen Feng. "Gentlemen," Shen Feng said in a deep voice, "while the Five Elements sect's actions are harsh, they are not without reason. We have all fled here, and after the fall of Eastern Wu, we will all be conscripted to continue fighting. We can't just keep fleeing eastward. The teleportation array there is in the hands of the Five Elements sect, and going through the desolate ruins is a dead end. Why don't we form a team and go back to protect our homeland? The Five Elements sect will surely lend a hand, and perhaps we can really keep the enemy out." His words stirred something in the hearts of some independent cultivators and members of small families. Indeed, the main reason they fled here was because the eastern wilderness was the safest place on the entire eastern border. However, if Eastern Wu falls, this place will also become a battlefield. As outsiders here with no roots, if the Five Elements sect fights against the demons, they will definitely be forcibly conscripted to the front line. Patriarch Shen is right, we cannot give up like this. Even if we die in battle, we must die on our homeland. A young cultivator stepped forward. He was a plant arranged by Shen Feng. He spoke enthusiastically, and quite a few young cultivators were persuaded. Soon, this sentiment of returning to resist began to spread among many cultivators. But some people remained indifferent and dismissive. After the gathering ended, their conversation reached Yi Yun, who then summoned Shen Feng and praised his actions. Encouraged, Shen Feng returned and organized many cultivators from Dongwu to return to Dongwu via the flying boats arranged by the Five Elements sect, and join the Dongwu Alliance. However, this group only accounts for less than 30%. 1/10 of the people try to buy houses and settle down in the most remote and cheapest immortal city in the eastern wilderness, determined to survive. However, apart from them, the other cultivators of the eastern barbarians also thought of this. As the war approached, the housing prices in every immortal city in the eastern wilderness skyrocketed one after another. Only a minority of cultivators can afford to buy a house, even just a down payment. So the remaining 50–60% of cultivators simply drift along, waiting for the deadline to arrive and for the Five Elements sect to expel them. Some people simply disappeared into the major immortal cities of the eastern wilderness, concealing their cultivation, changing their appearance, and hiding in the deep mountains of the eastern wilderness or in the mortal world. Chen Mobai had no way to deal with this. After all, the Five Elements sect didn't have many people, and the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array only covered a small part of the eastern wilderness. In places with spiritual veins, they could detect the traces of cultivators who absorbed spiritual energy for cultivation. But if they really went to a god-forsaken, spiritless place, or even just an ordinary first-order spiritual vein, there was nothing they could do. However, Chen Mobai still dispatched the patrol troops of the Five Elements sect's punishment hall to patrol the entire eastern wilderness. The policy had just been issued, and they needed to make their stance clear, giving the major families of Eastern Wu more confidence. In addition, Chen Mobai is also piecing together the spiritual vein maps offered by the major families of Dongwu, preparing to set up some powerful formations for Dongwu according to local conditions, so that they can be connected with the heavenly curtain and earthly network of the eastern wilderness. He has worked diligently to develop the Five Elements sect for the past 100 years, and only has 120,000 disciples. When facing demons, he must proceed cautiously and steadily, and it would be best to have formations set up to accompany each step forward. This allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, while also ensuring the safety of personnel. If the grand formation is set up in a sophisticated manner, after the war, the Eastern Wu region can be brought under the control of the five elements sect in a logical manner. However, the people of Eastern Wu have a very strong sense of territory, and many of these spiritual vein maps are incomplete, which makes Chen Mobai frown. He summoned the head of the spirit vein department of the five elements sect, pointed to the blank areas on the map, and ordered them to send people to conduct on-site surveys and examine the attributes of the spirit veins, as well as the terrain, mountains, rivers, and so on. After giving these instructions, Chen Mobai issued an order for the elite disciples of the five elements sect to assemble, and he himself went to Fengyu, immortal city, in person. Mo Duguang led the disciples of the five elements sect in daily practice of the five elements Dao soldiers. The huge Zhengjin Dao soldiers stood on the surface of Yunmeng's lake, roaring with thousands of sword energies and filling the sky with sword light, making the cultivators in the immortal city both excited and apprehensive. The cultivators of the eastern wilderness were naturally excited, as they were proud to have the protection of the five elements sect. The Dongwu cultivators were filled with anxiety, as the 15 days were fast approaching, and most of them would be expelled from the country. Although they could hide in the vast Yunmeng marsh, even the five elements sect wouldn't be able to find them. But in that case, they would need to be wary of everything. Because every cultivator knows that in times of war, the most dangerous people are often one's comrades. Those raiding sects would plunder lone cultivators in droves, and even ambush treasure ships carrying out attacks on minor cultivation families. And this is already happening. Senior Brother Mo, I'd like to trouble you to lead the 5 battalions of cultivators to this Golden Peak slope first. Within the immortal city of wind and rain, Chen Mobai began to deploy his troops based on the existing map of the Eastern Wu spiritual veins. He divided the cultivators of the 5 elements sect into battalions. A battalion consists of 6,000 people, because 5,000 cultivators can evolve into 5 elements Dao soldiers, plus 1,000 mobile reserves to replenish them at any time, which can maximize their combat effectiveness. Jinfengpo in Dongwu is a 4th-tier spiritual land, the territory of the Jin family, a major family in Dongwu. It is located between the coastal border and Huangwu Immortal City, the core of Dongwu, and its location is very important. Mo Duguang's 5 battalions each had 5 core formation cultivators: Ning Leshan, Mu Yuan, Luo Zuer, Sheng Jiaxi, and Zhuo Ming, who happened to be practicing the 5 elements technique. After arriving at Jinfengpo, we will use it as the center and select these spiritual veins to set up a large array. I have already told Minger how to set up the formation, and she will lead her battalion of disciples to complete it. This will serve as our sect's base for fighting against those demons. There is another 4th-tier spiritual land, Xiaoqing Ridge, which is also in a very important location. I will personally lead the 5 battalions of cultivators from the sect to oversee it. Chen Mobai had previously sent Song Huangda to lead the water vein disciples of the 5 elements sect to the coast of Eastern Wu to gather information. Fortunately, the aura of the demons was very obvious, and they were able to detect it from a great distance on the sea. Song Huangda also brought many disciples from the puppet department and placed some puppets that Chen Mobai had improved in various places in the sea area near Dongwu. As long as a chi that exceeds the 3rd level appears, the message will be sent to the nearest Tangxiani, so that the 5 elements sect can grasp whether the demon nascent soul has arrived. After receiving the order, Mo Duguang led the 5 elements sect's army into action. This move also gave hope to many of the rogue cultivators from Eastern Wu who had been living in the wind and rain immortal city with their faces ashen. If they are driven out of the 5 elements sect's territory, they will definitely become targets of the calamity cultivators. Rather than that, they might as well follow the 5 elements sect's army back to their hometown. After all, even if the war is lost, the demon's first target will definitely be to hunt down the 5 elements sect and the major families of Eastern Wu, who might be able to escape. Moreover, if even the 5 elements sect can't stop them, then facing demons will definitely be more dangerous for them than facing cultivators who have undergone tribulations. After figuring this out, many of the independent cultivators from Eastern Wu who were stranded in Fengyu Immortal City immediately began to contact each other, forming groups of fellow villagers and organizing one after another of these scattered soldiers and warriors, who then followed the five-element sect army back to Eastern Wu. After learning of this, Chen Mobai made the five-element sect open its doors wide, and hundreds of treasure ships were used to transport them back to Eastern Wu at almost cost price. Time flies, and a year has passed quickly. The war between good and evil in the East, after an initial period of probing, quickly escalated into its most brutal phase. Perhaps because Yi Qing was enraged by the ambush, Yuan Qing personally fought several battles with the true form of Mingzun. The battle between the two nascent soul cultivators was undoubtedly thrilling and earth-shattering. Yuan Qing lived up to his reputation as the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent. Wielding a long sword, the sword light was like a waterfall. Every strike forced Mingzun's figure to become illusory, flickering and shimmering, and he dared not take the blow head-on. However, as one of the top 15 people in the Heavenly River realm and the Lord of the Eastern Demonic Path, Mingzun was naturally not an easy opponent. As the wheel of reincarnation hung high in the sky, a jet-black magic wand in his hand unleashed endless magical light, colliding with Yuan Qing's sword energy and erupting with a deafening roar. The two clashed with their supreme techniques, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the winds to surge. The border between the Eastern Land and the Eastern Li was a vast, uninhabited area, the result of tens of thousands of years of relentless battles between the top cultivators of the righteous and demonic paths. With the blessing of the Wheel of Reincarnation, the Venerable One seemed to have brought the ghosts and spirits of the underworld to the mortal realm, and his own cultivation level soared to its peak, reaching the heights of his previous life. Under these circumstances, the ghosts and spirits from the underworld thrived, not only escaping the suppression of mortal rules, but also causing great discomfort to the true Lord Wuchen of the moral sect. However, the two nascent soul cultivators from the righteous path were at a higher level, so they were still able to cope with, or even suppress, this situation. Each battle between the four nascent soul cultivators tore through the void, and anything caught in the fray would be reduced to dust. Yuan Qing's swordsmanship was extremely fierce, each strike containing the purest and most refined 9 heavens demon-subduing true qi, enough to cleave mountains and rivers, while Mingzun's magic wand was a supreme treasure of the demonic path, reaching the netherworld and the 9 springs, its demonic light containing extreme cold and profundity, each strike seemingly capable of devouring all living beings. The battle lasted for a full month, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, Yuan Qing and Wuchen Zhenjun gradually felt the pressure. The samsara disk could connect to the netherworld, causing the rules of the human world to be suppressed here. This gave the Mingzun and the ghost gods the advantage of having their own territory, and each of their attacks consumed a large amount of their vital energy. Although the nascent soul stage cultivators are one with heaven and earth and possess inexhaustible true energy, the surrounding spiritual energy is now mixed with netherworld energy, requiring them to expend considerable mental energy during the refining process. As a result, in the protracted battle, the two righteous nascent soul stage cultivators experienced a decline in their energy levels first. Yuan Qing looked up at the high-hanging wheel of reincarnation, and the phantom of a mountain peak and pagoda appeared in his eyes. Then, an amazing burst of immortal light burst from his pupils and pierced the sky. Upon seeing this scene, Mingzun's expression changed slightly. He waved his magic wand in the air, and countless demonic energies condensed into black clouds, attempting to block the celestial light. However, this attack already possessed the power of a 6th-tier weapon. His demonic energy dissipated completely amidst the earth-shattering roar, and the wheel of reincarnation was also smashed to a standstill, causing a gap to appear in the netherworld. Amidst the deafening roar, the rules of the mortal realm were shattered, and the Mingzun's face paled slightly. At that moment, Yuan Qing's flying sword pierced his head, but Mingzun's figure instantly split into several phantoms, dodging this fatal blow. Yuan Qing's eyes gleamed with divine light, undeterred by Mingzun's illusion. Her flying sword danced in the air, its sword energy like a dragon, transforming into streaks of dark yellow light that enveloped Mingzhen's true form. A look of seriousness appeared in Mingzhen's eyes. He knew that if Yuan Kink's sword pierced him, no amount of defense would be effective. Daring not to be careless, he could only raise the netherworld staff in his hand and meet the attack with all his might. The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. In this epic battle, both Yuan Kink and Mingzhen displayed their unparalleled skills. Overall, Yuan Kink was still superior, since Mingzhen had already used the sixth-order reincarnation disc, while he had only borrowed a strike from the Tangshan refining tower from a distance. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Chen. I can feel that the spirituality of the floating cloud sword is even stronger than before. Yi Qing, who came from the eastern lands, took out his natal flying sword from the sword-washing pool. Feeling the touch in his palm as if it were an extension of his own arm, and sensing the spirituality that was almost at the fifth level, his expression showed a slight surprise. It's mainly because your golden light grass is very effective. Chen Mobai smiled and said that after Yi Qing returned, he sent over a fifth-tier peak golden light grass. Under the effect of the sword cleansing pool, the medicinal effect was perfectly brought out, greatly increasing the spirituality of the floating cloud sword. There's one more thing. Junior sister Yuan successfully formed her nascent soul, but she couldn't come because she was consolidating her realm. She asked me to express her gratitude on her behalf. Yi Qing's words made Chen Mobai very happy. After all, he and Yuan Jin are friends. My junior sister said she owes you a great favor for this matter, and if you need anything in the future, just let her know. Yi Qing conveyed Yuan Zhen's meaning, but Chen Mobai shook his head. The infant nourishing pill given to Yuan Zhen was not only to thank Yi Qing for drawing his sword at Huiyuan Palace, but also because Chen Mobai owed Yuan Zhen a favor regarding the matter with Bingyun Shangren. After all, if it weren't for her, the holy maiden of the nine heavens demon-slaying sect, coming in person, the five elements sect wouldn't have been able to make Master Bingyun retreat so easily. In that case, here are 30 top-grade spirit stones as a token of my appreciation. Seeing that Chen Mobai was not accepting the favor, Yi Qing probably understood why, and immediately took out a storage bag. Haha, then I'll gladly accept your offer. Chen Mobai accepted the money and goods, which was the cleanest way to go. He accepted Yi Qing's spirit stones to cultivate his sword and Yuan Zhen's spirit stones to give him the infant nourishing pill. The two lines disappeared from then on. Brother Chen, after I go back, I will also be participating in the great battle between good and evil. At this moment, Yi Qing said these words, and then he gripped the floating cloud sword, his aura gradually rising, and soon broke through that barrier. Chen Mobai saw a faint, mysterious light emanating from the floating cloud sword, as ethereal as flowing clouds, yet possessing a sharpness that could cut through everything. At this moment, the floating cloud sword actually used Yi Qing's breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage, officially advancing to the 5th rank. This scene left Chen Mobai deeply moved. Yi Qing is just like the protagonist in a fantasy novel. Brother Yi, thousands of years from now, the name Floating Clouds will be no less prestigious than Great Harmony. Chen Mobai said sincerely, but Yi Qing smiled slightly, clasped her hands in farewell, and then transformed into a sword light and disappeared from the spot. After Yi Qing left, Qing Nu flew over. Although Yi Qing's breakthrough was only momentary, the terrifying and vast sword energy and intent made all the cultivators in the myriad transformations immortal city feel oppressed. As expected of the Holy Land's Tao child, with such talent, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, King Nu looked surprised. Yi Qing's talent ranks among the top 5, even in the history of the immortal sects. Thousands of years from now, we will all become gods. In response, Chen Mobai said something with great confidence, and Qing Nu nodded firmly after hearing it. As the great war between good and evil raged in the east, large groups of demon armies began to emerge from the Xuanhai and Huanghai seas, landing on the coastlines of Dongyi and Dongwu. On the eastern barbarian side, the Xingtian Dao sect, led by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Xingyun Shangren, settled in Jinwu Immortal City. In addition, there are 3 nascent soul cultivators from the 5 heavenly veins. Compared to the Eastern Wu region, the Golden Crow Immortal City had 7 nascent soul cultivators stationed there, making it far more powerful than the 5-element sect on the eastern border. The 16 major Golden Core forces of the Eastern barbarians, who had bought houses in the 5-element sect long ago, responded to the call of the sun-bathing sea and came to the Golden Crow Immortal City to provide support. Zhou Yi, who was stationed in Mingjing Immortal City, and Ku Zhu from Kongsang Valley were also summoned. They naturally wouldn't go against the tide, but they also didn't personally lead their disciples to Golden Crow Immortal City. Instead, they set up a defensive line on the coastline of their own territory. For tens of thousands of years, the Dongyi cultivators have been fighting against the demons of the Xuanhai, and they have long been experienced in this kind of situation. Within a short period of time, a defensive formation was established with Jinwu Immortal City as its core, covering most of the coastline of Dongyi. At this time, many cultivators from the eastern continent's border regions felt that the 5-element sect was, after all, a newly rising power, and its foundation was still inferior to that of the bathing sun sea. However, despite saying that, not many people actually sold their houses in the eastern wilderness and went to the Golden Crow Immortal City. After all, nobody's stupid. Located between Eastern Wu and Eastern Yi, the eastern wilderness was a safe rear area as long as neither border fell. Although the Golden Crow Immortal City has 7 nascent soul cultivators stationed there, it is located on the seashore directly facing the Xuanjia royal court. If the nascent soul Old Dragon were to make a move, that place would be even more dangerous than the eastern land, which is uninhabited for thousands of miles. That day, Chen Mobai received news that the main structure of Zhu Ming's grand array had been completed, and nodded with slight relief. Under the threat of war, manpower became extremely cheap, and many independent cultivators who followed the 5-element sect's army were willing to work for free as long as the 5-element sect did not expel them. Thanks to this, Zhu Ming was able to complete the setup of the Duluo Demon refining array, and the myriad rivers returning to the sea array on the land of Eastern Wu so quickly. Both of these formations can reach the 5th rank, but due to time constraints and the limitations of spiritual veins, they are only at the 4th rank on the Eastern Wu land. However, a 4th-order grand formation is barely enough to deal with opponents who haven't reached the nascent soul stage. After all, there is no time now for the 5-element sect to integrate the spiritual veins of Eastern Wu and synthesize them into 5th-order spiritual veins using the Earth Network Array. After the demon race emerged from the surface of the Xuanhai Sea, the same naturally happened in the Huanghai Sea. As if they had agreed beforehand, both sides began their simultaneous attacks. Thanks to Song Huangda's accurate intelligence, the treasure ship fleet of the Eastern Wu Alliance intercepted tens of thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the sea in time. Soon, fierce battles broke out on the coastlines of Eastern Wu and the desolate sea. In a very short time, it has already become a great success. Chen Mobai stood on the highest peak of Xiaokingling in Dongwu, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through layers of clouds and mist, looking towards the distant coastline. Amidst the flashes of silver light, his figure, standing atop the mountain, suddenly emerged as a phantom, seemingly transcending the limitations of space, traversing thousands of miles in an instant and arriving above the battlefield. This is the illusion of the void from the 4 volumes of Takesu that he obtained at the Big Dipper Conference. During this year, apart from taking pills to restore his vitality, he spent his time cultivating this spell. His talent in spatial manipulation is indeed extraordinary. He actually entered the 1st level not long ago. Once mastered, he will be able to project his illusory image into a certain area. Right now, he's using this to check the situation on the battlefield. In the sky, his illusory form resembled a figure of silver light, blending into the white clouds. Looking down, one could see surging waves and howling winds. Thick smoke from the war rose along with a cloud of blood, causing even Chen Mobai's illusory visions to take on a crimson hue. On the sea, the treasure fleet of the Eastern Wu Alliance clashed fiercely with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the demon race, each collision causing the waves to surge. Amidst the lightning and sword energy, explosions and roars rose and fell, creating a breathtaking scene. Seeing this, another illusory image of Chen Mobai also landed in front of Mo Duguang. After receiving the order, Mo Duguang turned to Ning Leshan behind him and said, "Pass on my order. Assemble immediately." Ning Leshan accepted the order and left. Soon, a series of flying boats took off and formed a battle formation of the Five Elements Dao army, flying towards the coastline. On the battlefield, Sun Huanglong was leading the cultivators of the Eastern Wu Alliance in a fierce battle against the demons. His treasure ship was the largest, shuttling across the battlefield like a ferocious war dragon, each trip carrying the force of thunder, blasting countless demons to death. However, the number of demons was simply too great, surging in like a tide, putting immense pressure on the Eastern Wu Alliance. End of this chapter. Chapter 977, Treasure Ship. Chapter 977, Treasure Ship. Along the coastline, the battle intensified, with the corpses of demons floating and piling up, staining the sea with blood. The spiritual energy on the treasure ship surged, and lightning resounded through the sky, but several ships disintegrated into flames after a violent roar. The entire Eastern Wu Alliance has a total of 1 4th-tier treasure ship, 12 3rd-tier ships, 67 2nd-tier ships, and over 1,000 1st-tier ships. This treasure ship is equivalent to a large-scale war weapon from the immortal sects. Although its technology is outdated and its functions are limited, its power is not much less due to the enhancement of its materials. The technology of the treasure ship was originally developed by the Eastern Imperial Court by gathering skilled craftsmen from all over the Eastern continent and even inviting top weapon refiners from other states to research and perfect it together. The organization in charge of this matter at the time was the Sea-Turning Gate within the Ten Directions Palace, primarily tasked with resisting the Demon Royal Court at sea. At its peak, the Eastern Imperial Court even possessed 5th and 6th-tier treasure ships, and its fleet could not only suppress the seas but also patrol the skies. However, in the decisive battle with the Nine-Headed Great Sage, this fleet of treasure ships built by the Eastern Imperial Court at the cost of countless resources was shot down one by the true spirits of the Demon King's court. That battle almost buried the essence of the entire Eastern continent. Since then, the Eastern Imperial Court has declined from its peak, and no longer has the ability or resources to build new treasure ships of the 4th tier or above. Most of the major families in Eastern Wu possessed the blueprints for forging treasure ships, which were deliberately circulated when the Holy Land opened up this area. It was precisely by relying on the treasure ships that various families were able to establish themselves in Eastern Wu and develop for thousands of years to this day. In order to fight against the demons of the Desolate Sea, the Eastern Wu Alliance brought out almost all of their most treasured ships. Bags of spirit stones were poured into the core of the ships, turning into a vast energy that activated the ship's protective shields and attack restrictions. Waves of lightning, golden light, and water blades erupted, repelling wave after wave of demons surging from the sea. However, with each wave of demons falling, a new wave would sweep in from the distant sea, revealing even more demon figures. The number of demons seemed endless. Some had sturdy bodies and charged at the front towards the treasure ship, while others moved swiftly and quickly, dodging various magical attacks and letting out sharp roars as they frantically attacked the human cultivators on the ship. Lacking sufficient protection, the 1st-tier treasure ships began to crash one after another under the relentless onslaught of demons. On the deck of a treasure ship, a cultivator clad in silver armor brandished his longsword, its blade flashing like a rainbow, slicing through a giant crab demon charging at him. But just as he was about to strike again, a massive pincer suddenly shot out from beneath the water, instantly snapping his sword in two. A tremendous force then dragged him into the sea, followed by a gush of blood. However, this emerging second-tier giant claw was soon targeted by the three treasure ships next door, and under the bombardment of three bolts of lightning, it exploded into countless fragments. The treasure fleet and the demons surging from the sea intertwined, like two huge tides colliding fiercely, creating towering waves of blood. Despite being outnumbered, the cultivators of the Eastern Wu Alliance managed to hold the coastline firmly by forming a battle formation with their treasure ships. However, the power of the demons in the desolate sea should not be underestimated. In particular, as the war intensifies, some third-tier demon beasts have begun to emerge from the deep sea. Their bodies are strong enough to withstand the lightning of a third-tier treasure ship. Moreover, compared to the immobile treasure ships, these powerful demons are incredibly fast thanks to their seawater escape techniques. Each attack they unleash from the seabed can destroy treasure ships of rank 3 or lower. Seeing this, Sun Huanglong immediately steered his fourth-tier treasure ship into battle. This treasure ship was inscribed with water escape techniques, allowing it to catch up with the third-tier demons. Like a yellow dragon in the sea, it shuttled back and forth on the battlefield. With each collision, it could turn a third-tier demon into pieces of flesh. Even so, his brow was furrowed, for he saw more demons emerging from the distant sea. The battle had only just begun. On the battlefield, the sea surface beyond the reach of the Sun family's fourth-tier treasure ships was battered and swayed by the demons' attacks. Some ships even had large holes punched in them, their defensive restrictions broken. The cultivators on board could only use their magical artifacts to escape and engage in close-quarters combat with the demons on the sea. Water splashed everywhere, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene of war was incredibly brutal. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, a thunderous roar came from the depths of the sea, shaking the sky. Then, an enormous demon burst out of the sea, its body covered in hard scales, its eyes as red as flames, and a ferocious aura swept around. Without a doubt, this is a fourth-order being. It rode the towering waves and crashed towards the coast of Dongwu. Wherever it passed, treasure ships were destroyed one after another, and cultivators appeared extremely insignificant in the face of this power. The appearance of the fourth-order demon immediately made the atmosphere on the battlefield even more tense, and many cultivators on the Eastern Wu Alliance side showed a trace of despair on their faces. Although Sun Huanglong remained calm as he steered his fourth-tier treasure ship to block the path of the fourth-tier demon, his face couldn't help but turn pale. Where are the people from the Five Elements sect? Why haven't they arrived yet? In despair, one of the cultivators from Eastern Wu shouted out these words. If it weren't for the Five Elements sect's promise of support, why would they be willing to fight against the demons of the desolate sea? It's all fake, all fake. The Five Elements sect just wants us to die here and deplete the demons of the desolate sea. A cultivator with a severed arm, disheveled and screaming wildly, was the only survivor after his family's treasure ship was breached by demons and he fell to the ground. At this moment, the fourth-tier demons were approaching. Upon seeing this, Sun Huanglong immediately commanded all the third-tier treasure ships behind him to cooperate with him and concentrate their firepower to bombard them. In an instant, the third-tier treasure ships of all the major families unleashed their strongest attack methods. Lightning crackled and flames soared into the sky on the sea, forming dazzling pillars of light that blasted towards the fourth-tier demon. However, even such an attack only left some marks on the demon's scales. It did not seem to be greatly harmed. Instead, it became even angrier, letting out a more deafening roar and launching an even more ferocious attack. At this moment, Sun Huanglong had already steered his own treasure ship to unleash a fourth-order dark blue divine lightning bolt. The power of this Ren water thunder exhausted most of the spirit stones in the core furnace of the treasure ship, and its power was naturally extremely strong, reaching the mid-stage of the fourth rank. The fourth-tier demon that took the blow head-on had one of its giant pincers pierced and shattered, and its blood fell, staining the sea a pale blue-green. However, this scene filled everyone on the Eastern Wu side with despair. This was their most powerful attack, yet it still couldn't kill the fourth-tier demon. Just as many people were preparing to turn their boats around and scatter back to land to escape, a clear but subtle thunderclap rang in everyone's ears. At the same time, the powerful fourth-order demon beast, which was as strong as a god or demon, suddenly unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful demonic aura. Before anyone knew it, a golden sword light accompanied by thunder had already slashed down on its neck. If it weren't for its strong physique and hard scales, its head would probably have already been severed. Even so, with a sword cry, the fourth-tier demon was slashed with a deep, bone-revealing sword wound. Sword demon thunder sound, it's the golden light master. Upon seeing this, the Jin family's core formation ancestor exclaimed in delight. Their family also practices sword cultivation, and 3 of their disciples have already joined the Golden Light Cliff, making them the most knowledgeable about Mo Duguang's swordsmanship. Only a nascent soul sword cultivator could so easily pierce through the scales and hide of this fourth-order demon. At that moment, layers of colorful light suddenly lit up the distant horizon. Suddenly, a flying boat shimmering with golden light emerged from the horizon, and the despair on the faces of the Eastern Wu Alliance members vanished instantly. Immediately afterward, hundreds of flying boats of various colors, shimmering with spiritual light, appeared following the golden flying boat and sped towards this sea. They're here, the 5 Elements sect is here, the 5 Elements sect's army is here. Someone immediately shouted, their face beaming with joy. The members of the Eastern Wu Alliance cheered on the treasure ship, and the previous atmosphere of despair was swept away. Everyone picked up their magical weapons and cast various spells to attack the demons surging out of the sea. Roar! At that moment, the fourth-tier demon that Mo Duguang had slashed at from a distance roared, and its whole body burst into flames of crimson blood. With a swing of its giant pincers, a scarlet blade of blood flame cleaved the sea, and the first thing to be hit was the Sun family's fourth-tier treasure ship. With a blinding burst of spiritual light, Sun Huanglong activated the treasure ship's defenses to the extreme. An oval-shaped, dark blue light shield enveloped the entire ship, with the area at the bow directly facing the blood flame blade being particularly dense and powerful. With a deafening roar, the Sun family's treasure ship was instantly knocked back thousands of meters by the demon's attack, and several low-level treasure ships that could not dodge in time were smashed to pieces. Upon seeing this, the other third-tier treasure ships that originally intended to provide rescue were immediately steered by the core formation cultivators of various families and scattered across the sea to avoid being targeted by this powerful demon. If their treasure ships were to encounter this move, they would surely fall apart. Let the 5 Elements sect deal with such beings. In that instant, this thought crossed the minds of everyone in the Eastern Wu Alliance. However, that fourth-tier demon seemed to be quite intelligent. Seeing that its attack had only dimmed the spiritual light of Sun Huanglong's fourth-tier treasure ship and made its protective shield flicker, it knew that it would take at least 2 or 3 more strikes to finish it off. So it immediately changed direction and rushed towards the nearest third-tier treasure ship. As luck would have it, it was the Jin family's treasure ship. The Jin family patriarch cursed loudly, but gave the most correct order, telling everyone in the family to jump ship and escape. He himself led his 2 most valued juniors and immediately transformed into golden light and flew towards Sun Huanglong's treasure ship. With a deafening roar, the third-tier treasure ship was torn in 2 like paper when facing the fourth-tier demon. Just as the demons were about to attack the other 3-tier treasure ships, a thunderous sword cry rang out again. A flying sword flashing with golden light crossed the void and struck the sword mark that had been left on the fourth-tier demons. However, this time the demon was prepared. Its huge pincers burned with blood flames and were incredibly agile. Just as the longevity sword was about to slash in, it clamped down on it. The incomparably sharp sword aura came into contact with the demonic blood flames, unleashing an incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation. Centered on it, ripples spread outwards from the sea surface in concentric circles. Many of the first-tier treasure ships of the Eastern Wu Alliance were shaking violently in the aftermath of Mo Duguang's battle with the demons. Some of the ships that were severely damaged in the battle even disintegrated. "How dare you!" With a cold shout, a slender figure appeared in midair. It was Mo Duguang. With his sword and sword combined, He arrived at the battlefield first, using the speed of the sword's thunderous roar. Faced with the demons holding his flying sword, golden light flashed in his eyes, and the ever-trembling longevity sword suddenly lit up with multicolored brilliance. The blood flames that had been holding their own suddenly vanished piece by piece under the multicolored light, like flames doused with water. Amidst the blood-red light, Mo Duguang wielded the longevity sword to sever the giant pincers of the fourth-tier demon. Then, his divine sense surged, and the longevity sword leaped up like a startled swan, piercing into the wound that had been inflicted. With a whoosh, the demon's head was severed by the longevity sword. This scene shocked all the Eastern Wu cultivators present. In their eyes, the powerful demon who was as invincible as a god was so easily killed. Is this what a nascent soul sword cultivator is like? The Five Elements sect has 3 more nascent soul cultivators as powerful as these, and the most powerful one, the one Yuan Dao Child, is said to be as strong as the other 3. With the support of the Five Elements sect, these demons of the desolate sea don't seem so scary anymore. With this in mind, the cultivators of the Eastern Wu Alliance were instantly invigorated and charged towards the remaining demons. After Mo Duguang killed the demon, he felt something was off. That's way too easy. He thought it would take at least several hundred rounds to finish the fight. However, since he had already killed it, he wouldn't hold back. He wielded the longevity sword and pierced into the demon's body, intending to extract its fourth-tier inner core. However, even after Mo Duguang pierced the demon's corpse with his flying sword, he still couldn't find any trace of its inner core. What's going on? Could it be a fake fourth-order demon? Or is it said that someone took the inner core right under his nose? Mo Duguang was filled with surprise and doubt when suddenly the demon corpse in front of him was engulfed in blood flames. Then a scarlet blood shadow emerged from it, laughing as it turned into a blood-red light and turned towards his brow. End of this chapter. Chapter 978, One Sword Splits the Canyon. Chapter 978, One Sword Splits the Canyon. The demonic path. Mo Duguang immediately understood why there was no inner core. It turns out that this fourth-tier demon had long been corrupted and devoured by the demonic path, and was merely a shell of its former self. This bloody shadow, carrying a faint scent of the sea, landed on Mo Duguang's brow with lightning speed. The latter tried to use his divine sense to control the sword and turn the longevity sword to block it, but the demon's corpse suddenly contracted, turning into a closed cage of flesh and blood, firmly trapping the longevity sword. In the past, Mo Du could easily break through such a blockade by simply gathering his inner energy. But at this critical moment, that last breath could cost him his life. Seeing that his speed was insufficient to avoid the impact of the blood shadow, Mo Du's eyes flashed with sword light, and he had already mustered up his peak golden phoenix sword aura. However, this blood shadow was a very insidious and ruthless secret technique in the demonic path. Although his sword aura was extremely sharp and condensed, it cut the blood shadow in two the moment of contact. However, amidst laughter, one end of the blood shadow eroded the sword aura, while the other end still stabbed towards Mo Duguang's purple mansion sea of consciousness at an undiminished speed. Just as the blood shadow was about to penetrate him, Mo Duguang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he was about to escape from his nascent soul and fight desperately when he suddenly heard a sentence. He immediately stopped his process of separating his nascent soul from his body and began to wield the longevity sword. With a clear ringing sound, the cage formed by the demon's corpse was broken. At that moment, the clouds in the sky churned, and a silver light descended from the heavens, accurately enveloping Mo Duguang's entire body. The blood shadow, which should have entered Mo Duguang's purple mansion sea of consciousness, was bound by this silver light, as if time and space had frozen, and it was imprisoned in place. This is the void lock that Chen Mobai and the void illusion have practiced together. Although it is only at the beginner level, it can already freeze a breath's time. The broken free longevity sword slashed through, obliterating the blood shadow before Mo Duguang's eyes into a sky full of blood mist. At the instant the blood shadow was frozen, on a spirit island somewhere in the desolate sea, A female cultivator with long white hair, exquisite features, and a blood-red robe opened her eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" Wen Baiyu, who was standing to the side, immediately asked. The white-haired, blood-robed female cultivator before them was none other than Dio Xianlin, the Grand Elder of the Jade Mirror Demon sect, who had already reached the nascent soul stage several hundred years ago. "One of the blood gods has been destroyed." Dio Xianlin spoke calmly, and Wen Baiyu looked surprised upon hearing her words. Even if Master's avatar were to encounter a peak nascent soul cultivator, he could put up a fight. How could someone from Eastern Wu actually be able to stop him? A mere blood god condensed from the inner core and flesh essence of a demon beast is not worthy of being my incarnation. However, it was originally only used to test the strength of the Eastern Wu side. Although it was destroyed, the mission can still be considered completed. As Dio Xianlin spoke, she was wondering what kind of restriction could so silently imprison the blood god she had condensed. "Master, why hasn't junior sister arrived yet?" After hearing this, Wen Baiyu didn't mention the blood god again to avoid bad luck. Instead, she changed the subject and asked about Du Minjian. "The Wangxian island doesn't really trust us, so the little demon lord kept her here as a hostage." After saying this, Dio Xianlin squinted and looked Wen Baiyu up and down, causing the latter to turn slightly pale. On the demonic path, the cultivation techniques they practice are basically flawed. So, although Wen Baiyu and Dio Xianlin are both nascent soul cultivators, if they were to fight, all their supernatural abilities and techniques would be easily suppressed. "Do your job well. After we take over Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness, I will teach you the sect's supreme yin-yang perfection technique." But in the end, Dio Xianlin only said this one sentence, which made Wen Baiyu breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes, Master, your disciple will certainly live up to your expectations." After leaving the Spirit Island, Wen Baiyu immediately headed to the coastline of Eastern Wu. As soon as he left, a blurry figure emerged from behind Dio Xianlin and said, "Your disciple seems to have a lot on his mind." "In the demonic path, those who are not scheming are already withered bones," Dio Xianlin said calmly. "That's true, I was being overly sensitive," the blurry figure laughed. "This plan concerns both of us at the nascent soul stage, so we should be cautious. What did you see at the scene?" Dio Xianlin asked the blurry figure, which seemed to be formed from sea mist. "There was someone similar to me observing the battlefield, except I was in the sea and he was in the sky. In the end, it was probably him who made the move and froze your blood god." As the blurry figure spoke, it suddenly became clear and transformed into a man with an eerie face. In the realm of demonic cultivation, there are very few who can converse with Dio Xianlin in such a manner. This person is none other than Gongyang Qing, the sect leader of the Qishan demon sect, who took charge of the demonic path alongside Dio Xianlin when Mingzhen disappeared. "It should be that Chen Qingdi. Can you tell what kind of methods he uses?" Dio Xianlin continued to ask. The reason why the two great demons had been hesitant to move here was because they were wary of this legendary one Yuan Dao child. Logically speaking, it should be the five-element seal of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, but the traces don't match up, and I haven't sensed any fluctuations in the arrangement of the five elements' spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The light and shadow seem more like the void primordial chi lock of the Taiksu Pyomil Palace. Gongyang Qing said, but his face was full of doubt. After all, the void primordial chi lock is not like the vacuum dharma body, which is spread everywhere. It is a true inheritance within the Taiksu Misty Palace. But this Chen Qingdi is clearly a Dao child of one Yuan, so how did he learn the methods of the Taiksu Pyomil Palace? "Then let the little demon lord make his move first, and I'll wait for the right opportunity," Dio Xianlin said, then suddenly remembered to ask, "How is the situation in Xuanhai?" According to the Mingzhen's instructions, the Dongli demonic path divided the tasks. The two nascent soul cultivators led the Dongli demonic cultivators in a great battle against the Holy Land on the border, while the Qishan Jade Mirror faction was responsible for uniting with the demon race above the Xuanhai wasteland to conquer the three realms of Dongyi, Donghuang, and Dongwu that the Eastern Holy Land had opened up over thousands of years. If they can conquer this place and open up the three realms, the demonic path will be able to have a second major base besides Dongli. The demons of the Xuanhai Desolate Sea can also use this as a base to land in the Eastern Land at any time. At that time, the forces of the demon and monster factions can grow stronger here, unite, and echo the forces of Dongli, attacking from both above and below, swallowing up Dongyu and invading the Eastern Land. In contrast, the outcome for the Eastern barbarians hinges on whether the nascent soul true spirit of the Xuanjiao royal court will intervene. Once the nascent soul stage is taken action, Golden Crow Immortal City will eventually be razed to the ground. The fighting is ongoing, but I can only play the role of a subordinate over there. Many elders in the sect have been used as cannon fodder by the demon race and died under the Golden Crow Immortal City. Gongyang Qing spoke in a flat tone, as if his dignity or even the casualties of his sect could not affect his emotions. Just bear with it a little longer. Once we both reach the nascent soul stage, the true spirit bloodlines of the Xuanjiao royal court will all come to serve as our mounts. Dio Xianlin said this, and Gongyang Qing smiled lightly, dispersing into the cold mist on the sea and disappearing from the spirit island. Meanwhile, Wen Baiyu, who had just left, had reunited with his disciple Sun Bailey, who told him everything that had happened on the sea. Mo Duguang of the Five Elements sect, it wasn't that one Yuan Taoist who made the move. After listening, Wen Baiyu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Previously, when he was by Dio Xianlin's side, he did not dare to use the Jade Mirror secret technique to observe her, but in his opinion, only Chen Mobai and the entire Five Elements sect could fight against Dio Xianlin. Harboring some secret thoughts, Wen Baiyu did not tell Dio Xianlin about Chen Mobai's true fighting strength. He merely mentioned something Du Menjian also knew: Chen Mobai's feat of slaying the poisoned dragon in Yunmeng Marsh. His aim was to use Chen Mobai's righteous sword to kill Dio Xianlin. In the demonic path, there is no such thing as master-disciple affection. Everything Wen Baiyu has cultivated since childhood has been under Dio Xianlin's control. If he wants to take the first step into the nascent soul stage in the future, then the first thing he must do is to kill his master. Otherwise, the moment his realm surpassed Dio Xianlin's, he would have been completely devoured by the latter. This is the demonic path. After Mo Duguang led the disciples of the Five Elements sect to arrive, the demons on the desolate sea began to retreat, clearly indicating that someone was directing them from behind. Relying on the power of the Five Elements sect, the Eastern Wu Alliance pursued them relentlessly for a while, only returning in triumph as darkness fell. As dusk fell, many cultivators were retrieving the bodies of their own disciples from the sea, while troops from the Alliance were also collecting the corpses of demons they had killed. After some processing, these corpses could be used to craft simple magical artifacts. Even on the Eastern Wu side, many of the treasure ship parts were replaced with the corpses of these demons. At night, Mo Duguang stood on a rock on the shore, with a figure condensed by Chen Mobai from the void beside him, and the two were talking. Behind them on the sea was the treasure ship fleet of Eastern Wu, and on the coast behind the fleet were 5 camps of cultivators from the Five Elements sect stationed in the form of a war formation. "Junior brother, thank you for your help earlier." Mo Duguang spoke up, and Chen Mobai gently shook his head, asking what it felt like to face that blood shadow. "It's eerie and sinister. If you hadn't intervened, even if I had survived, my dantian would have been damaged." Although Mo Duguang's expression remained calm, recalling the scene still stirred his emotions like turbulent waves. He knew that that moment was the dividing line between life and death. "Master Elder Mo, the battle formation has been set up." At this moment, Zhuo Ming flew over from the coast. He was not surprised to see Chen Mobai's illusory figure and reported to him and Mo Duguang. "I sense an overwhelming demonic aura approaching this place. Today's battle is just the beginning. Soon the demons of the desolate sea will launch their full-scale attack. The demon race is relatively harmless, but the methods of the demonic path are unpredictable, so everyone should be wary." Chen Mobai turned around and said to his precious disciple, "Although I really want Zhuo Ming to stay safely in the eastern wilderness, if she doesn't train now, she will have even fewer opportunities to fight after she forms her nascent soul. Moreover, Zhuo Ming has a strong body and profound cultivation, as well as many magical artifacts he has crafted. Even if he encounters the most powerful third-tier peak demonic beasts, he can still put up a fight." So after careful consideration, Chen Mobai still sent this disciple to participate in this war. Yes, Zhuo Ming immediately accepted the order. Mo Duguang added, "In addition, organize an elite team to venture deep into the desolate sea. The intelligence from the demons must be sent over in a timely manner." If Chen Mobai hadn't sensed the approaching demonic energy at sea, and promptly used a illusory illusion to detect and notify Mo Duguang, the entire Eastern Wu Alliance's treasure ship fleet would probably be torn apart by now, with countless sea monsters surging onto the Eastern Wu land and wreaking havoc. The cultivators in Eastern Wu are experienced in the sea. We can have Song Huanda find some cultivators with special sea techniques to place the puppets in deeper waters. Chen Mobai gave the instructions, and Zhuo Ming nodded before going back to make the arrangements. Once a war begins, it never ends. Soon, more demons emerged from the depths of the desolate sea, and there were even many mysterious demonic cultivators mixed in among them, posing a huge threat to the Five Elements sect and the Eastern Wu Alliance. 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts also appeared in succession. The most powerful of them all possessed a vast and powerful aura. With each breath it exhaled, a monstrous wave swept across the land, nearly breaking through the battle formation of the entire Eastern Wu Alliance's treasure ship fleet, and even threatening to engulf the Five Elements sect camp on the shore. At the critical moment, Mo Duguang absorbed the power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers, transforming into a giant golden-armored sword-wielding divine general. He stood on the shore, raised his sword to cleave the giant wave, and plunged into the sea to fight against this powerful demon beast with its vast energy. The two sides fought 3 rounds in a row, and with the assistance of 2 other fourth-tier demonic beasts, the battle was evenly matched. However, among the demons, besides the demon race, there is also the demonic path. Moreover, Mo Duguang forcibly increased his strength using the power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers, so he could not stray too far from the Five Elements sect's army of cultivators. Soon, the demons split into 2 groups. One of them, a nascent soul cultivator and a fourth-tier demon beast, led the demon army to land on another coast of Eastern Wu. This area is surrounded by towering mountains, bordering desolate ruins and fraught with danger. However, under the might of the army, no matter how dangerous the place was, it was flattened. Even the monsters in the desolate ruins were swept up and rushed towards the territory of Eastern Wu. However, along this route, there is a crucial fourth-order spiritual vein, Zioking Ridge, where Chen Mobai is stationed. Seeing the demon army walking right into his trap, Chen Mobai remained calm. His 100-meter-tall myriad swords avatar emerged from behind him and stood atop the mountain. After absorbing the Five Elements Dao soldiers, he raised the purple lightning sword. With a single sword strike, a vast expanse of purple lightning roared past, cleaving the earth in 2 and creating a deep canyon. The canyon was filled with the corpses of demons. 2 of the huge gaps were the marks left when the fourth-tier demonic beasts and the nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path, who were killed by the purple lightning sword, struggled in their death throes. Unfortunately, even so, it was still reduced to ashes by the purple lightning sword. I'm going to Shanghai on the 28th to attend an awards ceremony hosted by the Writers Association, so there will be no update that night. Don't wait up for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 979, 3 Major Battlefields. Chapter 979, 3 Major Battlefields. With Chen Mobai's attack, he killed 2 nascent soul cultivators with a single sword strike, and the demons of the desolate sea also learned of his strength. Even if Wen Baiyu didn't say it, they all knew that this Taoist master of 1 yuan was indeed worthy of his reputation. With Chen Mobai in charge, Xiaokingling is now an impregnable fortress. The demons of the Desolate Sea lost 2 nascent soul cultivators and thousands of elite troops, yet none of them dared to seek revenge. After all, Chen Mobai is powerful, possesses a 5th-tier flying sword, and is equipped with 5 elemental weapons. Even if a nascent soul perfected Little Demon Venerable and Dio Xianlin came, they might not be able to defeat him. However, the invasions by demons and monsters have not stopped. The 2 most important landing points bordering the Desolate Sea in the territory of Eastern Wu were guarded by people sent by the 5 Elements sect, which generally accomplished the task of keeping the opponent out. However, compared to the vast coastline, the number of cultivators on the human side is still somewhat insufficient. After probing for half a year, the demons of the Desolate Sea quickly figured out the defensive forces of Eastern Wu. The demons began to break up into smaller groups. The elite forces of Wangxian Island, led by the Little Demon Lord, continued to hold back the Eastern Wu Alliance and the army led by Mo Duguang, while the rest landed along the coastline, avoiding the places guarded by cultivators. What is an insurmountable cliff for mortals is merely a matter of lifting a finger for demons. Under these circumstances, demons began to frequently wreak havoc and devour people throughout the territory of Eastern Wu. Places protected by powerful immortal cultivation families are better off, because the demons that sneak in are usually in small teams, and once discovered, they can always be resisted or even annihilated. However, the major territories of the eastern continent are generally sparsely populated, so the inhabitants are scattered. In the event of war, most cultivators try to escape to the 5 Elements sect's army for protection. This resulted in the demons encountering no resistance in most parts of Eastern Wu, and they almost slaughtered indiscriminately. Especially for demonic cultivators, under these circumstances, they obtained enough blood sacrifices, and their strength began to increase rapidly. However, this matter could not be kept secret. The Eastern Wu Alliance had left some disciples in the clans, and they quickly reported it to the front after discovering it. News of trouble in their own backyard nearly threw the Eastern Wu Alliance, which was fighting against the monsters of the Desolate Sea, into chaos. Many small and medium-sized families brought their elite troops to the front lines in their ancestral treasure ships, leaving behind only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Even with a powerful protective array, encountering a large-scale gathering of demons would only prolong their lives. The major families of Dongwu are all right. Their grand formation is at least a high-grade 3rd-tier formation, and it would only be possible to break through it if a demon at the nascent soul level were to make a move. As a result, the Eastern Wu Alliance began to split internally. Some wanted to take their families back with them, but the large families led by Sun Huanglong were naturally unwilling. There weren't enough people to begin with, and now only these large families are left, so they can't even set up a battle formation. However, Sun Huanglong and his group were all cunning old foxes, and they directly informed the 5 Elements sect of the problem and asked for their opinion. Requesting instructions. After receiving the news, Chen Mobai descended using the illusion technique and was somewhat surprised to hear what Mo Duguang said. In the face of life and death, they had already placed themselves in the position of subordinates of the 5 Elements sect. Mo Duguang, however, looked completely at ease. Back when the primordial ancestor was alive, places like the Eastern Wilderness returning Heaven Valley and the Snowfall Palace all bowed down to the 5 Elements sect. In other words, Chen Mobai's debut caused all the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness, except for the 5 Elements sect, to disappear, so they never experienced this feeling. Have the Eastern Wu Alliance send a few disciples familiar with the terrain. I will dispatch 2 of my 5 battalions of cultivators to sweep through the territory of Eastern Wu. Chen Mobai then gave his instructions. This matter definitely needs to be addressed. After all, he is a kind person who cannot bear to see people suffer, and the morale of the people and the army also needs to be taken care of. Mo Duguang summoned several leaders of the Eastern Wu Alliance and explained the matter to them. Upon hearing that the 5 Elements sect was actually taking charge, and that Chen Mobai had personally dispatched his troops, these people were immediately filled with gratitude. After returning that night, 80 cultivators were sent over, mostly elites from the major families of Eastern Wu, who were familiar with the entire Eastern Wu region. Chen Mobai sent out his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai and Yin Qingmei. This war might be one of the few opportunities for the five-element sect to establish merit, and since he was also looking after her, he brought Yin Qingmei along in addition to Zhuo Ming. After all, when Yin Qingmei achieves nascent soul in the future and bestows resources such as the three lights divine water upon her, there will always be a reason. Chen Mobai had hinted at this to her, so Yin Qingmei was highly motivated and wanted to make a name for herself on the battlefield of Eastern Wu. After Liu Wenbai and Yin Qingmei led tens of thousands of cultivators from the five-element sect and 300 people sent by the Eastern Wu Alliance to join forces, they split into two teams and headed towards the place where there were traces of demons to attack. At first, things went smoothly, and they wiped out dozens of demon squads. But gradually, Liu Wenbai and Yin Qingmei found that they were finding it increasingly difficult to spot the demons. Even if you manage to find some, it's only a handful. Some just can't resist sneaking out to eat. In response, Chen Mobai, who had been using the illusion to manipulate them, immediately gave new instructions. He activated the two large arrays that Zhuo Ming had set up earlier, and sure enough, he found more than a dozen clusters of unusual spiritual energy gathered on a large scale within the range of the two arrays. These are all hidden demons. Among them was even a demonic cultivator at the core formation stage. However, under the suppression of the Great Formation, even though the demonic cultivator had cultivated a powerful demonic treasure, his soul was still destroyed. The remaining demons, though they managed to break out in small groups, were still mostly wiped out by the five-element sect's army. But to Chen Mobai's surprise, there were hidden demon masters outside the range of the two great formations. They led thousands of demons to meet this group, but Chen Mobai intervened remotely to provide guidance, allowing Liu Wenbai and Yin Qingmei to kill another third-tier demon. After this battle, the infiltrating demons completely stopped offering direct resistance. They began to hide even deeper. They don't even bother looking for spiritual veins, they just attack ordinary people. Whether they are demons or demonic cultivators, they can all enhance their strength through blood consumption, and humans are the most delicious blood consumption. Chen Mobai naturally couldn't tolerate this. However, Eastern Wu is not the Eastern Wilderness after all, and it has not yet set up the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Moreover, the two large formations currently only cover a very small part of the territory of Eastern Wu. They are mainly used for protection. They can sense the spiritual power of large-scale gatherings of alien species within the range of the formations, but they cannot detect single-digit numbers. In response, Chen Mobai gave an order to break up the five-element sect's army of cultivators into smaller groups. At the same time, he instructed the Eastern Wu Alliance to notify the mortals to gather together and avoid being left out and eaten by demons. The Eastern Wu Alliance was very surprised by Chen Mobai's order. In their view, the five-element sect's intervention was mainly to protect the members of their various families remaining in Eastern Wu. So how come the scope has now been expanded to include mortals? They probably didn't want demons to increase their power by devouring mortals. Some people think this way, but others think of the peaceful and prosperous world after the unification of the Eastern Wilderness, and feel that perhaps the Taoist master of One Yuan is truly kind and genuinely wants to protect mortals. After realizing this, the people of Eastern Wu had an even better impression of Chen Mobai. They treat ordinary people so well. If they were to come and join them, they would surely receive even better treatment. Even before the war began, the cultivators of Eastern Wu realized how weak they were, and that they had to rely on a powerful force to survive in the chaotic Eastern continent. Over the years, the five-element sect, which was powerful enough to easily conquer Eastern Wu, has always adhered to morality and etiquette, making them feel that it is a wise ruler worthy of their trust. Many families had considered surrendering before the war even began. Dozens of letters of surrender had already been sent to Chen Mobai, but he had not replied to them after reading them. It was this action that made the various families in eastern Wu suspect that they might have not done something right, which made Chen Mobai not very satisfied. Therefore, many families put in a lot of effort in the face of the demons of the desolate sea, all in order to leave a good impression on the Five Elements sect. After all, Eastern Wu will eventually be the territory of the Five Elements sect. If they defend it diligently now, Chen Mobai will surely reward them more for their meritorious service in protecting the land. Perhaps the Five Elements sect's secret core formation elixir will also be made available to them. With this in mind, Chen Mobai's order to protect mortals, though seemingly absurd to the cultivators of Eastern Wu, was still carried out. Soon, the mortal rulers of Eastern Wu ordered all mortals to be relocated and gathered in the spiritual veins, where the major cultivation families resided, to build new cities. In the past, these cultivation families would never have wanted mortals to pollute their spiritual veins. But things are different now. They wish they could gather all the mortals of Eastern Wu under their own mountain gate. In this way, once the war ends, they can use this as a reason to show that they took Chen Mobai's words to heart. However, none of these cultivation families in Eastern Wu had any experience in managing large numbers of mortals. On the contrary, the more people gathered, the more chaotic it became, and it even led to many incidents of refugees causing trouble. Because cultivators only give orders to mortals to come, they basically don't consider how mortals get there, the difficulty of getting water and food, or crossing mountains and valleys. In fact, even more people died because of this. After Chen Mobai discovered this, he immediately stripped some families in Dongwu of their power over the mortal world and sent Jiang Xingheng over to take full control. Jiang Xingheng was very familiar with this. Under Chen Mobai's micromanagement, Jiang Xingheng examined the entire map of Eastern Wu and divided it into 12 prefectures and counties, using natural mountains and rivers as boundaries. Subsequently, Jiang Xingheng selected 800 disciples who had graduated from the Longevity Academy and entered the Five Elements sect who had accompanied the army. Compared to other academies that only taught cultivation techniques, the Longevity Academy, because of his insistence, also included courses on governing the country. Therefore, these disciples all understood the basic principles of governing a country. Jiang Xingheng led his 800 disciples to various places in Eastern Wu where mortals gathered, dispelling prejudices and promoting the Five Elements sect's laws. Coupled with the powerful strength of the cultivators, the effect was immediate. Furthermore, amidst the chaos of the times, hidden demons began to openly wreak havoc, forcing mortals to choose the Five Elements sect. During this process of mortals migrating and gathering, the forces of good and evil began to fight each other, with both sides suffering casualties. As the number of people dispatched by the demons of the desolate sea increased, the pressure on the main battlefield gradually decreased. Chen Mobai, confident in his immense strength and invincible below the nascent soul stage, simply dispatched 2 more battalions of cultivators to suppress demons throughout Eastern Wu. 3 years passed quickly. Great battles have broken out throughout the entire eastern continent. On the eastern border, Yi Qing, having recovered from his injuries, went to the battlefield. Relying on his 5th-tier floating cloud sword, no one on the demonic path could stop him. The Grand Elder of the Wind Control Demon Sect, who was in the late nascent soul stage, blocked the floating cloud sword in a direct confrontation with Yi Qing, but died under Yi Qing's 2nd Tei sword. Seeing Yi Qing begin his killing spree, the corpse disintegration demon sect summoned a 7-colored jade corpse, and with the sneak attacks from the 3 great elders of the Xuanji, Huangbai, and Duanliu demon sects, they almost managed to assassinate Yi Qing. However, the righteous side has more manpower. As these hidden old demons of the demonic path emerged one by one, nascent soul cultivators from various sects in the eastern lands also personally took to the field. The great battle between good and evil has now fully erupted. As the demonic path gained momentum, the demon race also felt that the time was almost ripe. On a stormy night, A nascent soul black dragon from the Xuanjiao royal court rode the raging wind and reigned to the skies above Golden Crow immortal city. If it weren't for the 7 nascent soul cultivators joining forces, coupled with the powerful formation of the Golden Crow immortal city, the eastern barbarians would probably have already fallen. However, when the nascent soul black dragon made its second move, the nascent soul cultivator from the Taixu Misty Palace, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally joined the fray. The two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights on the Xuanhai Sea, with neither side gaining the upper hand. When the nascent soul black dragon came for the 3rd time, deep in the desolate ruins bordering the eastern barbarians, a golden flame burst forth with a giant beast, raging across thousands of miles. Of the 16 major golden core sects of Dongyi, 3 stood in the way of this golden flame beast and thus became history. Clearly, this is the 5th-tier golden flame Suwani from the depths of the desolate ruins. Wherever the golden flame lion went, no one could stop it, and it soon arrived at the Golden Crow immortal city. However, the most powerful feature of the Taixu Misty Palace is its teleportation array. Faced with this situation, true monarch Dakong fought against 2 opponents and held out until another nascent soul cultivator from the Taixu Misty Palace teleported over from the southern continent. After a year-long standoff between the 2 5th-tier demonic beasts and the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace, they finally reached some unknown agreement and withdrew. However, the Xuanhai demon race did not stop its siege of Jinwu, immortal city. In comparison, on the 3 major battlefields of the eastern continent, only the eastern Wu side had no nascent soul cultivators. End of this chapter. Chapter 980 Little Demon Lord. Chapter 980 Little Demon Lord. Above the desolate sea, a powerful demonic aura rose from the seabed, forming a huge vortex. Then, a young man with long gray hair and bright gold eyes emerged from the whirlpool. He had a strange triangular face and stood on the churning sea, gazing at the coast of eastern Wu. A beam of silvery moonlight descended from the sky, transforming into a beautiful young woman with a light veil over her face, Du Menjian, the holy maiden of the Jade Mirror Demon sect. "Greetings, little demon lord," Du Menjian said softly, looking at the gray-haired youth before her with reverence. "How is the situation in eastern Wu?" the little demon lord asked expressionlessly. As the leader of all the demons in the desolate sea, it was not only a true disciple of the demon lord, but also received a drop of the demon lord's essence blood. With the help of the power of the sea eye in the deepest part of the desolate sea, it cultivated for 800 years to completely refine this drop of essence blood. Not only did it achieve the peak of the 4th rank, but it also mastered the true spirit secret technique that only a demon lord could use. After achieving great success in his cultivation, the little demon lord emerged from seclusion with the original intention of taking action against the Myriad Star Alliance and turning the desolate sea into the domain of the demon race, just like the Xuan Sea. However, before it could make a move, it received news that the demon lord was trapped in the Tower of Heavenly Refining. The person who brought it this news was Du Menjian. Since it concerns the demon lord, it must investigate and verify whether it is true or false. For this reason, the little demon lord once personally infiltrated the eastern lands, even risking being discovered by Yuan Kink, to approach Tangshan Peak. The closer the demon lord's essence blood is to Tangshan Peak, the more intense it becomes. After confirming that the demon lord was in the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, the little demon lord began to try to believe Du Menjian. It was precisely because of this that, when Wen Baiyu plotted against Du Menjian, he was instead hunted down by the Myriad Immortals Island and almost died. Our plan was very successful. Now, most of the 5-element sect cultivators from Xiaokingling have been dispatched by that one Yuan Dao child to various parts of Dongwu to suppress and eliminate the demons we sent in to hide. Du Menjian spoke up, saying that she had an avatar who was Sun Huangling of the Sun family of Eastern Wu, and was familiar with almost all of Eastern Wu's terrain and spiritual veins, as well as the power distribution of various families. With Sun Huangling's leadership, the demons who infiltrated were able to cause such enormous destruction in Eastern Wu. Even when faced with the encirclement and suppression of the five elements sects' 20,000-strong army of cultivators, a large portion of them were able to hide and continue to attract attention. There are three main purposes for doing this. First, to allow demons to improve themselves by feeding on the blood of the Eastern Wu. Second, to undermine the unity of the Eastern Wu alliance. Du Minjian knew that the major families of Eastern Wu were never of one mind, especially the large and medium-sized families. If trouble broke out in their own backyards, the fragile alliance on the front lines would surely crumble. To resolve this matter, the five-element sect must dispatch a large army. This is also the third ultimate objective. Currently, the two nascent soul cultivators of the five-element sect are guarding two different locations. Mo Duguang's side is the main battlefield, and it is not easy for him to spare manpower. Therefore, it can only be Xiaokingling on Chen Mobai's side. This Taoist master of 1 yuan is terrifyingly strong, and he also possesses a fifth-tier sword. After absorbing the power of the five elements Tao weapons, he is already equivalent to the nascent soul stage. Even the arrogant little demon lord does not want to fight him. Therefore, the demonic path proposed this diversionary tactic. As long as the five elements Tao soldiers under the command of the 1 yuan Taoist could not make their way, the demons could then carry out their decapitation plan. However, the demon and monster factions argued for quite some time about who would actually kill this Taoist master Yiyuan. Although the little demon lord trusted Du Minjian, he did not trust Dio Xianlin, and he did not want to be used as a pawn by the demonic path, so he let Dio Xianlin take action. Dio Xianlin hesitated, not because she lacked confidence in herself, but because at this crucial moment in her nascent soul transformation, if Chen Mobai still had some hidden strength, she might have to use a secret technique to unleash the power of nascent soul transformation, which would delay her nascent soul transformation. Therefore, Dio Xianlin hoped that the little demon lord would take action. Du Minjian was caught in the middle, which was a very difficult situation for her. She could only try her best to help both sides find a balance. Today is the day when both sides reach an agreement and make a pledge. In the end, Dio Xianlin decided to take action, because the little demon lord promised that it didn't need Dongwu and Donghuang. As long as the demon lord could be saved, it was willing to give all the blood offerings in Dongzhu to the demonic path. The temptation is quite strong after all. If Dio Xianlin wants to become a god, she needs a lot of blood offerings for blood sacrifice. Then let's force him over here and have your master intervene halfway. After hearing this, the little demon lord's golden eyes flashed with a cold light, and he issued this command. Du Minjian nodded immediately, then went down to notify the demons of the desolate sea to launch a general attack. On the shore, Mo Duguang frowned slightly. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the little demon lord deep in the desolate sea. This was a power that no ordinary demon could possess. Junior brother Chen, this demon should be the legendary little demon lord of 10,000 Immortals Island. I'm afraid even if I absorb the five elements Tao weapons, I can only hold out for a while. Mo Duguang spoke in a deep voice to the air, and a flash of silver light appeared. Chen Mobai had already used a void illusion to land beside him. Chen Mobai had nothing to do at Xiaokingling, so he maintained the illusion for a long time, micro-manipulating Mo Duguang and Jiang Xingheng respectively. As soon as Mo Duguang spoke, he appeared immediately. I'll go take a look. Since the start of the 3-year war, Chen Mobai has made further progress in using this illusionary technique. In addition to becoming more proficient, he is also able to perform more illusionary techniques. It was this that made Chen Mobai realize that he was indeed exceptionally talented in spatial manipulation. According to the records in the 4 books of Taixu, ordinary people who want to master the illusionary art need to undergo training through inner demons, as well as experiencing the trials of the mortal world, seeing through desires, and so on, before they can even begin to grasp the basics. He didn't feel anything about it at all. He just practiced and practiced until he got it right. Not only the void illusion, but even the void lock is one. As for the vacuum body, he understood it very easily. If it weren't for the lack of time and the fact that he had previously lost his essence and blood, making it difficult to cultivate new body tempering techniques, he probably would have started trying it long ago. Only the void escape technique is quite profound, and Chen Mobai has only grasped a superficial understanding of it so far. However, for Chen Mobai now, the void illusion and the void lock are enough. The void illusion has 7 levels, with the highest level being refining the false into the real. At that point, Chen Mobai can conjure an illusory space using the power of the void at a predetermined location with a thought. Everything within the illusion space can be transformed into reality according to his thoughts, even imagining real life and the great Tao. In Chen Mobai's view, such a realm was beyond comprehension and unimaginable. Unfortunately, the illusion he obtained during the Big Dipper tournament was not complete. He could only cultivate it to the 4th level at most. The 4 realms are entering the realm of illusion, transforming illusion into reality, transforming illusion into reality, and returning all things to their true nature. Entering the illusionary realm means that the cultivator first comes into contact with and perceives the void, uses their mind to see the emptiness of all things, and after being tempered by various desires, inner demons and worldly trials, they master the condensation and release of the power of the void, forming illusionary projections. Transforming illusion into reality allows one to condense various near-realistic images within illusions. This stage can influence the 5 senses of others, and if one's spiritual awareness far surpasses that of their opponent, it can even cause them to fall into the illusion, as if living in the real world. This method is virtually indistinguishable from the power of inner demons. Chen Mobai had recently mastered the technique of transforming illusion into image and tested it on several infiltrated demonic cultivators. The effect was excellent. They were all immersed in his illusions, and even when they woke up, they would think they were dreaming. This illusion of the void has another effect. Chen Mobai can use the illusory avatar he has created to unleash all the powers related to the void that he has mastered. That is why he was able to use the void lock to freeze the bloodlight that attacked Mo Duguang. In addition to this, Chen Mobai also knows how to walk in the void from the immortal sects. So as soon as he used it, the figure in the illusion disappeared from Mo Duguang's side and teleported to the distant desolate sea and sky, flashing repeatedly towards the location where the little demon lord released his demonic energy. Before long, Chen Mobai's illusory avatar arrived above the whirlpool on the sea surface. However, when he saw the little demon lord and Du Menjian above the vortex, the latter too also noticed him at the same time and looked up at him. Then a vast, abyss-like and eerily cold divine sense simultaneously struck Chen Mobai's illusory avatar. In the instant the silver light flashed, the illusionary form could not withstand it and turned into a wisp of green smoke. At that moment, Chen Mobai's true form, standing atop Xiaoqingling Mountain, also opened his eyes. A demon race member at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and a demonic cultivator at the late nascent soul stage. Although the illusion was discovered and shattered in an instant, Chen Mobai had already sensed the strength of Little Demon Lord and Du Menjian the moment their divine senses made contact. If they were to make a move, Mo Duguang would definitely be no match for them. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately cast the illusion of void again, projecting it next to Mo Duguang. Senior brother Mo, the opponent is powerful. Remember not to leave the area of the Great Formation. Wait for me to get there. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Mo Duguang, who was about to command the Zhengjin Dao soldiers into battle, immediately stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, Little Demon Lord and Du Menjian had already ridden the giant whirlpool to the shore. In the instant of contact, the treasure ships of the Eastern Wu Alliance, which had formed a battle formation on the sea, were swept away and shattered by the whirlpool. The first-tier treasure ships did not even have a chance to struggle and were all broken into pieces, turning into drifting oars in the sea. The second-tier treasure ship held on for a while, but it too began to follow suit. One by one, the Eastern Wu cultivators jumped off the ship, but most of them turned into souls hidden in the whirlpool and killed by the demons. After the third and fourth-tier treasure ships fully activated their core furnaces, they managed to remain intact within the vortex. But as tens of thousands of demons emerged from the vortex, they began to teeter on the brink of destruction. At that moment, a golden sword light, 1,000 meters long, slashed out from the golden-armored swordsman on the shore, striking the very center of the massive whirlpool. With a loud bang, the remaining treasure ships of the Eastern Wu Alliance immediately felt the vortex force binding them begin to weaken, or even disappear. Without any hesitation, Sun Huanglong and his group immediately activated the restrictions on the treasure ship, propelling it to its fastest speed, breaking out of the whirlpool and rushing straight ashore. The other treasure ships followed suit, even at the cost of damaging their self-destructing furnaces in order to escape the whirlpool. On the shore, Mo Duguang used the power of the 5 elements Dao soldiers to unleash more than a dozen golden sword beams, each 1,000 meters long, to aid the remaining members of the Eastern Wu Alliance. At that moment, a blood-red light suddenly burst out from the vortex, transforming into a crimson net that caught all the sword lights. The crimson net closed in and immediately collided with the sword light, unleashing a series of violent roars. Loud explosions and dazzling lights echoed across the sea, allowing the remaining treasure ships of the Eastern Wu Alliance to escape the whirlpool and return to shore. A demonic nascent soul. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately reminded Mo Duguang, whose eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he had recalled the moment when he was almost ambushed. At this moment, Zhuo Ming had already led the 5 element sect disciples of the Earth Vein to activate a teleportation array. With a flash of spiritual light, Chen Mobai, who should have been in Xiaoqingling, was suddenly teleported here. At the start of the war between the righteous and the demonic, the 5 element sect purchased 10 new medium-sized teleportation arrays from the Taixu Misty Palace. Zhang Pangkong originally said that there weren't that many, since these were strategic resources during wartime. But when Yi Qing found out, he took the initiative to mediate, and the next day Zhang Pangkong sent someone to deliver all the items. That's why Chen Mobai had Mo Duguang guard the main battlefield, because he could come over at any time. Chen Mobai arrived without holding back, and immediately activated his myriad swords Dharma body. Mo Duguang's Jengjin Dao soldiers already looked very impressive, but in front of the Wanjian Dharma body, which was hundreds of meters tall, they only reached his waist. It's like an adult and a child. The sight of the myriad swords avatar appearing on the shore caused the little demon lord to frown. According to the plan, Chen Mobai should have come from Xiaoqingling and then been ambushed by Dao Xianlin on the way. I didn't expect the 5 element sect to have hidden a medium-sized teleportation array. It was my mistake that I failed to find out this information. Upon seeing this, Du Menjian immediately apologized to the little demon lord, but the latter shook his head. Medium-sized teleportation arrays are incredibly precious. Even I didn't expect to have one, but since he doesn't want to die at your master's hands, then I'll have to do it myself. The little demon lord originally only wanted to preserve his own strength, which is why he had Dao Xianlin make a move. Now that Chen Mobai has appeared before it through the teleportation array, it is clear that this is the will of heaven. Although the little demon lord is a demon, he cultivates the heavenly Tao, which is also the method of the demon lord. After saying this, it rode the swirling whirlpool that had begun to spin again, step by step, toward the shore. As soon as it moved, the entire desolate sea followed its footsteps, sweeping up towering waves that instantly reached a height of 1,000 meters, submerging the myriad sword avatars and Jengjin Dao soldiers on the shore. End of this chapter. Chapter 980, One Above the Heavens. Chapter 980, One Above the Heavens. A giant wave, thousands of meters high, crashed against the shore, submerging the treasure ship that had just arrived and the 5 element sect's camp. This is the power of the little demon lord, who directly controls the power of heaven and earth. The giant waves, like raging beasts, rolled across the land. The treasure ship that had just landed was once again swept up by this force, swaying like a leaf in a storm and could be swallowed up at any moment. Just as the five elements sects camp was about to be turned into a vast ocean, a clear and icy sword light appeared, instantly transforming into a frost tide. While cleaving the 1,000-meter-long giant wave in two, it also transformed it into a lifelike ice sculpture of the wave. On the shore, the towering 10,000 swords avatar grasped the azure frost sword and gently swung it at the 1,000-meter-high frozen wave. Instantly, thousands of sword lights bloomed, each piercing into the equally frozen treasure ship. Although Chen Mobai was able to use the heaven-slaying sword intent to unleash the power of the azure frost sword with the azure sky sword intent, the sword's attributes were not compatible with his own, and he could not yet use it as a second hand. So while the ice was frozen, it also froze the treasure ships of Eastern Wu inside. However, as the azure frost sword light fell, these frozen treasure ships were unfrozen one by one and landed back on the shore. At this moment, all the cultivators of Eastern Wu were filled with fear and trembling. A casual exchange between the little demon lord and Chen Mobai nearly wiped them all out. Is this the combat power of a peak nascent soul cultivator? Just then, the roar of crashing waves echoed across the sea once more. But this time, in addition to the giant waves, dark clouds filled the sky, with streaks of azure lightning flashing within them. With a wave of his hand, the little demon lord unleashed a torrent of lightning from the sky, and towering waves crashed against the shore. Chen Mobai remained expressionless. Under Mo Duguang's command, the disciples of the Five Elements sect took their positions, and the five elements of light flowed and emerged, forming a war formation. After absorbing the power of the five elements Tao soldiers into the body of the myriad swords technique, this avatar immediately unleashed a terrifying aura of a peak nascent soul cultivator. The five extremes heavenly heart pendant shone brightly at the waist of the myriad swords Dharma body, followed by an earth-yellow divine light that instantly transformed into an overwhelming earth elemental divine light, confronting the immense power of heaven and earth wielded by the little demon lord. The earth-and-yellow divine light seemed insignificant in the face of the raging waves and thunderous roar, but the moment it made contact, it acted like a stabilizing force, causing the giant waves to dissipate and the thunder to dim. Fifth-order earth element divine light. Upon seeing this, the little demon lord's expression changed slightly. Its bloodline could control the power of water and thunder, but it was most afraid of the power of earth. Impossible. The Taoist master of One Yuan is clearly cultivating the Crimson Emperor scripture. Du Menjian, who witnessed this scene, also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As the first obstacle in this invasion of the eastern lands, Chen Mobai's intelligence was naturally a key focus of the demonic path. Since his debut, Chen Mobai has been famous throughout the world for his Crimson Flame sword technique. However, everyone knows that this technique can only be cultivated to the peak of core formation. Therefore, Du Menjian guessed that his fundamental technique was the Crimson Emperor scripture of the One Yuan Dao Palace, but he used the Crimson Flame sword technique as a disguise. Even if one cultivates the Crimson Emperor scripture to its peak, it is impossible to cultivate the earth element divine light. It's even a fifth-order one. Do you dare to fight in the heavens? At this moment, the little demon lord's golden eyes flashed with lightning as he extended an invitation to Chen Mobai. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Five Elements sect are on the shore, while Wangxian Island also has elite Wanyao hidden in the whirlpool. If the two of them go all out, they will inevitably be unable to take care of their own subordinates. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't refuse, and even gracefully gestured for him to enter using his myriad swords avatar. The human and the demon exchanged a glance, and simultaneously transformed into a beam of light that shot straight up from the vast ocean of earth into the heavens. After the two left, in the whirlpool at sea, Du Menjian's eyes flashed with a blood-red light as she looked sinisterly at the shore. However, Mo Duguang sneered, and the power of the Five Elements Tao soldiers gathered again. The Zheng metal Tao soldiers stood with their swords in the spot where Chen Mobai had been standing. Before leaving, Chen Mobai had already considered this point and transferred the power of the Five Elements Tao weapon. He believed that in a one-on-one fight, no one in the nascent soul realm could be his match. Seeing this, Du Menjian snorted coldly. She believed that the little demon lord would definitely be the winner, so she also wanted to make a contribution before it defeated its opponent. With this thought in mind, Du Menjian's body lit up with countless blood shadows, and riding on two blood-red ribbons, she charged directly towards Mo Duguang. "How dare you!" Seeing that Du Menjian was so disrespectful to him, Mo Duguang's brows furrowed, and he rode his Zhengjin Dao soldier to meet her head without backing down. During the great battle, the whirlpools on the sea surface once again stirred up raging waves, and the shore, which was originally land, was quickly submerged. Suddenly, the roles on the battlefield were reversed, and one after another, sea monsters surged out of the sea and attacked the submerged Eastern Wu and five-element sect cultivators. Many cultivators began to panic. Some of the slower ones were dragged into the water by the demons. They struggled desperately, but found that the waves seemed to contain a paralyzing power. After being soaked, their spiritual energy circulation became sluggish. They tried to grab onto anything that would keep them afloat, but the demons hidden in the giant waves struck and turned them into corpses. As more people were about to be swept away by the sea, some even being directly swallowed by the seabed and never to resurface, a yellowish-brown light suddenly shone from the center of the five-element sect's camp. This was a formation set up by Zhuo Ming. After being activated, it suddenly spread out, separating all the sea waves and, in an instant, once again isolating the submerged land. The demons that were originally hidden in the seawater were all revealed after the seawater disappeared. Upon seeing this, all the cultivators' eyes turned bloodshot, and they unleashed their magical weapons, smashing them directly. On the demonic path side, although they were surprised to see this, they did not panic and charged forward with sinister smiles. Neither side needed any mobilization. They immediately entered into the most intense battle. Amidst the deafening roar, the whirlpools above the desolate sea were already unleashing wave after wave of monstrous waves, crashing against the earth element formation set up by the five-element sect. However, Zhuo Ming's array formation skills were truly passed down from Chen Mobai, and she also possessed a vast amount of spirit stones contributed by the Eastern Wu Alliance as energy, forming a resilient and thick light shield. Giant waves crashed in, making a deafening roar, but the light shield remained as solid as a rock. After activating the formation, Zhuo Ming did not sit idly by and wait for death. He picked up his golden jade axe and cleaved a third-tier giant crab that was attacking him in two. Besides him, Ning Leshan and others also displayed their unique abilities, leading the five-element sect disciples to attack the demons in the desolate sea. Thump! At that moment, a deep, muffled sound came from the heavens, causing everyone's heart to clench. They all knew that the key to this battle lay with Chen Mobai and the little demon lord. The outcome of their battle will determine the fate of Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness. High above the heavens, Chen Mobai's true form stood on the shoulder of the myriad swords Dharma body, holding the newly completed 8th-scenery lantern of the Duyuo, while his second nascent soul floated on his shoulder, draped in a pure yang set. He was very clear that his existence was related to everyone. We can only win. Therefore, when facing the little demon lord, he cautiously unleashed his full power. The little demon lord who witnessed this scene also narrowed its eyes, realizing that Chen Mobai's strength was even greater than it had imagined. It had already heard about the origin of the myriad swords Dharma body from the demonic path. It was the One Yuan Dao body, the strongest divine power of the One Yuan Dao Palace. However, its configuration of 3 fifth-order magic weapons, azure frost in its left hand, purple lightning in its right hand, and the 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant hanging at its waist, made it feel somewhat at a loss the moment it saw it. As for the second nascent soul, it was mistaken by the little demon lord as Chen Mobai's nascent soul leaving his body, a desperate measure. The strength of the second nascent soul depends on Chen Mobai's spiritual realm. What he is currently displaying is the aura of the late nascent soul stage. This was not unexpected for the little demon lord. Based on the demons that died in Zioking Ridge last time, it had already guessed that this Tao child of 1 yuan was already in the late stage of nascent soul. In other words, the little demon lord not only has to face the 1 yuan Tao body, which possesses fifth-order techniques, but also has to guard against attacks from Chen Mobai, who is in the late nascent soul stage. Thinking of this, the little demon lord's golden eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he no longer hid it. It opened its mouth and spat out a bead flashing with lightning. The moment this bead appeared, the previously drifting thunderous essence above the heavens was instantly drawn in, and with a deafening roar, the surroundings transformed into a sea of thunder. In an instant, Chen Mobai's myriad sword's Dharma body was engulfed by bolts of lightning. But upon seeing this, the purple lightning sword trembled and immediately made its move, preparing to absorb and devour the lightning. "Pa, master, these are all water mines and yin mines. I can't digest them." However, after eating only the first dish, Zedianjian couldn't help but spit it out and complain to Chen Mobai in a telepathic voice. Seeing that the purple lightning sword was so useless, Chen Mobai scolded it harshly, but his hands moved quickly, and the 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant lit up with an earthy yellow light. The fifth-order earth element divine light rose up, like a divine sword that split the heavens and earth, creating a deep crack in the ocean of thunder in the 9 heavens. At this moment, the thunder pearl above the little demon lord's head erupted with a bright bolt of lightning, and a faint trace of blood could even be seen. With destructive power, it instantly struck Chen Mobai's head. A faint golden line flickered in Chen Mobai's eyes. He raised his finger slightly, multitasking, continuing to use the earth element divine light to strike the little demon lord while simultaneously raising the purple lightning sword under the control of his myriad swords avatar. Although the purple lightning sword's attributes were countered, it was still the most powerful and the most skillfully used sword in his hands. Under the impact of thunder, the myriad sword's avatar remained as immovable as a mountain, shattering the glittering lightning with a mere swing of its sword. This encounter also allowed Chen Mobai to perceive the grade of his opponent's magical artifact. It was actually a fifth-order inner core, and it was unknown which nascent soul demon beast had left it behind. It seemed to contain the Taoist essence of a true spirit. Chen Mobai remained expressionless as the earth element divine light struck down in front of the little demon lord. However, the latter sneered, extended his right hand with his 5 fingers spread, and directly grabbed him in his palm. With a muffled thud, the earth element divine light caused its right hand to twist, and in a flash of blood, its hand had transformed into a claw covered in scales. Even the fifth-order earth element divine light could only cause 2 scales on its palm to fall off. Without a doubt, its physical strength, at least its surface scales, has reached the 5th level, just like the poison dragon ancestor. The little demon lord opened his mouth and spat out another blue inner core. Compared to the thunder pearl, this inner core was more spiritual, and its surface was slightly transparent, with a faint phantom resembling a long snake visible at its center. As soon as this inner core appeared, the water vapor in the heavens began to condense instantly, as if a great river and sea had descended upon this place, turning it into the little demon lord's home ground. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately activated the Azure Frost Sword, and countless frost sword lights bloomed like stars. Each sword light contained the power to freeze the void and fell into the river that had submerged most of the myriad swords' Dharma body. As the cold air rose, even the great rivers were frozen solid under the frost sword. It's useless unless you can freeze the entire world. Upon seeing this scene, the little demon lord shook his head. As time passed, and he ascended to a higher level of the heavenly gang, or even further away, the endless water vapor above the desolate sea below began to surge in ceaselessly under the absorption of his inner core. The rivers that were once frozen over seem insignificant compared to the vast ocean that has now frozen over again. Chen Mobai remained expressionless and continued to urge the power of the Azure Frost Sword. However, just as he managed to freeze a portion of it, even more ice surged out. Gradually, the little demon lord condensed a vast ocean high in the sky. Such earth-shattering power is already the means of a god. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai raised the purple lightning sword in his hand. At the same time, the five extremes heavenly heart pendant flashed with the most dazzling light, and the five elements divine light erupted simultaneously, sweeping towards the little demon lord's two inner cores. Seeing this, the little demon lord dared not be negligent, and directly revealed his true form above the vast ocean in the sky. Its body began to twist and deform, and a dark blue and scarlet demonic aura swelled up, transforming it into a monster with a human body and a dragon's tail. The little demon lord was covered in dense, dark blue dragon scales, and his two sharp dragon horns pierced the sky. The pressure unique to his true spirit bloodline made the heavens tremble. After revealing its true form, the thunder pearl above the little demon lord's head melted like flowing water, landing on its scales and transforming into ancient and mysterious lightning patterns, as if adding a restriction to the armor. When the five elements' divine light fell upon it, it only shattered a few scales. Seeing this, the golden lines in Chen Mobai's eyes were about to take shape. He reached his right hand, which was behind his back, into the realm and secretly drew out the Dinghai sword. End of this chapter. Chapter 982 Three Great Flying Swords. Chapter 982 Three Great Flying Swords. The little demon lord is extremely powerful. Among the opponents Chen Mobai has encountered in his hundreds of years of cultivation, only Ming Zun and Qi Yuheng can compare to it. However, Ming Zun Gidai was naturally countered by Chen Yonghuan, and died at his hands before he had a chance to show his abilities. As for Qi Yuheng, being a cultivator from a celestial sect, there was no murderous intent in their sparring. Therefore, the opponent in front of him can be said to be the strongest that Chen Mobai has encountered since his debut. After Chen Mobai drew the Dinghai sword, he released it. Under the control of the sword technique, this fifth-order flying sword silently merged into the vast ocean high in the sky. At this moment, the little demon lord clenched his right hand, and pieces of scales flashing with lightning flew out from his back, instantly condensing into a long whip of lightning in his palm. With a flick of his whip, the whip instantly solidified into a straight rod, sweeping up a shower of water amidst a deafening roar. Encircled by celestial thunder, it resembled a suddenly bursting, narrow beam of light that crashed heavily against Chen Mobai's front. The purple lightning sword also erupted in an instant, slashing down from the sky. Its broad blade was like an insurmountable wall, blocking the little demon lord's pillar of lightning and water in front of him. As two opposing forces of lightning collided, a new sun suddenly shone brightly in the sky. The little demon lord's expression changed slightly. It had already gone all out, but in the clash of raw power, it was unable to defeat the purple lightning sword. The purple lightning blade in midair stood like a towering mountain before the myriad sword's body, gradually disintegrating the incoming dark blue lightning pillars. This person's swordsmanship is terrifying. After refining the fifth-order Thunder Pearl, the little demon lord, relying on his bloodline power, could unleash fifth-order Ren Water and Gooey Water Divine Thunder. Any ordinary nascent soul cultivator would be reduced to dust by a single bolt of thunder. Chen Mobai not only blocked it, but also easily resisted the purple lightning sword's attributes, which should have been countered by it. This shows that in this clash, the little demon lord was essentially slightly inferior. Thinking about this, the little demon lord found it hard to accept. After it achieved great success in its cultivation, it felt that only a nascent soul true monarch could make it wary. Even if the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the eastern continent was stationed at Tangshan Peak, where Yuan Kink was stationed, it still dared to approach. At the nascent soul level, it should be invincible. 5th tier physical strength, 5th tier scales, 5th tier inner core, 5th tier lightning magic, 5th tier water magic. The little demon lord, being at the 5th level, felt he could even put up a fight against a weaker nascent soul true monarch. How come he can't even suppress a nascent soul cultivator now? With this thought in mind, the little demon lord roared and unleashed all his demonic energy. The scales on the vertical staff in its hand dispersed from its palm once more, then reformed into a spiral-tipped spear. Amidst a deafening roar, thunder crashed down and the sea roared. The two immense powers of heaven and earth that it wielded merged perfectly within the scaled spear, transforming into a terrifying radiance capable of piercing the vast universe. At that moment, with a hiss, a glittering strand of sword thread appeared in front of the little demon lord. Chen Mobai's second nascent soul on his shoulder had a solemn expression. He formed the Yuan-Yang sword technique with his hands, having already gathered the power of the pure Yang set. He seized the moment when his opponent used his power to attack and unleashed this fifth-order Yuan-Yang sword aura. Faced with the attack that condensed into threads of sword energy, the little demon lord's scales, imbued with lightning patterns, flew out one by one. Under his divine sense, they transformed into a perfect defense. No matter how the crystalline sword threads changed their direction of attack, they would always block the little demon lord's path the moment they struck. Amidst the clanging and glittering sparks, several scales shattered into fragments during their clash with the Yuan-Yang sword threads. This scene made the little demon lord's expression slightly serious. The scales, enhanced with lightning patterns, were already comparable to a fifth-tier defensive magic weapon, but the sword cultivator's ability to condense swords into threads was also incredibly destructive. Fortunately, it has many scales. Thinking this way, the little demon lord was distracted. On one hand, he used his scales to block the Yuan-Yang sword threads, and on the other hand, he activated the light of his most piercing thunder water spear, which landed on the chest of the huge 10,000 swords Dharma body. Although the myriad swords Dharma body is powerful, it is not easy to dodge because it is too large a target. However, Chen Mobai had no intention of avoiding it. After using the small book to see through the opponent's attack, Chen Mobai held the Five Extremes Heavenly Heart pendant in his palm, and then poured his primordial chaos true qi into it. Thanks to Zhou Wangshen's efforts, Chen Mobai obtained a continuous supply of the five elements' essence, and has accumulated the primordial true qi to the limit that his current realm can withstand. After Su Zilu was brought back by Yi Qing, Chen Mobai also asked her about the cultivation methods of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, as well as the supernatural powers of Hunyuan True Qi, etc. Limited by her vow to uphold the Dao, Su Zilu could not tell him these things, but the insights she had gained on her own were not restricted. One of the tricks to this is using the primordial True Qi to activate the magical artifact left behind by the primordial True Lord. Only the primordial chaos True Qi can unleash the full power of the magical artifact crafted by this ascended cultivator. For example, the primordial chaos bell, the most precious treasure of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, and the Five Extremes Heavenly Heart pendant in Chen Mobai's hand. After being empowered by the primordial chaos True Qi, this defensive magic artifact suddenly emitted a dazzling five-colored light, and in an instant it transformed into a huge ball of light, enveloping the myriad swords Dharma body, Chen Mobai, and the second nascent soul within it. The little demon lord confidently thrust his spear, and at the moment of clash with the five-colored light barrier, a deafening roar erupted. But then things became increasingly dull, and the brilliance of the Thunderwaiter spear dimmed more and more under the influence of the Five Extremes Heavenly Heart pendant. After a few breaths, the little demon lord suddenly felt that the great power of the water element he had originally controlled had suddenly disappeared from his divine sense. The two divine thunders, Ren and Gui, which it condenses, are a mixture of water and thunder spiritual energy. After the water spiritual energy dissipates and disappears, the structure of this magical power naturally becomes unbalanced. With a crisp splash, the little demon lord's strongest piercing lightning water spear instantly dissipated, like a basin of water being poured out and spilled into nothingness. Isn't the primordial chaos True Qi only effective against the five element spells? Upon seeing this, the little demon lord was in disbelief. All things in heaven and earth originate from yin and yang and the five elements. Although your two great thunder techniques have incorporated the power of heavenly thunder, they are still within the five elements. Chen Mobai said calmly, this is something Su Zilu taught him. As a sacred place, the Yiyuan Dao Palace has long since reached the pinnacle of its application of Hunyuan True Qi. If an opponent could break through the primordial True Qi simply by using spells outside the five elements, then the One Yuan True Lord would be unworthy of being an ascended cultivator. Breaking the five-element spiritual power is merely the most rudimentary application of primordial chaos True Qi. Beyond that, there are the methods taught by Su Zilu, which involve using primordial chaos True Qi to disrupt the five-element structure within an opponent's spells. The Five Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant, originally a low-grade fifth-order defensive magic weapon, would have had a difficult time blocking the little demon lord's spear, and might even have failed to do so. However, with the support of the primordial True Qi, it only needed to hold out for a short while before turning around and dispelling the water elemental energy in the opponent's lightning technique, easily neutralizing this terrifying attack. Of course, the reason he was able to do this was because Chen Mobai's Fangkun book had already established a model for fighting the little demon lord during their previous encounters. After breaking through his opponent's attack, Chen Mobai did not give the little demon lord a chance to breathe. With a wave of his sword fingers, the purple lightning and azure frost transformed into purple thunder and cold light, absorbing the endless yin-yang qi in the high sky. As it rotated and changed continuously, a huge yin-yang taiji pattern in purple and blue color appeared above the little demon lord's head. The two-element sword formation. The sword demon collection of the left palace, once held by Chen Mobai, has now manifested in the heavenly river realm. The surging purple-blue sword energy was like a raging torrent, or like a heavenly tribulation descending upon us. It transformed into thousands of bolts of lightning and frost, carrying a terrifying power capable of destroying all living beings, and crashed down on the little demon lord in an instant. Desolate thunder armor. Faced with this unprecedentedly powerful sword formation, the little demon lord roared, and one after another, scales flashing with lightning patterns flew out from all over his body, condensing into a perfectly round hemispherical sphere above his head, like a shield, to withstand the thunder and frost evolved from the yin-yang sword array. Amidst the deafening roar, flames splattered all around the little demon lord. This was the second nascent soul controlling and wielding the yuan-yang sword aura, forcing it to constantly be distracted in its resistance and unable to go all out. But under these circumstances, the little demon lord's formidable strength was fully revealed. Its lower body, the dragon tail, swung upwards, and the vast ocean it had gathered in the high sky surged towards the yin-yang sword array above its head like a towering wave, responding to its command. This attack was the strongest of both of their usual methods. This time, however, it was Chen Mobai who was attacking, and the little demon lord who was defending. The two swords, purple lightning and azure frost, unleashed their strongest power in this world. Even if Qingxi and Qingjing were reborn, they would be amazed by this scene. This is an unparalleled realm that surpasses the great perfection of the Purple Flower Sword Manual and the Azure Sky Sword Manual. It is also the pinnacle of swordsmanship that the two of them pursued throughout their lives. Amidst the deafening roar, pieces of scale shattered and flew away under the two-element sword formation, but new scales immediately flew out to fill the gaps. Even in a direct confrontation, the little demon lord sensed Chen Mobai's extraordinary swordsmanship, an aura that could threaten its life. The number of scales it could refine was finite. At this rate, it would eventually run out. A hint of fear appeared in the little demon lord's pupils, but there was also a trace of indescribable excitement and fervor. Since it emerged from seclusion, no opponent has been able to make it feel a sense of life or death, which has led it to lack a proper understanding of the limits of its own strength. Very well, I hope you can make me bleed, so I can relive the fear I felt as a weak child. The little demon lord spoke, its golden pupils becoming narrower, and the blue inner core between its two dragon horns transformed into a water droplet mark, merging into its eyes and brows. At the instant the inner core merged with it, its energy surged once more, seemingly breaking through the limits of the nascent soul stage and reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai's expression remained unchanged, but the little demon lord model that had already taken shape in his eyes collapsed in an instant. Then, new golden lines emerged and began to construct a new model according to the current situation. Boom! After fusing with the fifth-order inner core, the little demon lord's strength increased dramatically. He actually swung his tail, rode the towering waves, and charged towards the yin-yang sword array above his head. It had already discerned that this sword formation, centered around two fifth-tier flying swords and controlled by Chen Mobai's myriad swords avatar, was able to continuously absorb the yin-yang qi from the surrounding area. If the sword formation was not broken, its power would grow stronger over time. If the opponent accumulates enough yin-yang qi, there will eventually come a moment when the thunder and frost will erupt and shatter all its scales. Although the little demon lord's physique was also at the fifth level, it did not want to face the yin-yang sword array directly. In the sky, the monster with a human body and a dragon tail swept through thousands of waves, condensing its scales into another lightning spear, which it thrust heavily towards the purple-green Taiji. Chen Mobai immediately activated the Five Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant, unleashing a burst of multicolored light in an attempt to neutralize and counter his opponent's attack. However, having already suffered a loss once, the little demon lord gathered layer upon layer of lightning to block the five-colored radiance. This is pure lightning power. Chen Mobai's primordial chaos true qi is not yet capable of destroying it. At this moment, Fang Kunchu proposed the optimal solution, wanting him to wield the Dinghai sword to freeze the 1,000 giant waves controlled by the little demon lord, thus reducing the power of the opponent's attack by 30% to 40%. But Chen Mobai rejected the idea outright, insisting that the Dinghai sword should be used at the crucial moment. With a deafening roar, the two-element sword array had already been pierced by the little demon lord. The purple and cyan swords hummed as they unleashed all the yin-yang energy they had accumulated during this time, as instructed by Chen Mobai. Subsequently, purple and cyan flames ignited on the blades of both swords. These two flying swords have been imbued with a flame of the Duoluo heaven for many years, and since the immortal fire and the two swords share the same origin, their power can be greatly amplified when combined. After receiving the blessing of two Duoluo fires, the yin-yang sword formation, which was about to collapse after being pierced, suddenly unleashed an unprecedentedly vast power. Amidst the purple and blue flames, the little demon lord's lightning water spear, which had pierced the center of the sword formation, began to evaporate bit by bit. Then, Zidian and Qingshuang pierced down from the two extreme eyes of the sword formation, their blades burning with purple and blue divine flames. They landed on the defense formed by the scales on the little demon lord's head, instantly shattering and melting more than a dozen scales. Seeing this, the little demon lord remained expressionless. The lightning-patterned scales he had already refined at will begin to overlap in front of the two flying sword blades, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. After stacking 7 layers of scales, the purple and green swords were finally completely blocked, preventing them from piercing any further. But at this moment, an even more intense and surging heat surged forth. The little demon lord turned his head and his expression changed drastically. He saw Chen Mobai, who was standing on the shoulder of the 10,000 swords Dharma body, gently shake the 8 scenery lantern of Daoshui in his hand. In the blink of an eye, 6 Daoshui fires flew out and were distributed to enhance the purple lightning and green frost. The yin-yang sword formation, which had been almost at a standstill, suddenly roared and the thunder water spear stuck in the center of the formation completely collapsed. With the blessing of so much Daoshui fire, the blades of Zidian and Qingshuang were forged until they were glowing red, vaguely resembling transparent red crystals. The 7 layers of scales that were originally able to bind the 2 sword blades were instantly vaporized into nothingness. Upon seeing this, the little demon lord roared, knowing that his desolate thunder armor was no longer able to defend against the 2 fifth-tier flying swords that were imbued with so much Daoshui fire, and directly unleashed his strongest power. The water droplet mark between its brows suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue light. Then, All the water elemental energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to be controlled by it, flowing in endlessly and turning into a hazy blue mist that came into contact with the purple-blue divine flames burning on the sword blade. The fifth-tier immortal fire, representing the power of life, began to extinguish little by little beneath the mist. Seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that saving the Dinghai sword for last was the right choice. Within the eyes of the myriad swords avatar, the phantom of the sea-stabilizing sword flickered past. This immortal flying sword, which had long since merged into the surrounding ocean, emerged from beneath the little demon lord. The moment the Dinghai sword appeared, the golden tassel on the pearl at the end of the hilt shimmered with spiritual light, and the fifth-order spell Dingfengbo was activated. This sword has been owned by 3 true monarchs in the immortal sect. Among them, Long Chuo and Zhang Li were at the peak of the true monarch stage and were able to attempt to refine their void realm. With their enhancement, this calming technique can reach the peak of the 5th rank. Although Chen Mobai was able to use it only by relying on the spiritual power accumulated in the pearl on the sword hilt over the years, it was still no problem to deal with a minor demon lord who was not at the nascent soul stage. The water droplet mark between the little demon lord's eyebrows suddenly flickered, and then it felt that it had lost control of the water elemental power of the surrounding world. The azure mist that was eroding the Daoshui fire began to dissipate, and the 1,000 giant waves that were also impacting the yin-yang sword array began to calm down. In an instant, the once raging storm and surging waves of the high-altitude battlefield transformed into a calm lake. After being deprived of control over the power of the water element of heaven and earth, the little demon lord suddenly felt a chill in his tail. Because the aura of the 5th-tier peak of the Dinghai sword was already aimed at it. Above its head, although the blue mist had dissipated some of the Daoshui fire, the purple and green twin swords, their blades still burning with immortal fire, began to melt the scales piece by piece, relentlessly piercing towards its head. 3 5th-tier flying swords. No wonder the One Yuan Dao Palace, renowned for its weapon crafting, has such a substantial fortune. When the little demon lord saw that Chen Mobai had taken out another 5th-tier flying sword that was very effective against him, he couldn't help but speak out in jealousy. As the young master of Wangxian Island, who possessed almost half of the desolate sea, he only had 2 5th-tier inner cores and the desolate thunder armor he had refined himself. In addition to the 3 5th-tier flying swords, Chen Mobai also possessed the 5th-tier 5 Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant and the 5th-tier Daoshui 8 Scenery Lamp. This wealth made the demon envious and jealous, and it almost cursed him out. However, Chen Mobai did not respond to the little demon lord's words. Although the myriad sword's Dharma body was powerful, it was already somewhat overwhelmed by activating 3 5th-order flying swords in succession. Its originally solid and tall body had become slightly transparent at this moment. His cultivation level is inferior to that of the little demon lord. If this continues, something unexpected might happen. As Chen Mobai uttered the command, the Dinghai sword, like an arrow released from a bow, joined forces with the Ziking twin swords, and the 3 5th-tier flying swords attacked from above and below, piercing towards the little demon lord. Wherever the 3 swords passed, space seemed to be torn apart, creating tiny dark cracks. The little demon lord roared, and the 2 5th-order inner cores on his body, and inside his body simultaneously erupted with a vast and ancient power. It then adjusted its thunder armor, loosening its grip on the purple and green twin swords, and gathered them one by one towards its body, preparing to block the sea-stabilizing sword. Its 2 dragon horns absorbed and released the power of the 2 5th-tier inner cores, swirling with bolts of lightning and water, carrying the power of the origin of heaven and earth, and rushing towards the downward piercing purple and green twin swords. Of Chen Mobai's 3 flying swords, the Dinghai sword is of the highest grade, but the Ziking twin swords, with the sword fiend formation gathering the vast yin and yang qi and the blessing of the Daoshui fire, are even more powerful. Therefore, it intends to use its strongest and hardest part to defend itself. As for the sea-stabilizing sword, it believed that its desolate thunder armor was sufficient to block it. The golden lines that had been dissipating in Chen Mobai's eyes, which were on the shoulder of the myriad swords avatar, condensed once again in an instant, and a new little demon lord model appeared, simulating the various situations that the three swords would unleash. With a clang, the purple and green swords pierced down simultaneously, but were stopped by the two horns on the little demon lord's head. The sword blades, enhanced by the blazing Daoshui fire, left sword marks on both dragon horns. However, the little demon lord no longer released the power of his fifth-order, water attribute inner core from his body, instead channeling it all into his twin horns to engage in a stalemate with the Daoshui fire. Because Chen Mobai did not specialize in water attribute techniques, he was unable to quell or control the situation. However, for him, the decisive factor was not the purple and green twin swords. A series of water droplets surged from the blade of the Dinghai sword. Because the sword spirit had not yet awakened, Chen Mobai could only use the sword's original sharpness to fight back. With a clang, the thunderclap armor had several scales shattered, and as expected, it blocked the sea-stabilizing sword. At this moment, the myriad swords avatar raised its right hand and unleashed a sword intent that it had never used before since the interception. It's I Ching's floating cloud sword intent. The sword techniques of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect are all water attribute, which perfectly matches the attribute of the sea-stabilizing sword. With the support of this sword intent, the desolate thunder armor, which had been easily blocking the sea-stabilizing sword, suddenly seemed to vanish into nothingness, allowing the blade of the sea-stabilizing sword to pass through it. With a hiss, the little demon lord, who was concentrating on defending against the purple and green swords, suddenly felt a pain in its tail, and then the Dinghai sword pierced into its chest cavity. Amidst the intense pain, it controlled its fifth-tier physique and forcibly expelled the Dinghai sword that had pierced its body. Chen Mobai saw that a gash had appeared in the little demon lord's chest, and then it actually reached into his body and slowly pulled out the Dinghai sword. The purple and green twin swords. Chen Mobai immediately harnessed two more fifth-tier flying swords to enhance Zhang Daosun's Dao Annihilation Sword. He had only grasped the basics of this sword technique, but even the basics were formidable in a battle between nascent soul-level cultivators. But the little demon lord was already fighting desperately at this moment. With the flames of the purple and green swords burning fiercely, its eyes were bloodshot, and the dragon horns on its head kept bursting out with dark blue immortal light, and it actually blocked the attack again. With a muffled thud masking pain, the little demon lord pulled the Dinghai sword from his chest. Just as it was about to use its methods to suppress the fifth-order flying sword, it suddenly discovered that the flying sword seemed to be non-existent in its palm. The unprepared sword technique of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. At this moment, the little demon lord finally realized what was happening. Aren't you the Tao child of One Yuan? How come you've also cultivated the supreme sword technique of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect? But Chen Mobai, expressionless, once again had the myriad swords avatar activate the floating cloud sword intent. The little demon lord, who had just drawn the Dinghai sword, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The Dinghai sword had already materialized again and pierced right through him. I Ching's floating cloud sword intent can ignore defense, but when fighting the enemy's true form, it must manifest as a physical entity, otherwise it cannot cause damage. If it had more experience, the little demon lord would surely have been able to come up with a way to deal with it. But this was its first time fighting against the unprepared sword technique. Even though it had heard of it and had imagined ways to deal with it, it found that it was completely useless when it actually fought against it. This is the supreme sword technique of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, which dominates the heavenly river realm. Amidst the intense pain, the little demon lord finally sensed the threat of death. For the first time, fear appeared in its eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 983, Slaying the Little Demon Lord. Chapter 983, Slaying the Little Demon Lord. It truly felt the fear and helplessness it had experienced in the sea before it joined the myriad Immortals Island. At this moment, the little demon lord suddenly felt a lightness on his head, and the purple and green twin swords suddenly flew back to the yin-yang sword array in the sky. Where there's life, there's hope. For the first time, the word escape flashed through the little demon lord's mind. Water and lightning patterns intertwined all over its body, and it used its powerful physique to firmly bind the Dinghai sword that had pierced its heart, preparing to leave with this top-tier fifth-order flying sword. But before it could turn around, a huge shadow suddenly appeared overhead, eclipsing all the light. The little demon lord looked up and saw that Chen Mobai's myriad swords avatar had somehow landed on the yin-yang sword formation, his huge hands reaching into the sword formation and grasping the purple and green twin swords. Then, in the blink of an eye, the sword formation that posed such a powerful threat began to shrink rapidly, centered on the two yin-yang eyes. Chen Mobai personally led the myriad swords Dharma body, wielding the purple and green twin swords to absorb all the power of the entire sword formation. He will concentrate all his power to send the little demon lord to the yellow springs. Upon witnessing this scene, the little demon lord knew it was a matter of life and death. It roared to the sky, and between its two horns, the two primordial forces of thunder and water once again transformed into two inner cores, which then merged into one under the influence of its powerful divine sense. A massive, dark beam of light shot into the sky, clashing with the purple and blue twin swords that the myriad swords avatar was wielding as it slashed down. Amidst the hissing sound, the second nascent soul seized the opportunity and wielded the fifth-tier yuan-yang sword to slash into the little demon lord's neck, causing blood to gush out. Under Chen Mobai's continuous attacks, the little demon lord's originally flawless desolate thunder armor finally showed a flaw. However, the little demon lord's physique was also at the fifth level. Although the crystal-clear sword thread cut into the gaps in the scales and penetrated the flesh, it was stuck in the bone. Even so, it still caused harm to the little demon lord. His heart was pierced, his neck was only held together by bones, and the two dragon horns on his head were throbbing with pain under the blows of the purple and green swords. It seemed that his most powerful dragon horns would blow his head off at any moment. The little demon lord has fallen into unprecedented danger and predicament. At this moment, Chen Mobai reached out and summoned the other two magical artifacts in his hand. The Five Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant, carrying the Tei 5 smoke garland, transformed into a colorful cloud that enveloped the little demon lord. Tei Luotian Formation, activate. Chen Mobai personally controlled the final transformation of the Tei 5 smoke luo, and after incorporating the Five Extremes Heavenly Heart Pendant, with the support of the fifth-order spiritual veins and the five elements divine light, he easily broke through the shackles and reached the fifth-order level. Suddenly, a large cluster of five-colored clouds lit up in the sky, and the colorful light inside transformed into raging waves, like a storm, which fell on the little demon lord's body. Under normal circumstances, this fifth-order formation could trap the little demon lord, but it would take a very long time to harm him. But now that the little demon lord is already seriously injured, this fifth-order Tei Luotian formation has suddenly become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Under the relentless onslaught of multicolored rays of light, the scales of the little demon lord's desolate thunder armor began to shatter and fall off piece by piece. Before long, it will be completely bald. But that wasn't the hardest part. As the desolate thunder armor thinned out, the yuan-yang sword fiend, which originally required precise timing to strike, could now easily carve deep, bone-revealing wounds all over its body. As the number of wounds increased, the little demon lord felt his originally inexhaustible strength begin to slowly dissipate. With a snapping sound, the two dragon horns on its head were instantly chopped off an inch by the purple and green swords. The dragon horn was forged over 1,000 years, melting countless rare and precious materials from the desolate sea, making it extremely hard. Only sword marks appeared on its surface. But the little demon lord felt his skull, which was connected to the dragon horn, crack. No, if this continues, I'm going to die here. An unprecedented panic surged into his heart. At this moment, the little demon lord could no longer care about the heartache. He gritted his teeth, broke off his 2 dragon horns, knocked away the purple and green twin swords above his head, and then burned the essence blood in his body to use the blood-burning escape technique. The little demon lord, with 2 bloody holes in his forehead, transformed into a streak of blood-red light and flew towards the depths of the desolate sea. But no matter how fast it fled, it found itself always surrounded by the colorful glow, seemingly unable to escape the fifth-order formation that encircled it. The blood-burning escape technique requires burning one's essence and blood to be effective. The longer it lasts, the more damage it inflicts on one's fundamental nature. The little demon lord tried to change direction several times, feeling that he had already fled tens of thousands of miles away, but he still could not get rid of the Tei Luotian formation. At this time, the myriad swords Dharma body also made a move to suppress its 2 dragon horns. Seeing the purple and green swords raised again and slashing towards it, the little demon lord stopped. It roared and forced out the inner core of the fifth-order Xuanjiao dragon once more. Then it spat out a wisp of refined demon lord's essence blood, which landed on the inner core of the Xuanjiao. Burst. In order to escape, it chose to detonate the magic weapon made from the fifth-order inner core. With a deafening roar, the cloud realm that had been surrounding the little demon lord was suddenly expanded to several hundred times its original size. It was like a colorful balloon filled with water, which then suddenly expanded and burst open, with endless waves of light gushing out from all parts of the bursting array. Chen Mobai, whose mind was connected to the Tei Luotian formation, suddenly turned pale. If he hadn't sensed the danger and severed his connection with the 2 magical artifacts, his sea of consciousness would probably have cracked open. After the formation was broken, the vast and pure water elemental energy began to pour down and spread in the sky, causing Chen Mobai great regret. If this falls into Qing Nu's hands, it can be used to refine the nascent soul pill of the Water Mother Palace. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about any of that, because the little demon lord had already escaped through a gap in the Tei Luotian formation. Its body was surrounded by blood-red light, clearly indicating that it had once again used the blood-burning escape technique to escape. But Chen Mobai, having fought it to this extent, certainly couldn't let it go. He immediately used Void Walk to teleport in front of it. Court death. At this point, the little demon lord had no other choice. Although the blood-burning escape technique was extremely fast, once activated, it could only choose one way to advance, and it was difficult to change. Therefore, it could only unleash the power of its other 5th-tier Thunder Pearl, transforming itself into a streak of dark blue lightning as it charged towards Chen Mobai. Its face was ferocious, and it intended to smash or break Chen Mobai apart before leaving. But suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its chest. The Dinghai sword, which was locked by its flesh, suddenly burst out with an unprecedented dark radiance, as if the water that had not seen the sun for billions of years in the depths of the sea was flowing on the blade, serene yet profound. With a hissing sound, a dark, sharp light erupted from the blade of the Dinghai sword. The heart muscle that had been holding the sword was suddenly cut open with an even larger gash. Then, the blade sliced upwards from the heart, slicing open the little demon lord's shoulder, and blood and fragments of internal organs scattered into the air. Even Chen Mobai was very surprised by this scene. He did not expect that the sword spirit of the Dinghai sword would awaken at this time. This must be good fortune brought by the phoenix facing the sun painting, allowing him to defeat his opponent at a lower cost. At this moment, the little demon lord disregarded the excruciating pain of its left side being cleaved open. It gritted its teeth and used the blood-burning escape technique to break free from the sea-stabilizing sword, crashing into the top of Chen Mobai's head. Chen Mobai raised the 8 views lantern of Daoshui in his hand. One after another, purple-blue divine flames ignited on the lamp wick, and then spread and amplified their power tenfold through the lampshade, forming a closed purple-blue space. The lightning transformed from the little demon lord crashed into it, causing Chen Mobai's right hand to tremble slightly, almost causing him to drop the lamp in his hand. The second nascent soul leaped from Chen Mobai's shoulder, solemnly exhaling mouthful after mouthful of extremely pure, innate yang energy into the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp, maximizing the power of the Daoshui demon refining array. This formation is much more powerful than the Taiyi Luotian formation, since the latter excels at defense and trapping people. Duo the Duoluo demon refining formation was purely for killing. Although the little demon lord was a demon and could not trigger the special bonus of the Duoluo 8 scenery lamps to evil spirits and filth, he was not a nascent soul cultivator and was severely injured, unable to break free from it. Chen Mobai had just witnessed its self-destruction of a 5th-tier inner core, and knew that it also had a 5th-tier thunder pearl, or even its own natal inner core. Fearing that his newly mastered Daoshui 8 scenery lantern would follow in the footsteps of Taiyi 5 smoke luo, he immediately pushed its power to the extreme after trapping his opponent, and the purple and green divine flames surrounded and burned the little demon lord. At the same time, the myriad swords Dharma body, wielding the purple and green twin swords, pierced into the 8 views lamp of Tushita. The purple and green swords, like the lamp, originated from the same source. Just like the unprepared sword technique, they easily penetrated the demon refining array. The little demon lord, who was about to spit out his blood essence, was about to self-destruct his 5th-order thunder pearl when his body was suddenly frozen by an inexplicable force. Then, the purple and green twin swords that fell from the sky pierced his brow and mouth. The frost sword at the mouth easily pierced through the little demon lord, but the bone between his eyebrows was incredibly hard, seemingly nourished and nurtured by the inner core of a 5th-order Xuanjiao for many years. Even the purple lightning sword could only penetrate an inch before being stuck by the forehead bone. Chen Mobai's mind was connected to the 8 views of the Tushita heaven, and he clearly saw this scene. The physical body of the opponent before me is truly unbelievably powerful. Despite suffering such severe injuries, the little demon lord was still alive and was even struggling violently, frantically swinging his thick, long dragon tail to wrap around the purple and green swords, trying to pull them off his body. A metallic clang echoed within the Daoshui demon refining formation, as the blades of the purple and green swords carved a deep mark on the little demon lord's dragon tail scales. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately ordered his myriad swords avatar to control another Dinghai sword to dismember the body, but he discovered that the Dinghai sword completely ignored his command. With a thought, he discovered that the Dinghai sword had already entered the broken Taiyi Luotian formation, and thousands of sword shadows flew out from its clear blade, blocking the gap in the formation, and catching the vast water essence that exploded and dissipated from the 5th-order Xuanjiao inner core without missing a single drop, absorbing it like a whale swallowing it. There were even hundreds of sword shadows flying and lingering in the high sky, not letting go of the water essence that had leaked out when the formation was broken, absorbing it bit by bit. When Chen Mobai saw the scene of the Dinghai sword resembling the awakening of refugees, his lips twitched slightly, but there was nothing he could do. The golden lines in his pupils had now taken complete and clear form. Fang Kun Shu presented a series of solutions, and Chen Mobai chose the best one. The second nascent soul flew out, riding the 5th-order Yuan Yang sword fiend and rushing into the Du Shui demon refining formation. The crystalline sword threads landed on the little demon lord's forehead, where there were 2 blood holes from where the dragon horns had separated. The Yuan Yang sword demon is all-pervasive. Without the hard skull to block it, the sword threads easily cut through the flesh and pierced into the little demon lord's sea of consciousness amidst his wide-eyed, terrified expression. The sword threads stirred, and the little demon lord's spiritual consciousness was completely annihilated. Fear is forever etched on its face. After confirming that he had killed his opponent, Chen Mobai breathed a slight sigh of relief. The little demon lord's strength was undoubtedly the greatest he had ever seen among the nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm. Unfortunately, he was even stronger. However, he also suffered some injuries in order to defeat this opponent. When the Taiyi Luotian formation was blasted open, his mind and spirit suffered damage. If it weren't for the morning bell stabilizing his purple mansion sea of consciousness, his spiritual realm would probably have fallen. But even at this price, killing the little demon lord still made Chen Mobai very satisfied. Although he didn't manage to defeat them without taking any damage, his cultivation level was ultimately inferior. If he were also at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he certainly wouldn't have faced such a difficult situation today. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took the little demon lord's corpse out of the Daoshui demon refining array. After skillfully taking out and sealing the fifth-order thunder pearl and the little demon lord's own inner core, he confidently retrieved the myriad sword's dharma body and the second nascent soul. Of course, the desolate thunder armor filling the sky and those two dragon horns will not be forgotten either. Finally, there was the Tei 5 smoke silk, which had been broken open. Although Chen Mobai did not participate in the same competition, he could still sense that its vital energy was severely damaged. This ritual artifact will likely require a long period of nurturing before it can be restored to its original state. Considering that he had borrowed it from his daughter, Chen Mobai felt he needed to find a way to fix it in a short time. This Tei 5 smoke luo was the one that Ancestor Yunya refined back then. Many of the materials were actually inferior to Chen Mobai's. The fact that it could reach the peak of the 4th rank was purely because Ancestor Yunya's craftsmanship was excellent. This is a good opportunity to see if we can collect some 5th-tier materials in the Heavenly River realm and upgrade them. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai reached out to comfort the severely injured artifact spirit. The spirit's original spirituality was no less than that of the purple lightning sword, but at this moment, it had shrunk considerably and was almost gone. This was also thanks to the fact that when the 5th-order Xuanjiao inner core exploded, some of its power was absorbed by the 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant. Chen Mobai examined the 5th-tier magic artifact crafted by the 1 Yuan True Monarch and found that the heavenly Yuan pearl at the very center was intact, but the 5 jade pendants on the outer perimeter had developed cracks and were also quite damaged. However, the core of this magical artifact is the heavenly origin pearl, and compared to the Tei 5 smoke silk, it can only be considered a superficial injury. After offering some words of comfort to the 5 extremes heavenly heart pendant, Chen Mobai looked at the sea-stabilizing sword, which was absorbing the vast water elemental essence. I am very grateful to Senior Dinghai for his help in this battle against the otherworldly demons. Chen Mobai immediately communicated with the Dinghai sword. After all, his 5-element sect was still fighting to the death with demons on the desolate sea battlefield below. He was eager to return and quell the situation after killing the little demon lord. Are you the sword master of my generation? But why are you only at the nascent soul stage? Chen Mobai used the same excuse he used to fool Zidian Qingshuang, saying that he was waging war in another world. Dinghai Sword believed him immediately, since no demon in the immortal sect would be so wasteful as to directly self-destruct his 5th-order inner core. The opponents in this war to open up the other world are extremely powerful, so the immortal sects have unsealed many 5th-tier magical artifacts for us nascent soul cultivators. My swordsmanship is quite good, so I was assigned one to a senior. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out the pure yang cauldron. This cauldron has many functions, one of which is storing various kinds of essence. He had the second nascent soul take control of it to help the Dinghai sword preserve this vast and boundless water essence. These vital energies are extremely important to me, so don't try to take them from me. Seeing this, Dinghai sword thought Chen Mobai was going to steal its food and spoke up anxiously. What do you mean by that, senior? The immortal sect has rules. During the War of Opening Up, any spoils from other worlds belong to the entire sect. Even if you want them, you'll have to wait until after the war ends and rewards are distributed. Although I'm only a nascent soul cultivator, I still have a deity transformation ancestor above me. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately became displeased and with a stern face, invoked the rules of the immortal sect. I'm doing this for the greater good of the immortal sect. By absorbing this water elemental essence, I can recover about 70–80% of my strength. When the war begins, cooperating with you will allow us to kill even more alien races. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had even invoked the name of the nascent soul ancestor, Dinghai's sword lacked confidence and spoke up. I see. I misunderstood you, senior. It's also my fault for cultivating the pure yang scripture which doesn't match your attributes. Over the years, I've only been able to support you with spirit stones. As Chen Mobai spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. Then, he generously took out 5 top-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Take these seniors and use them first. With so much water elemental essence in their hands, it can be used to its fullest potential. I will report to the 2 nascent soul patriarchs of the immortal sect later, and I think they will agree to let you absorb and refine it. When Dinghai's sword saw Chen Mobai casually take out 5 top-grade spirit stones, it was so shocked that its sword spirit appeared. It was a little boy with blue eyes and long blue hair. It stared blankly at the top-grade spirit stone, then pointed incredulously at itself. For me. Is that not enough? I have a few dozen more dollars here. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the spirit of the Dinghai sword immediately shook its head repeatedly and changed its tune. Enough, enough, master. What I meant was too much. Although this 4th master's cultivation is a bit weak, he is more generous than the previous 3 masters. It's just a pity that he cultivates the pure yang scroll. The spirit of the Dinghai sword happily accepted the 5 top-grade spirit stones and thought to himself. After accepting the spirit stones, the Dinghai sword immediately cooperated perfectly, using thousands of sword shadows to help the 2nd nascent soul sweep all the water elemental energy in the sky into the pure yang cauldron for storage. Seeing this, Chen Mobai was relieved. As expected, he was born with an affinity for all kinds of magical artifacts. Even the Dinghai sword, a top-tier flying sword of the immortal sects, willingly recognized him as its master. After cleaning up the battlefield high in the sky, Chen Mobai carried the little demon lord's corpse down to the battlefield on the sea below. Along the coastline, Mo Duguang pushed his swordsmanship to its limit. With the support of the 5 elements Dao weapons, his pure power was no less than that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, since his power level was not something he cultivated himself, his movements were not as smooth and skillful as he thought. Moreover, as the holy maiden of the Jade Mirror Demon sect, Du Menjian cultivated the most advanced demonic secret techniques, which were extremely strange. Mo Duguang had cut her in half several times, but she was able to immediately transform into a blood shadow and rejoin herself, completely unharmed. As time went by, Mo Duguang stopped attacking blindly and instead stood on the shore, guarding the 5 Elements sect's camp to prevent too many of the sect's 30,000 disciples from dying. However, gradually, the 5 Elements sect and the Eastern Wu Alliance were finding it difficult to resist. Within the whirlpool above the sea, the stench of blood grew stronger, and as more and more lives were lost on the battlefield, the blood-red aura surrounding Du Menjian intensified. At this moment, Mo Duguang also felt that the power of the Zhengjin Dao soldiers he had evolved was beginning to weaken. He knew perfectly well that the 5 Elements sect disciples' power was nearing its limit. Although they can still rely on pills to hold on a little longer, many disciples will suffer damage to their vital energy by the time the battle ends. Mo Du narrowed his eyes, resisting the blood-red light that Du Menjian had transformed into, while simultaneously transmitting his voice to Zhuo Ming. Order all disciples to form a battle formation and prepare to retreat. Although there was a medium-sized teleportation array in the camp, it was not enough to teleport all 30,000 disciples and tens of thousands of cultivators from the Eastern Wu Alliance away in a short period of time. However, the formation that Zhuo Ming had set up was movable, and it could still function as long as the battle formation remained intact during the retreat. After wielding the golden jade axe and chopping off the head of a sea serpent several tens of meters long, Zhuo Ming nodded to Mo Duguang, then sent a telepathic message to hundreds of disciples of the array department, instructing them to begin their retreat. Trying to run, today everyone in your 5 Elements sect will die here. However, Du Menjian, with her keen senses, quickly noticed this. She sneered at Mo Duguang and 2 scarlet ribbons flew out from her sleeves, penetrating the whirlpool in the sea. Then, she actually used these 2 ribbons to pull the whirlpool up from the sea and roll it up into the sky above the 5 Elements sect camp. This terrifying power caused the cultivators of the Eastern Wu Alliance, as well as some disciples of the 5 Elements sect, to show expressions of despair. As the massive whirlpool covering the entire coastline receded, Zhuo Ming gritted his teeth, summoned the all-encompassing virtue cauldron, and combined it with the camp's defensive array. At the same time, Mo Duguang also released the earth element power from the 5 Elements Dao weapon within his body and injected it into Zhuo Ming's body. The latter's cultivation level immediately surged, and in the blink of an eye, she reached the perfect state of core formation, and even had some of the aura of a nascent soul. The earth-yellow spiritual light of the great array of all things virtue cauldron spewed out a deep and heavy earth-elemental divine light, colliding with the vast vortex descending from the sky. With a loud bang, Zhuo Ming's round face turned deathly pale, but she gritted her teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the cauldron of all things and great virtue. This natal magic weapon immediately emitted an even more intense earth element divine light, and its power increased from the previous low-grade 4th rank to the mid-grade 4th rank. However, faced with Du Minjian's long-prepared attack, this 4th-tier mid-grade earth element divine light only lasted for a few breaths before shattering. Zhuo Ming, feeling weak all over, fell from midair, opening an iron umbrella to shield his head. He then enlarged the Wan Wu Haod cauldron, intending to use this magical artifact to protect more disciples. Upon seeing this, Mo Duguang immediately released his nascent soul, unleashing the full power of the Zhengjin Dao soldier, and wielding the longevity sword to unleash his most powerful strike towards the vortex in the sky. A golden sword, thousands of meters long and wreathed in iridescent light, split the vortex in midair in two. However, the immense water elemental power contained within it corroded and decayed the golden sword at that moment. Du Menjian seized the opportunity and pointed a finger at the chest of the Zhengjin Dao soldier. The scarlet spiral of blood light was like a long spear, extending 1,000 meters from her fingertip, piercing through the golden armor of the Dao soldier and sinking into Mo Duguang's shoulder. Mo Duguang dodged in time, avoiding vital parts of his body, but even so, a strange and terrifying demonic energy still burrowed into the wound, like a nimble snake, along the meridians toward his Danshan and Purple Mansion. Mo Duguang flicked his sword finger, swiftly severing the flesh and demonic energy from the wound. Then, he mustered his strength, his nascent soul embracing his longevity sword, and unleashed his strongest strike once more towards Du Menjian on the sea. A grain of rice can be a beacon of light. Du Menjian scoffed at the sight, but did not directly take the sword strike head-on. Even she was quite wary of the sword cultivator's formidable combat power. Moreover, this sword strike also contained 5-colored primordial energy. She used the blood shadow escape technique to dodge the sword strike. Now you can die. After dodging Mo Duguang's final sword strike, Du Menjian coldly reassembled her body. Chapter 984, Divine Thunder Annihilation. Chapter 984, Divine Thunder Annihilation. The blood-red ribbon, under the influence of Du Menjian's demonic energy, condensed into a blood-red longsword, which was aimed at Mo Duguang. But Mo Duguang did not back down in the face of this sword. Upon seeing this scene, Du Menjian frowned slightly, thinking that Mo Duguang wanted to protect the tens of thousands of 5-element sect disciples behind him. She thought to herself that this nascent soul sword cultivator of the 5-element sect had the demeanor of a righteous cultivator. The blood-red longsword, under the control of her divine sense, transformed into a scarlet streak of light, piercing towards Mo Duguang's brow. The 5-element sect disciples and the people from the Eastern Wu Alliance below immediately changed their expressions. If Mo Duguang died, who among them could stop this demonic nascent soul cultivator? Boom! Just then, a deafening roar of thunder resounded, and a longsword wreathed in purple lightning descended from the sky, intercepting the crimson streak of light. The moment Du Menjian saw the purple lightning sword, her expression changed slightly. She had personally witnessed this sword draw upon the power of heavenly tribulation to slay the poisoned dragon ancestor. She knew that even if she took matters into her own hands, she might not be able to defeat the poisoned dragon. However, at that time, Chen Mobai had the help of the heavenly tribulation, which allowed him to unleash the full power of the sword. Therefore, Du Menjian felt that she was capable of exchanging a few blows with this Taoist master Yi Yuan. But she soon realized another problem. Where is the little demon lord? The two fought high in the sky, but now Chen Mobai is able to use the purple lightning sword to save the day. Doesn't that mean that the little demon lord can't stop him? Could it be that the little demon lord has been defeated? Upon realizing this, Du Menjian shuddered. She was confident in dealing with the poisoned dragon, but she knew that with her strength, she would have no chance against the little demon lord. And how terrifying must Chen Mobai's strength be to be able to defeat the little demon lord? After she figured it out, a huge shadow suddenly appeared and loomed over her head. Du Menjian looked up, and her pupils immediately contracted. In the sky, Chen Mobai held up a corpse with a human body and a dragon's tail, looking at her with icy eyes. The little demon lord is dead. Seeing this scene, Du Menjian was terrified. Among the demons present, she knew the little demon lord's strength the most. Even her master, Dio Xianlin, was not as strong. In her view, the little demon lord was destined to become a god. But this once powerful little demon lord has now turned into a lifeless corpse. His once incomparably strong physique has been cut open with wound after wound, and his death is gruesome. Before you die, leave your name. I do not kill nameless nobodies. Chen Mobai spoke calmly to Du Menjian. Although he was slightly injured while killing the little demon lord, the person opposite him was a demon cultivator. Even though he was holding a corpse with one hand and was not at his peak, he could still easily suppress and kill him. You killed the little demon lord, the demons of 10,000 Immortals Island, and the demon lord will not let you go. As Du Menjian spoke, she activated a secret technique to sense Chen Mobai's qi and blood and discovered some good news. As she had expected, the aura of this Tao child of one origin was 30–40% weaker than when he ascended to heaven. The little demon lord is so powerful that killing him would inevitably come at a price. After Du Menjian realized this, she began to hesitate. She wondered if she should take this opportunity to make a move. Perhaps she could avenge the little demon lord. But in the end, she cautiously decided to retreat first. After all, with the death of the little demon lord, she will no longer have her current status on Wangxian Island. Originally, her plan was to use the power of Wangxian Island to break free from the control of the Jade Mirror Demon sect. This time, with the demons of the Desolate Sea joining forces to attack the eastern continent, she also received a promise from Dio Xianlin that, as long as she completed the mission, she could obtain the Jade Mirror Demon sect's mystic transformation technique. With a bright future ahead, there's no need to risk your life here for the sake of the dead little demon lord. Let's first pass this message on to the other nascent soul demon kings on Wangxian Island. With this one Yuan Dao child overseeing Dongwu, their current number of demons is no longer sufficient. We must bring in more and more powerful beings from the Desolate Sea. After figuring it out, Du Menjian turned and ran. But with a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already used Void Walk to teleport in front of her. The purple lightning sword transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew into his palm. With a single strike, he cleaved Du Menjian, along with her blood mirror defense and the Desolate Sea beneath her, in two. Junior brother, be careful. She can transform into a blood shadow to evade harm. Upon seeing this, Mo Duguang immediately spoke to Chen Mobai. Blood shadow. As Chen Mobai was puzzled, he saw Du Menjian, whom he had cut in two, transform into two streaks of bloodlight and escape far away. Then, in midair, they reassembled and became her intact self. However, after recovering, Du Menjian flew towards the depths of the Desolate Sea without looking back. That sword strike just now completely shattered her confidence. Blood Mirror was already her most powerful defensive measure, nearly at the 5th level. But against the purple lightning, It couldn't even hold off for a single breath. No wonder the little demon lord died at his hands. The powerful physique of the demon race is most afraid of top-tier sword cultivators. This Tao child of 1 yuan is several times stronger than when he killed the poisoned dragon. Fearing she wouldn't be able to escape, Du Menjian even spat out a mouthful of blood essence and used the moonlight escape technique, a secret technique passed down by the Jade Mirror Demon sect. Suddenly, a bright moon appeared in the daytime sky. With the moonlight's blessing, Du Menjian's speed increased threefold. Like a streak of blood-red moonlight, she swept across the desolate sea in an instant, reaching the horizon where the sea and sky met. Faced with his opponent's escape, Chen Mobai stood still, but his whole body shone with silver light as he cast a void illusion, projecting it to the edge of the sea. Du Menjian saw a flash of silver light before her eyes, and Chen Mobai's figure went from blurry to clear, with the void around him beginning to distort slightly. This is... Du Menjian didn't know what Chen Mobai was doing, but she could sense that the figure in front of her had almost no fluctuations of spiritual power or true energy. However, Yiyuan Daozi would never do something pointless, so she cautiously changed the direction of the moon essence escape and swept to the side. However, at this moment, Chen Mobai's illusory image appeared to be clenching his fists towards her. In an instant, Du Menjian's incredibly fast escape speed suddenly froze on the spot, as if time had been stopped. Void Chi Lock. Although Du Menjian's body was locked up, her mind did not stop. She quickly recalled the one among the thousands of secret techniques of the Heavenly River realm recorded in the Jade Mirror Demon sect that best suited her current situation. Isn't he the Tao child of 1 yuan? How does he know the secret techniques of the Void Palace? While Du Menjian was still in shock, a tiny, crystalline figure suddenly teleported in front of her, smiling as it clasped its hands together and unleashed a wisp of sword energy that slashed down at her. No! At the critical moment of life and death, Du Menjian also showed her strength as the holy maiden of the Jade Mirror Demon sect. Her originally graceful body suddenly swelled up at the chest, and a blood-red sword light burst out from her heart, forcibly breaking through the Void Lock's restriction. However, even if she didn't use this move, Chen Mobai's Void Lock would expire. He only wanted to hold her captive for a moment. The second nascent soul unleashed the Yuan Yang sword aura, which had already slashed into Du Menjian's neck. The crystalline sword sliced through without any resistance, separating her head from her body. However, Du Menjian used the same trick again, transforming into a blood shadow. After escaping a distance once more, the two blood shadows merged, attempting to recover. Splash! A large trail of blood spilled onto the sea, following the path Du Menjian had taken as she transformed into a blood shadow to escape from in front of the second nascent soul. She flew and bled all the way. The blood shadows overlapped, but a horizontal wisp of dark red sword thread seemed like an insurmountable barrier, preventing her head and body from healing, and blood gushed wildly from the sword wound on her neck. What's going on? Du Menjian opened her mouth and asked the question with difficulty. You are already dead by my sword, that's all. Chen Mobai's voice rang out behind her, and the second nascent soul landed on his shoulder with a smile. Although Du Menjian's blood shadow escape technique is incredibly powerful, even Mo Duguang's sword cannot cut it. Chen Mobai cultivates the pure Yang scroll, which has a special attack bonus against evil demons and cultivators. As expected, after the Yuan Yang sword struck, Du Menjian's wounds simply could not heal. Her expression changed drastically, and she wanted to use a secret technique to self-destruct and detach her body, but her second nascent soul waved its hands, and a golden demon-slaying divine lightning bolt burst forth. At the critical moment of life and death, Du Menjian's body swelled up, her snow-white skin turned red, and her aura exploded, almost reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, no matter how powerful her aura was, under the golden demon-slaying divine lightning, it was like ice and snow exposed to the sun. Layers of blood-red light and demonic shadows surging from her body were turned into blood mist by the golden lightning and dissipated into the sky. Blood-red ribbons, Blood-red mirrors and magical artifacts flew out from her body, attempting to block the demon-slaying divine lightning. However, Chen Mobai casually unleashed a shower of golden light, which suppressed all these mere fourth-tier magical artifacts on the spot. After the deafening roar, Du Menjian was completely reduced to dust by the demon-slaying divine lightning. After killing another nascent soul cultivator, Chen Mobai felt somewhat bored. Compared to her battle with the little demon lord, Du Menjian couldn't even withstand 3 moves. Too weak. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Mobai used his escape light to fly towards the coast. Along the way, any demons that dared to show their faces on the sea surface were all turned to ashes by him with his extreme yang slash. As for the others, there were simply too many of them, and upon seeing the little demon lord's corpse, they scattered in all directions, having already fled to the depths of the sea within the short time it took for Chen Mobai to kill Du Menjian. Chen Mobai had minor injuries, so he wasn't pursued. He landed on the shore, and cultivators from the 5 Elements sect and the Eastern Wu Alliance flew towards him. "Thank you, junior brother." "Greetings, master." "Greetings, sect leader." "We are so grateful to sect leader Chen for his divine intervention. Otherwise, we would surely have been killed by these demons." As soon as Chen Mobai landed, he saw that everyone had surrounded him with utmost respect. "The main leaders of the demons of the desolate sea are all dead at my hands. I'll trouble you all to clean up the battlefield, but also be wary of a counterattack." After Chen Mobai said a few polite words, the members of the Eastern Wu Alliance, showing great tact, took their leave and then enthusiastically led their still operational treasure ships to the sea to collect the corpses of demonic beasts. "Minger, are you hurt?" After only his own people remained, Chen Mobai saw Zhuo Ming, whose round face was pale, and immediately asked her with concern. "Master, I'm fine. I just lost some vital essence." Zhuo Ming immediately spoke up, and Chen Mobai took her pulse. After confirming the situation, he was somewhat relieved. However, if the essence and blood are depleted and not replenished in time, it will damage the source. "Minger, take the little demon lord's corpse back to Huanglong Cave, and have Qing Nu refine some pills for you to help you recover before returning to the front lines." Chen Mobai immediately issued a new instruction. After extracting the essence and blood of a 5th-order demon like Little Demon Lord, it was unknown whether it could be used to refine the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. "Master, if I leave, will there be no core formation cultivators with earth attribute on the front lines?" But Zhuo Ming hesitated and expressed her concerns. "Now, almost all of the treasure ships on the Eastern Wu Alliance side are damaged, and the formations you set up have also lost much of their power in this impact. Next, we will retreat to defend the 2 large formations you set up in Eastern Wu. I will have Tai Sui Tongzai come here to replace you." Chen Mobai explained his plans. Although he wanted to keep all the demons of the desolate sea on the surface, the Eastern Wu region was simply too vast, making it very easy for the demons to infiltrate. With the outcome still uncertain on the other 2 battlefields, it was more advantageous for Eastern Wu to consolidate its forces for defense. Moreover, over the years, they have also weakened the Eastern Wu Alliance to a near standstill, giving Jiang Xingheng time to relocate mortals, and laying the groundwork for the 5 Elements sect's rule over Eastern Wu after the war. "Yes, master." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's arrangement, Zhuo Ming was immediately relieved and took the little demon lord's corpse with her, leaving via the medium-sized teleportation array. "Junior brother, when are we retreating?" Mo Duguang asked, as he already knew this. The 5 Elements sect's support for this battlefield, besides resisting demons, was mainly to give the Eastern Wu Alliance confidence. Now, after years of fighting here, the strength of the Eastern Wu Alliance has been fully revealed, and almost all the cultivation families have secretly expressed their desire to submit to the 5 Elements sect to Mo Duguang. The only one missing was the Sun family. After all, they are a family that has produced nascent soul cultivators, so they still have some backbone. However, if all the other families of Eastern Wu submit after the war, the Sun family will surely understand what the general trend is. Let's wait for the demon army of the desolate sea to arrive. After all, we need to give the Holy Land a reason in the future. Chen Mobai said this, and everyone from the Five Elements sect present nodded in agreement. Yes. After Du Menjian was killed by the demon-slaying Divine Thunder in a secluded third-tier spiritual vein cave in Dongwu, Sun Huangling, who was in seclusion and meditating, suddenly had blood-red light swirling between his brows. Then, his aura suddenly exploded, and in a short time, he reached the perfect state of core formation. Then Sun Huangling opened her eyes, and her pupils had turned silvery white. A soft panting sound arose as Sun Huangling stroked her snow-white neck. After confirming that the wisp of sword thread that she couldn't heal no matter what she did, she slowly calmed down. 1 yuan daozi. Sun Huangling spoke through gritted teeth. Before her death, Du Menjian transferred her spiritual consciousness into this avatar through a secret technique, thus achieving a unique rebirth. Fortunately, in addition to the Jade Mirror Demon Sect's inheritance, she also obtained the most bizarre Incarnation Demon Sect's inheritance in a certain ruin in the Desolate Sea. However, this Incarnation rebirth method was being used by her for the first time. Theoretically, after casting the Incarnation rebirth technique, her cultivation level from her true body should also be transferred over. However, this time they only brought a very small portion. Du Menjian quickly recalled the scene before her death. It seemed that her nascent soul had been annihilated by the demon-slaying divine lightning. Perhaps because of this, all his cultivation was dissipated. In that case, even if she is able to form a new nascent soul in the future, she will still fall behind her other great enemy, Wen Baiyu. Moreover, the news that she was killed by Chen Mobai in front of thousands of demons and tens of thousands of Dongwu cultivators and Five Elements sect disciples will soon reach Wen Baiyu's ears. In the days to come, if she wanted to survive, she would have to hide and live in hiding. She was reborn using the demon sect's method of incarnation, which could deceive anyone, but it could not deceive the Jade Mirror Demon Sect. Because her soul lamp is still there. Now she only hopes that she won't be found by Wen Baiyu and Dio Xianlin. Without her nascent soul cultivation, she was worthless. If Dio Xianlin found her, she would definitely use her last bit of value to give her to Wen Baiyu, so that Wen Baiyu would work even harder. Having grown up in the world of demonic cultivation, she has a very clear understanding of this. As for seeking revenge against Chen Mobai, it was already the last thing on Du Menjian's mind, and she even felt that she would never have the opportunity or the ability to do so in her lifetime. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Du Menjian immediately sensed who was outside the door. She used a secret technique to hide her cultivation level back to the mid-stage of core formation. After her pupils returned to normal, she waved her hand and opened the restriction on the door. Senior sister, the Five Elements sect has found the vicinity. We need to move. Hong came in from outside and spoke to Sun Huangling. After leaving the eastern wilderness, Hong, by chance, became a disciple of Du Menjian. After achieving the core formation, he gained some of her trust, and Du Menjian entrusted him to the command of her avatar, Sun Huangling, saying that Sun Huangling was her direct disciple. The two were key figures in the invasion of Eastern Wu by the demons of the Desolate Sea. Because he was very familiar with all parts of Eastern Wu, and even Hong was familiar with the Eastern Wilderness. According to Du Menjian's plan after taking over Eastern Wu, the next step is to march straight into the Eastern Wilderness. At that time, regardless of whether Hong has truly joined the demonic path, he will be of great use. Junior brother, I remember you were a member of the Five Elements sect before you became a disciple of Master. Du Menjian, disguised as Sun Huangling, asked Hong a question. That's right, but my practice of demonic arts was discovered, so I defected. Hong didn't shy away from this point. After all, even rogue cultivators and tribulation cultivators have a background. His identity was special. When he met Du Menjian in Yunming's, he was already at the late foundation establishment stage, which meant he could only be from a major sect. In the Eastern continent, because of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, Anyone who cultivates demonic arts will be regarded as one of the demonic forces. Moreover, after leaving the Five Elements sect, Hong did his best to complete all the instructions given by Du Menjian, making him a capable assistant. If Du Menjian were at her peak, she naturally wouldn't care much about Hong, a mere core formation cultivator. But things are different now. After her death, she needed to conceal herself and not expose the relationship between Sun Huangling and Du Menjian. Therefore, Hong, who knew about this matter, was crucial. Moreover, among the people she can currently use, Hong has the highest cultivation level. Junior brother, there's something you probably don't know. That one Yuan Dao child from the Five Elements sect personally took action, and even Master and the little demon Venerable combined were no match for him. They've already perished on the coast of Eastern Wu. Sun Huangling thought for a moment, then spoke with a sorrowful expression. Ah, it's true. Upon hearing the news, Hong couldn't help but experience intense emotional turmoil. He clenched his fists tightly to suppress the urge to burst into laughter and pretended to be shocked, even staggering. I don't want to believe it either, but the news will spread quickly. Our group of demons from the desolate sea will definitely be thrown into chaos. We certainly won't be able to control them before the other demon kings from 10,000 Immortals Island arrive. Du Menjian spoke up about her thoughts, which boiled down to one thing. Before the news spread, the two of them should immediately leave Dongwu and find a place to hide. We'll wait until Du Menjian reforms her nascent soul, before assessing the situation in the war between the righteous and demonic factions. If the demonic path wins and Wen Baiyu is still alive, then they should flee overseas to another state. If the righteous path wins, they will remain hidden, waiting for the right opportunity to act, and ideally they will be able to kill Wen Baiyu. Senior sister is right, but where can we hide? After listening, Hong nodded. He didn't care about the situation in Dongwu, and his feelings for the Five Elements sect weren't very deep. He only felt a sense of belonging to the Five Elements sect because he was grateful for Chen Mobai's great kindness. For him, staying out of it now is the best option. Once the news of the little demon lord's death spreads, those demon kings on Wangxian Island will definitely take action, and the Eastern Wu region will surely become the most brutal battlefield. Although we are very familiar with this place, it would be better to leave to avoid any unexpected situations. The Eastern Wilderness is the stronghold of the Five Elements sect. We certainly cannot walk into their trap. The other two are the Desolate Sea and the Desolate Ruins. Although Master has some foundation and influence in the Desolate Sea, we too must sever ties and definitely cannot go to the territory of demons. But if we go to the Myriad Star Alliance, our cultivation of demonic arts might be exposed, which could lead to our deaths. So after thinking it over, the only option left is the Desolate Ruins. Moreover, the nearby Desolate Ruins have already been ravaged by the demons of the Desolate Sea due to the war, so I plan to dive deeper into the Desolate Ruins. Du Menjian explained her plans, but these words were just to fool Hong. The reason why no cultivators dared to go to the depths of the Desolate Ruins was because it was too dangerous there. Basically, every territory has fourth-tier demonic beasts, and it is said that there are also ancient beasts that have survived from ancient times, and whose strength is no less than that of a nascent soul true spirit. Du Menjian planned to go to the Eastern Wilderness. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Sun Huangling's avatar did not primarily cultivate demonic arts. She originally intended to use this avatar to test the path of combining righteous and demonic arts, given that her true body could not achieve divine transformation. The entire eastern continent is currently embroiled in a great war. Apart from the eastern lands, the safest place is the Eastern Wilderness. Du Menjian had long ago used the Sun family's influence to purchase properties in various immortal cities in the Eastern Wilderness, allowing her to legally enter the country to reside and seek refuge. However, she definitely couldn't tell Hong about this, as she would need Hong's help when she was recovering her cultivation in the Eastern Wilderness. Senior sister, let's go now. After hearing this, Hong felt something was amiss, but he still went along with Du Menjian's words. Good. Du Menjian nodded and agreed. Hong immediately thought he was overthinking things. The two of them, carrying storage bags, told a demon clan member and a demonic cultivator guarding the entrance to the spiritual vein that they were going out to investigate the second hidden location, and then they left. After leaving, Du Menjian deliberately made a commotion, exposing the place to the Five Elements sect members who came looking for her from not far away. Soon, Yin Qingmei and Liu Wenbai led the Five Elements sect army to attack and wiped out the hundreds of demons hiding in this spiritual vein. Taking advantage of this time, Du Menjian and Hong had already bypassed the Five Elements sect's defenses and flown into the desolate ruins. Junior brother, this devouring sea demon art was given to me by our master. It can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. I will give you the part up to the core formation stage first. After entering the desolate ruins, Du Menjian suddenly took out a black jade slip and handed it to Hong. Thank you, senior sister, but since master is no longer here, why don't you give me all the cultivation techniques? Although Hong knew that all the major sects in the eastern continent taught their techniques in this way, he still couldn't help but ask. Junior brother, we shall part ways here. I will contact you every 10 years from now on, probably because I need your help with something. But I promise you, if you can cultivate to the peak of the core formation stage and do things that satisfy me, I will definitely pass on the complete devouring sea demon art to you. Du Menjian smiled and began to repeat what Dio Xianlin had done to her on Hong. Using cultivation techniques to control disciples and subordinates is considered a relatively gentle method within the demonic path. More often there are master-servant relationships, blood pacts, poisons, restrictions, and so on. However, the major demonic sects also have some understanding of things like causal relationships, so they basically use cultivation techniques. Yes, senior sister. Hong assessed the difference in strength between himself and Sun Huangling, and could only nod helplessly as he accepted the jade slip. The two parted ways in the desolate ruins, each searching for a place to hide. Even couples in the demonic path do not trust each other, let alone live together for a long time. The Red River flew through the desolate ruins for a while before stopping. As a native of this place, he knew better than anyone the horrors of the depths of the desolate ruins. Naturally, he didn't think that he, a mere core formation cultivator, could hide under the noses of those powerful demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts have extremely sensitive noses, and the human scent and blood smell on their bodies are impossible to hide. After thinking for a while in midair, Hong decided that he should go hide in Yunming's, which he was most familiar with. Moreover, he had already bought a house in Fengyu Xiancheng more than a decade ago by using a laundered identity. 3 days later, at the gate of the Wind and Rain Immortal City, Du Menjian and Hong, who were queuing in the immigration hall, looked at each other and then nodded awkwardly. In this desolate wasteland, there is a lack of some daily necessities. I have come here to buy some fasting pills for long-term seclusion. Du Menjian spoke first, offering a reason. Same here, me too. Hong nodded repeatedly. Rebirth high school daily life, light entertainment. Li Luo is a 35-year-old unemployed, self-employed individual. After graduation, I wrote novels, acted in short dramas, played music, delivered food, sold street food, and even worked as a customer service representative for a Taobao lingerie store. Now, Li Luo has been reborn back to the early summer of that year, when she was 15 years old. If you were given a second chance at life, what would be most important? Make money, make money, make money. But with the high school entrance exam just around the corner, I should focus on my studies first. End of this chapter.